Our hero was reading a novel about his kingdom that would be destroyed by demons after 100 years, and when he mocks this novel and throws it away, he's shocked to find himself transported into it, to live out its events in the body of a weak prince whose brothers are trying to kill him, so one of them can win the emperor's position. But he challenges everyone and becomes the strongest. The servant enters to the emperor carrying his special meal, asking him to eat, emphasizing that everyone is worried about his health, and that he hasn't eaten anything at all for a long time. Emperor Agnes watches her and tells her that she is despicable. The servant is shocked by his words and quickly apologizes, telling him that she will remove the food from before him immediately, and that she didn't know he wouldn't like it. Agnes tells her to calm down, adding that he wasn't talking to her, but rather meant the book he was reading, and that this book is called the Book of Borsmeer. He wonders indignantly how such a filthy book entered his palace library. The servant is surprised and asks him about the content of this book that caused him all this anger. He answers that it's a book that imagines the fate of the kingdom and his family 100 years from now. He explains that the kingdom had entered into war against the Demon King and his army, but it refused to help the hero, so the kingdom and the ruling family were destroyed. Because of this, his family became famous for treachery and cowardice because they betrayed the hero, and the world suffered because of them. Agnes gets agitated and says that the bastard author included so many details in the book as if he had seen the future himself. He throws the book away and says that bastard doesn't know his strength or his family's strength, and that it's impossible for anyone to destroy his kingdom and family. He adds that this matter isn't important, and that the mistake was his for reading a novel by a failed writer, trying to attract attention by insulting his family. He asks the servant to return to her work and that he will eat by himself. She answers, very well, and leaves him quickly. Emperor Agnes remains thinking about what he read, in a state of anger, telling himself that he achieved great accomplishments by unifying the first human kingdom to face the demons, so much so that even the demons themselves respected him, and that he was known as the strongest emperor in the world. But he admits to himself that this was a long time ago, and now he has no goal in life, having achieved everything he wanted. There isn't a single piece of land on the continent that isn't under his control, yet he feels extremely bored. He wonders if there's something he can do, as he doesn't want to live this boredom for the rest of his life. Then he decides to sleep and think about it later. Some time passes, and the events move to another place. We see one of the guards running away inside the youngest prince's palace, and this guard was wronged. He says to himself, "What's happening? Where are the guards and where are the royal forces? There's no one protecting Prince John at all." He adds that Prince John is weak and lost his right to compete for the throne, but he's also a prince and should be protected. So why did everyone abandon him? The guard continues his escape, saying that even if this escape leads to his doom and destroys his life, he must keep Prince John safe. At that moment, he's surprised by the appearance of two assassins blocking his way. One of them attacks him, saying he should have abandoned the prince like everyone else and looked after himself. The guard quickly dodges his attacks, but finds the other assassin attacking him, trying to hit him. The guard gathers all his strength to face both attacks together. At that moment, one of the assassins rushes toward Prince John, trying to stab him, but the guard quickly moves him away before he gets hurt, telling them they are cowards with no honor. The assassin laughs, saying he should have run and left John, and now he will die with him. At that moment, more assassins appear behind the guard, preparing to attack him. The guard throws Prince John away from them and asks him to wait, promising he will save him and get rid of these bastards now, swearing by his honor as his personal guard. At that moment, the assassins attack guard Rito, trying to eliminate him, while he fights off their attacks and asks them who they are and who gave them orders to target Prince John. One of the assassins answers that they will both die and he won't need to know the answer. Then another assassin heads toward Prince John and attacks him, saying he knows John's life was difficult, and no one loved or respected him, so he will free him from this torment and kill him right now. Fredo is shocked and calls out to John, asking him to dodge the attack and run quickly, but the assassin attacks him, saying he won't be able to escape, and it's better for him to die here instead of being an obstacle to them. John responds, "Shut up, you're not allowed to talk like that." The assassin is surprised when he finds his sword suddenly stopped, and he can no longer stab John. The head assassin asks him what he's doing, and why he didn't finish him off and end the mission. The assassin answers that he's unable to move, and his entire body isn't responding to his commands. At that moment, John awakens and asks what he's doing here, then gets up and grabs that assassin's sword, asking if a lowlife like him really wanted to kill him. The assassin asks for help from his colleagues, screaming for them to rescue him quickly because he can't move. His colleagues rush to attack John, saying they will get rid of him quickly, but John uses his special ability called Black Star Fall. An enormous, dark energy emanates from him, hitting all the assassins and eliminating them in one moment. Fredo was shocked by what happened and asked Jaeon about the truth of what was happening, confirming that it's impossible for this to be the Prince Jaeon he knows. Jaeon answers him, laughing that he's indeed not his previous self, and it becomes clear to us that he's actually Emperor Agnes, who has been embodied inside the novel he hated so much. After 100 years in the future and before his family's destruction, Agnes kept laughing, saying that apparently things are over, then recalls that in the novel he read there were many of his family members who die in the future, including a very weak prince characterized by unstable magic and a frail body that can't even support itself. And when he failed to prove his strength in the throne struggle, he was completely isolated. Agnes watches Joan and says he would never have expected to be embodied in the most failed character and weakest member in the history of the family he belongs to. According to what was mentioned in the novel, Jaeon was supposed to die in the assassin's attack on his palace, but he saved him at the last moment. Agnes adds that fortunately, he didn't transfer with just his soul, but some of his previous strength also transferred to Jaeon's body. Then he explains that his special ability that he retained from his past life is the Falling Black Star ability, and without this ability he would have died in Jaeon's body due to his greatly weakened strength. Agnes examines his strength in Jaeon's body and feels that all his sensations and feelings are completely numb, realizing that there's something different about Jaeon's character, and that this boy had been suffering for a long time. Agnes says that if he's really embodied in the novel Hero Baspid, this means the last ambush isn't important, because 3 years from now, the demons will attack the human world, and the entire kingdom will be destroyed. Because of his family's betrayal of the hero was forced to fight the Demon King's army alone and lost, and the kingdom was destroyed shortly after. Agnes admits he doesn't know exactly what's happening, but he might return to his body and the real world at any time, so he sees that he must save this world first and will change everything here. He continues, saying that the most important event in the near future will be the first battle between humans and demons 2 years from now, and he must prevent the division that will happen in the kingdom as a result of family conflicts, so they can face the demons with integrated strength. He notices a problem that his body is currently very weak, and worse than that, the Black Star ability didn't transfer with its full power, so its current ability is much weaker than the original. He wonders how a side character like him can save the world, finding it difficult to trust anyone here, and there's severe danger as he might die at any moment. Agnes feels his heart beating for the first time with fear, and keeps laughing, saying he remembered this enjoyable feeling. Now he's afraid and feels tense, seeing that he's the weakest here and there are many who want to eliminate him, even the demons, considering this the pleasure he sought throughout his life. Jaeon decides he should first cleanse his surroundings and search for the bastard who tried to assassinate him and deal with him. Jaeon leaves his room while inspecting the surroundings. Fredo is surprised and asks if he's alright. Jaeon responds that there's no one on earth crazy enough to try to assassinate a prince from the royal family except Agnes himself, meaning the person responsible for this incident is extremely powerful, and it's very likely to be one of his brothers or family members, which is why the guards weren't present when the assassins attacked. Jaeon tries to leave the palace, but one of the guards stops him asking about his destination. He answers that he will go out to stroll outside the palace. The guard tells him he can't do this because night has fallen. Jaeon reassures him not to worry, as the place is safe and no one can hurt him, but the guard insists, saying they have clear orders not to let him leave. Jaeon laughs and asks if he received an order from a specific person, then attacks and kills him, saying that knights follow his orders alone, and he doesn't remember ordering any bastard among them to prevent him from going out. The other guard is afraid, so he clears the way for Jaeon and assures him he will carry out his orders, while Freddy was surprised and wondering to himself what's going on, noting that Jaeon wasn't this violent before. Jaeon goes out and contemplates the moon, finding it a blood moon, saying he's now completely certain he's in the novel's world. After that, all the guards in the palace arrive at Jaeon's location and ask him what he's doing and why he did that. Jaeon tells them that the attack wouldn't have happened if all the guards had been in their places, and accordingly, he considers all the guards here traitors except Fredo, mentioning that the punishment for a traitor is always known, and it's death. The guard captain asks him what's happening and why he killed one of the guards assigned to protect him. Jaeon answers that it's a stupid question and he will execute everyone because of their betrayal of the royal blood. At that moment, the guards were surprised and asked Jaeon what he meant by his words. He answered them, saying that this guard was accused of committing numerous crimes like them, including neglecting his duties, insulting his master, and failing to follow orders, the latest being his escape from the palace during the attack, and because of that, he had to be punished by death. Then he explained to them that he, as prince of the kingdom, had judged them all for treason and that their fate was now death. He asked them if they had any confession or final wish before their execution. The guard captain became angry and said that the prince had discovered their betrayal and their participation in the assassination attempt, and this meant they had no choice but to act. He ordered his soldiers to draw their swords and assured them that they would get rid of Prince Jeon in accordance with their orders. Jeon was laughing and saying that this situation was entertaining, as no one in his previous life had ever dared to betray him. The guard captain attacked Jeon, saying he would finish him off, but Jeon continued laughing and told him that he had asked him to confess his crime before his death, but he hadn't done so and instead added another crime. The captain told him to shut up and die, then attacked him with all his strength, but Jeon easily dodged his attacks and responded with dark magic, saying he would add to his crimes the attempt to assassinate the prince himself. He explained that it wouldn't make a difference because he would die anyway. The guards and soldiers were amazed when they saw this power, and said it was impossible for the weak Prince Jeon to have easily defeated their strong captain. And Fredo was shocked and couldn't believe what happened, saying this wasn't the prince he knew. Then Jeon addressed the soldiers, saying he could eliminate them all as he did with their captain. But wounded dogs are better than new dogs, and they now knew their fate, and from this moment they would obey no orders except his alone. Fredo and all the soldiers bowed before him, declaring their loyalty to him, and Jeon was laughing, saying he hadn't felt this fear in his enemies' hearts for a long time. The next day, Jeon began his training in the palace using his special ability, saying that if his calculations were correct, he would soon be able to raise the power of the falling black star to 1 star. At that moment, Fredo came and told him there was a guest who wanted to meet him. Jeon asked him about her identity, and he answered that she was his fiancée Priscilla. Then Jeon remembered from the novel that Priscilla was an important character known as the Princess of Bad Luck, and he hadn't known before that she was engaged to Jeon in the novel. Jeon went to Priscilla to meet her, and she apologized to him, saying she didn't want to waste his time, and explained the reason for her visit. Then said she came to ask him to break off the engagement between her and him, and she realized the timing was bad, but she was forced to do so, and pointed out that if he objected, they could reach an agreement. Jeon told her he wasn't interested and agreed to her request. Priscilla was surprised by his response and asked him what he meant by his words, but he left her and departed while repeating his agreement to break off the engagement, and promised to send an official letter to her family and the royal family when he had the chance. Priscilla was shocked, wondering what was happening and why he agreed so quickly, and when Jeon left, he was surprised by Priscilla's guards lining up in front of him, where one of them stopped him and asked him to return inside and apologize to Priscilla. Jeon asked him what he meant by apologizing, and the guard answered that Priscilla was from distinguished nobles, and he shouldn't have treated her this way. Jeon laughed, showed his boldness, then immediately gave his opinion on the guard's demand. Meanwhile, Priscilla was in her room, wondering what was happening, and why Jeon abandoned her so coldly, even though he used to beg her family to let him marry her, and she felt that Jeon was the one who broke off the engagement, not her. She decided not to let him reject her like this, so if the engagement had to be broken off, she would be the one to do it. She left her room to call him and tell him she needed to talk to him, but she was surprised that Jeon had defeated her personal guard and overcome him easily, and said in amazement that it was impossible for Jeon to defeat her family's strongest knight Griego without even touching him. Another guard tried to attack Jeon using his magic, but Jeon attacked him and almost killed him, but he changed his mind because he found him too weak to be killed. Then struck him with a dark aura that severely injured him, then grabbed him and told him he had forgiven him this time and threw him next to Priscilla with a warning to know his place, and that they were just insects in his way that he would crush whenever he wanted. Priscilla was shocked by everything she saw and said this wasn't the Jeon she knew, as he had been a cowardly weakling. Jeon told her to take her guards and leave the place, pointing out that he had forgiven them out of respect for her and her family only, but if it happened again, he wouldn't spare their lives. Priscilla ran quickly after Jeon and told him to wait and said she wanted to talk to him, but Jeon found her an annoying girl and asked her what she needed, confirming that there was nothing to talk about between them anymore, as she was no longer his fiancée. After Priscilla asked Jeon to allow her to stay in his palace for some time under the pretext of attending the procedures for breaking off their engagement, she assured him that her presence wouldn't bother him, and she was just waiting to finish the official matters. Jeon initially answered with refusal, but then thought about it, wondering to himself what benefit there was in driving her away at this time, especially since he might use her magical ability to discover hidden enemies inside the palace who were difficult for him to identify. He finally told her she could do what she wanted and stay in his palace, so Priscilla was happy and thanked him, promising herself to investigate more about his new mysterious personality, as he seemed completely different from what she was used to before. 3 days passed during which Priscilla was extremely annoyed. She had only seen Jeon once, despite thinking he would have initiated conversation with her since he agreed to let her stay. She began wondering about the reason for his sudden change, and about that strange energy he used to defeat the guards easily. She thought she had to discover his truth today, and not allow him to ignore her anymore. She went where Jaeon was training with his soldiers, and called to him, protesting his disappearance from her for 3 days. She asked him about the reason for allowing her to stay when he constantly avoided her. Jaeon stopped her, speaking calmly, and asked her to speak to him with respect, befitting his position as a prince and her status as a noble, and reminded her that she was the one who asked to stay in the palace, and he wasn't even obligated to talk to her. Priscilla was surprised by his words and promised not to bother him again, then left silently. As for Jaeon, he ignored her completely and asked his guards to increase the night security procedures for a full week, in addition to providing them with strong armor in preparation for any emergency. Another 3 days passed until a group of assassins began attacking Jaeon's palace again. Jaeon was sitting waiting for their arrival to confront them, while the assassin leader sensed the difficulty of penetrating the palace and noticed the intensity of the security unlike what was rumored before. Suspicions arose among them that they were walking into a tight trap. Suddenly, one of the assassins was attacked and killed without them knowing how it happened. Then the rest of the assassins began falling in the darkness one after another, and only the leader remained, who felt extreme fear and asked the attacker to reveal his identity. Jaeon appeared, announcing that he was the one who killed his companions, and that his fate wouldn't be different from theirs. The assassin was stunned. He thought Prince Jeon had hidden his strength in the succession battles, and began trying to escape to inform whoever sent him, but Jaeon surprised him with a Dark Eagle attack and killed him, telling him he had initially intended to let one of them escape to inform their senders. But unfortunately for him, he decided not to be that dog. Jeon continued inspecting the palace, certain that there were other assassins hiding within the walls. Suddenly, he heard sounds of magical explosions, so he wondered what was happening, and remembered that among the assassins were mages, especially since Priscilla was staying in the palace, and she was also a mage. Indeed, Priscilla was facing one of the assassins with her magical attack and wondering about his identity and how he dared to attack a royal palace. Priscilla used wind magic to defend herself, but the assassins managed to repel the attack quickly and expressed their amazement because they hadn't expected a sorceress protecting Jeon to be in the palace. One of the assassins tried to kill Priscilla using slicing magic and attacked her, saying he would finish her off immediately. Priscilla tried to defend herself with shield magic, but the assassin's dagger broke her shield easily, which shocked her and made her fear death. So she began screaming and asking for help. When the assassin was about to finish her off, he was surprised that his body stopped moving without knowing the reason, and while he was in shock, Jaeon appeared attacking him with dark magic and killed him. One assassin remained watching what was happening, overcome by terror, as all their old information about Jaeon was wrong. He was thought to be weak, while today, he seemed strong with a terrifying aura. Jaeon noticed this assassin and asked him if he intended to attack or flee, so he chose the latter and ran away quickly, saying he wanted to stay alive. Jaeon expected this behavior and found it smart. Priscilla approached Jaeon and asked him about the reason for allowing this assassin to escape, so he answered that he had planted dark magic in his body to be able to track him to their base later, and he would now be able to reach them easily. Jeon said threateningly, "Whoever chose to bother me should be patient a little, as I will visit him soon in a deadly visit in revenge for what he did." The next day, Jaeon started his day normally, and was thinking about the recent assassin incident, saying to himself that after that attack, his Black Star ability became as strong as 1 star, making him much more powerful than before. However, he was suffering from a serious problem, which was the weakness of Jaeon's body that was damaged by the internal magical forces, and he realized he needed to strengthen his body better than that. After a while, Jaeon moved to the guest room to meet his half-sister, Evelyn Agnes, who had arrived to talk with him. Jeon described Evelyn as one of the strongest candidates for the position of emperor like him, and that her power was great to the degree that some compared it to the hero's power in the novel. Among all his siblings, she was actually the closest to taking over the rule, as she was the only one who supported the hero in his battle against the Demon King and his army, while the rest of the siblings used that against her. Evelyn began talking with Jaeon, expressing her happiness at seeing him again, and that a long time had passed without them having a friendly meeting. She asked about his conditions, but he seemed reserved, and asked her what she meant by her words, so she told him she had heard about him being subjected to 2 assassination attempts in his palace during the past week. Jaeon replied to her, confirming that he was being watched by everyone, and that those who attacked him were a group of stupid amateurs like the ones she sent, and that he got rid of them quickly. Evelyn was surprised by his approach and said that Jaeon had never treated her this way before. She expressed her sadness, confirming that the recent incident had affected him and damaged his psyche to the point where he no longer trusted anyone, not even his own family. She apologized, saying what happened was her mistake, and that it was her duty to be more careful about his safety. She suggested sending a full squad of her knights to guard him in the palace, so he wouldn't worry about another attack, and promised to hunt down those who harmed him to the end. But Jaeon cut her off, reassuring her that he didn't need her soldiers. He surprised her by saying he was capable of protecting himself, and that he had personally chosen a group of knights to start training them to protect the palace. Then he asked her about the real reason for her visit, mentioning that he didn't believe she came just out of concern for him. Evelyn answered that she really came to check on him after hearing the news. Despite being very busy, she confirmed he was her younger brother, even though they had different mothers. She pointed out a problem waiting for him. He had reached the legal age for the royal family, which would force him to participate in the succession ceremonies soon. She begged him to withdraw from those ceremonies and everything related to succession for his own safety. John was puzzled by her request and asked why. She explained that her motives were fear and love, and said she wouldn't deceive him. If he participated in the ceremonies, she was certain he would fail and might even die. If he succeeded, enemies would multiply around him, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the tests given his weak skills compared to his siblings. She noted that even if he achieved a miracle and succeeded, his life would move to the one-star palace, with siblings whose only concern was the crown and throne. She believed his stay there would be short anyway. Evelyn released part of her power and threatened Jaeon with her star's ability, confirming that even if he passed the tests, he wouldn't survive more than a day. Jaeon examined the energies emanating from her and identified them as celestial sea stars, the ability that distinguished the royal family's children, the power of legitimate heirs to the throne, destined to rule. John laughed, commenting admiringly on Evelyn's strength and acknowledging she truly deserved to rule. But he added that she had only one problem, then released his power before her, revealing the fallen Black Star ability. He asked her, "What fool told you I was weak, or that I wouldn't be able to rule them all?" The events then shifted to Evelyn, returning to her palace, surrounded by guards, who greeted her at the entrance. The guard captain asked why she returned with all the soldiers who had accompanied her. She told him that her brother Jaeon refused to receive them all, which surprised him. Evelyn confirmed she didn't know the reasons, but was convinced of one thing. Her little brother had changed so much that she no longer knew him, and began wondering if he had been like this from the beginning. She also mentioned the strange and mysterious power Jaeon had shown, confirming it wasn't the celestial sea ability specific to family members, and that it was completely different from all the powers she had seen before. She asked the guard captain to increase the number of guards around the castle, and plant a spy to continuously monitor Jaeon, as she wanted to know everything happening around him at all times. Later, the head servant went to Jaeon, telling him with a smile that Evelyn loved him so much that she was sending him a gift like this to care for and protect him. John was amazed when he saw the gift from his sister. This is a ghoul's heart. Anyone who absorbs it will gain the power of a 1,000-year-old ghoul. Jaeon realized he could greatly increase his strength through this heart, and felt happy that he hadn't entered into conflict with his sister Evelyn, and that her admiration for him had reached the point where she supported him with such a precious gift. Then he remembered Evelyn's celestial sea star and said it was very powerful and closely resembled the black star he possessed. He wondered if his family had also inherited the black star, while thinking that no one else could use this ability, even if they were from his family. He noted that this world didn't follow logic, and that he should maintain his relationship with Evelyn as she might be useful in the future. At that moment, the servant arrived to tell Jaeon that Priscilla had come requesting to meet him, so he allowed her to enter. Priscilla entered angrily and asked why he had summoned her after humiliating her in front of everyone and treating her as if she were his servant. Jane answered that she had lived in his palace for a while, and it was time for her to pay for her stay there. She wouldn't live with him for free. Priscilla was astonished and asked what he meant, confirming that he was a prince and didn't need money from her. He told her he needed something more important than money from her, gave her a manuscript, and asked her to estimate how long it would take to activate it. Priscilla took the manuscript and examined it. Before she could understand its contents, she was shocked. This is an extremely powerful magic circle. Who drew it? He told her he had drawn it himself. She didn't believe him, because the circle was drawn with magical symbols and letters she didn't recognize, and such spells were only drawn by the strongest magic masters in the world. John answered that he didn't want her opinion on the matter. He had asked about the activation time. She said if she started feeding it with her magic now, it would be ready tomorrow. Then she added in amazement that she hadn't known Jaeon was talented in magic to this degree, and from her analysis, the circle was a detection spell aimed at forcing something to appear. She promised to start implementing the circle, but wanted to know his purpose for it, describing the magic as strange. John told her he intended to use it for hunting, and that he had people he needed to get rid of. The next day, Jaeon gathered all the servants and guards in an emergency meeting in the palace training yard. The maid Lenny asked the head servant Sean about the reason for the meeting. He answered that he didn't know, and that Prince Jaeon had changed to the point where he now feared him, preferring to carry out his orders without question for fear of death. The maid confirmed she also felt afraid of him, as it had been a long time since she last felt this way. and that news about Jaeon was spreading throughout the entire kingdom because of his actions. Jaeon addressed everyone and asked them not to move from their places, requesting Priscilla to begin activating the magic circle immediately. Priscilla agreed and began pouring her magical energy into it. The magic started spreading and affecting all present servants and guards. Lenny noticed a strange change in her body due to the magical light and didn't understand exactly what they were doing, but she realized they were in danger. She tried to ask the head servant Sean, who seemed tense and unable to answer due to the magic filling the place. In the next moment, Priscilla cut her finger and dropped her blood into the heart of the circle. The second part began activating, and Sean was shocked and screamed, demanding they stop what was happening. But he lost control of his body and began transforming completely into a terrifying monster. Jaeon watched the situation. This circle is called the Enemy Detection Circle, and it emits powerful detection magic that reveals any disguise within its range. Priscilla was surprised and asked about the identity of the monster that appeared. He simply answered that this was their enemy in its true form. Then he explained that the enemies of humans in the kingdom in the story were monsters who served the Demon King and helped him return, and he had learned that these monsters had infiltrated the kingdom disguised as humans to serve their interests. At that moment, the monster attacked Priscilla, trying to eliminate her. She called out, asking why it was attacking her and not John, who had exposed it. The guards intervened to protect her and announced they would fight the monster. Jaeon said it was natural for the monster to attack Priscilla, known as the Unlucky Princess, since her family's blood was described as evil blood, and monsters greatly preferred it. He pointed out that according to the story's events, the monsters would capture Priscilla in the future and take her as a blood source in their kingdom, keeping her tortured between life and death for her entire life, which is why she was known as the Unlucky Princess. The guards tried to confront the monster, but to no avail. Even the weakest types of monsters easily surpass 6 ordinary men in strength, and facing them is nearly impossible for any human without special abilities. Jaeon kept watching and telling himself he would have to intervene personally, as he didn't want trouble or chaos in his palace right now. Jaeon moved to the confrontation area, facing the monster himself. Priscilla was shocked and asked why he was risking his life. He was a prince and wasn't supposed to endanger himself. At this moment, the monster attacked John with full force, laughing and threatening to eliminate him. John didn't hesitate. He gathered his black energy, grabbed the monster, and examined it carefully, saying he had never dealt with monsters like this before. It had 2 hearts. While the monster tried to hit him and push him away, Jaeon attacked again, provoking it with mockery, asking if it was afraid. The monster screamed, "Shut up. What kind of magic is this? How did you force me to appear? This is a strange power I've never seen in my entire life, even among monsters." Then, "Who are you really?" Flay. It swore it knew Prince Jaeon well, and that this young man was definitely not him. "My identity isn't important. What matters is that you're my enemy, and you're going to die now." The monster screamed that it hated deceivers, swearing that if it defeated him, it would take him to its kingdom for interrogation, then threatened that he would regret this insult. Jaeon replied mockingly that it was just a trivial monster to him. He gathered the Black Star energy and used shadow magic to easily block the monster's attacks, which amazed the creature. Then Jaeon expressed his sarcasm, saying it wasn't strong, and he had warned them from the beginning. Then he launched the Shadow Spear, which dealt fatal injuries to the monster and eliminated it completely. Jaeon was thinking that if his ability hadn't developed to 1 star, he wouldn't have succeeded in the confrontation. He needed to restore his full powers and continue strengthening his body. He also thought that ordinary human bodies might not be able to handle the Black Star at full energy. He noticed he had destroyed both hearts and the monster's magical center, so it could no longer send information to its companions before dying. At that moment, a large number of panicked knights entered the palace courtyard. A knight named Alex stepped forward and introduced himself as being from the White Lion Squad, saying he had come to protect Jaeon. He asked what had happened, and Jaeon learned from them that these were the guards Evelyn wanted to plant in the palace. Jaeon told them nothing had happened worth their concern, and that he himself had eliminated the enemy that appeared without calling anyone and hadn't needed help. Then he pointed out that they shouldn't storm his palace again without his permission. In another scene, we encounter one of Jaeon's brothers, one of the major princes. His assistant arrived and told him there was a problem at Jaeon's palace. The prince was surprised and asked for details because the assassins he had sent there failed despite Jaeon's weakness. His assistant replied that there was news about another incident unrelated to the assassins, and spies close to the palace spotted massive dark magic appearing inside it. They tried their best to understand what happened, but all their spies in the palace were eliminated, and even the servants became afraid to speak any information. The prince said it didn't matter much, but he ordered sending more spies to watch the palace because something strange was happening, and emphasized that he should monitor everything. Before the assistant left, He told him about a circulating rumor. Jian had changed a lot in a week and became violent, and anyone who wronged him was killed immediately. He also developed enormous unknown powers that nobody knew the secret of. The prince commented dismissively that John had been a failure since birth and was a disgrace to the family, comparing him to an angry worm that wouldn't be able to hurt anyone in the end. The assistant told the prince there was a rumor that Jaeon decided to participate in the throne struggle, considering it unexpected. The prince replied confidently that there was no need to worry, describing his brother as stupid and saying he no longer needed to try assassinating him because Jaeon would perish on his own through the succession ceremonies. He asked his assistant to confirm if they had influence over this year's ceremony tests. The assistant confirmed they could indeed interfere, so the prince asked what he needed. He replied, laughing, that he wanted to make John's coronation ceremony a fun party, and they would make sure John never came out of it alive. At this time, John was walking around the city, contemplating, telling himself that only 1 week remained before the coronation ceremony began, and he had to solve some problems before that. He searched the city for a specific place the novel described, until he reached an old building. He identified, this is the headquarters of the secret Moonlight organization, but it's just a front. The truth is this is a branch of the famous Moon Eye intelligence organization. He noted that the whole city knew this place, and entry was allowed for certain people, but that was just a cover. John entered the disguised restaurant and soon the waiter came to ask for his order. He answered with the password, Moonlight Soup. The waiter was surprised, then asked Jian to follow him downstairs, where the secret entrance to the building was. There, the waiter brought him to the branch manager's office. She was surprised that he was the first actual client to request service from this place, telling him it was a rare case. John confirmed if she was really the manager and told her he wanted to request information, but the manager insisted he identify himself first. She said the branch itself had opened recently and nobody knew anything about it except a few people, and it wasn't even in the information of other branches. Therefore, she insisted he tell her how he reached them. John dodged the answer, saying they usually didn't need the client's identity. So if she wasn't in dire need of his money, there was no need for the deal. When he tried to leave, the manager ordered the guards to stop him. They attacked him, but he surprised them and completely froze their bodies using dark power. They stood shocked, wondering why their bodies stopped. So Jaeon told them mockingly that they were skilled but rude, and this way he probably wouldn't deal with idiots like them. He used his power and easily took down everyone, threatening to destroy the entire branch but pardoned them, settling for punishing them for raising weapons against him. John easily eliminated all the assassins who attacked him, then approached the manager and said, "Are you still worried about my identity? I think I've proven it sufficiently. All you need to know is that I'm powerful, and you're obligated to fulfill my request without additional questions." He concluded by asking if she objected. She replied fearfully that she wasn't, and they would do everything he wanted and provide it free as an apology for what happened. Jaeon told them his requests and left, informing the manager she would contact him when the information was ready. The manager, Irene, remained stunned by what happened. She said his quick defeat of the organization's best assassins was unbelievable, and found his request simple. He wanted information about the Black Forest and requested a forged identity. The waiter came and discussed with her the danger this mysterious royal client represented, again suggesting caution in dealing with him. Irene agreed and ordered their best spies to be put on watching him, as they were now involved with someone from the imperial royal family. Agnes, she had examined his distinctive gray hair during the fight. She commented that they couldn't afford to be enemies with a man of such power, but needed to know his intentions, especially why he left the royal palace in disguise. She also recommended gathering all the information he wanted about the Black Forest, and emphasized the need for maximum caution, because just becoming his opponent would mean their end would be near and swift. The waiter agreed to Irene's orders and said he would immediately start gathering all necessary information and send spies to monitor Jaeon and uncover his identity. Irene sat thinking about Jaeon and tried analyzing his power, unique personality, and overwhelming presence. She began strongly suspecting he was one of the imperial family's sons and maybe even one of the throne candidates, but she wanted to confirm for herself. We then moved to Priscilla, who was angrily wandering the palace, feeling John's continued neglect since her arrival. She blamed him for only using her to activate the dark magic circle and expose the disguised monster, then completely ignoring her, without explaining any details, despite her effective help. She guessed the main royal palace might indeed have information about what happened, but didn't want to risk contacting them. She went directly to Jaeon's room to demand a meeting and get explanations. The guards at Jaeon's room confronted her and prevented her from entering. She protested that she had the right as his fiancé, but Alfredo told her that his master, Jaeon, forbade anyone from entering. and he was currently busy communicating with major families about the incident, which was a lie, and completely forbade leaking information about the monster outside the palace. Priscilla insisted, considering herself not a stranger or just a guest, but his fiancé. But Alfredo confronted her with the question of whether she really was, so she got confused and remembered she herself had requested breaking the engagement. Then Alfredo delivered John's message. He no longer needed her in the palace, and if she didn't want anything, she should return home. Priscilla was shocked by his attitude and became extremely angry. In the same context, Jaeon had left the capital and was now traveling by magic train heading to another magic palace. He was amazed that there were actually magic trains, and asked himself whether his kingdom would really develop like this after 100 years, as the novel said, vowing to himself not to let his descendants surpass his achievements in technical development. He activated his detection ability and discovered that Moonlight Organization spies were indeed following him. He expected this and deliberately left his gray hair visible to scare them into taking him seriously and executing his requests quickly, as his goal from the beginning was to control them and benefit from the organization. He recalled details from the novel. The Moonlight Organization would later transform into a secret guild supporting the hero against the monster army, and would sacrifice hugely for the hero after everyone abandoned him, even his family and kingdom, without compensation. This is why he came to them himself to personally verify the event's accuracy and have influence on their course. The train employee announced to everyone they were approaching Rowan City, so Jaeon prepared to get off. When he stepped off the train, he thought about his need for a new assistant, finding that the Royal Knights didn't have sufficient talents and training them would take a long time. He decided to use his future knowledge and the novel to choose a worthy assistant, as he knew that person would be here in Rowan City. Jaeon entered the city and watched it carefully with extreme alertness. He was certain he was in exactly the right place and time. He knew from the novel that every month there was a harsh religious purification event for the city's residents, and this particular month the city would be destroyed after the purification incident, and the destruction would originate from the Black Forest, which alone held the secrets of the residents' true identities. He wanted to enter the Black Forest, and this was only possible with permission from Baron Rowan, who had influence in the place, which was extremely difficult. John went to the security station, and there used shadow energy to summon the spy watching him, threatening her to come out immediately or be killed. The female spy appeared, collapsed from fear and surprised by his complete exposure of her. Joan told her he didn't want to interfere with the Moonlight Organization's original mission, but he had a special and urgent mission for her now. The girl looked at Jaeon with amazement and astonishment, with signs of real shock drawn on her face. She asked him in a choked voice, having noticed his absolute insistence, "How did you know I belonged to the organization? I left no trace behind me and no one saw me at all." But Jaeon remained stone-faced, looked at her with a cold gaze that carried no hesitation or softness, and interrupted her with a commanding and firm tone. "Shut up now. I only care that you focus on my request. What I'm asking of you is much more important than your loyalty to that little organization of yours. Gather every possible piece of information about the mercenary recruitment competition that will take place at Baron Rowan's palace. I also want to know everything about those people in the city who bear a lion's head tattoo containing 6 stars. All the details, names, locations, and even their old secrets." The girl's eyes widened more, and she got confused as she replied, stammering in a tone full of worry, "Sir, I don't understand exactly what you're talking about. Information this precise about the tattoo. Why those people specifically? I have no idea about the meaning of what you're asking me." But Jaeon didn't care about her justifications or attempt to understand, and interrupted her again as he turned his back to leave. "Just carry out the order as I requested from you." Meanwhile, the events shifted to Baron Rowan's palace, where Ryan entered to see her father with determination and strong resolve in her eyes. "This is our only chance for survival. This is my chance to free this people from the grip of those bastards who call themselves the Purifiers. They're the cause of the city's corruption and our people's pain. I must act." The Baron, his worry increasing, asked her, "But how will you get rid of them when they possess the power that has maintained the city's balance for years? Your ancestors who had the ability to use the seal's power failed at more than just containing the demon's evil." Ryan interrupted her father, showing extreme anger. "Enough talk about ancestors. All you do is sing the praises of past heroics and forget your people's suffering today. If our history really matters to you, why do you let the Purifiers control us like this? How many times have they made us suffer?" Then she left him, extremely angry, and spoke to herself. Always the same talk about the ancestors who saved the kingdom from evil, but he forgets that the purifiers doubled the people's suffering compared to what they saved them from. How long will we live under their mercy? Ryan headed to the training field, and her teammates' gazes followed her in silence, having noticed her tension. One of her teammates approached, looking curious, and asked in a low voice, "Ryan, why are you so agitated today?" Her other teammate, Ragno, immediately intervened mockingly. Obviously, she fought with the stupid old man again. When will she give up her stubbornness and listen to some wisdom? Actually, I don't listen to anything that comes from him. Lian, one of the friends, intervened, trying to calm the situation. Ragno, speak respectfully, you're talking about Baron Rowan, owner of the land we stand on. Whatever your differences, you should respect him. Ragno replied stubbornly, he still puts his family's interests above everyone else's good. That's the real reason for our problems. Lion tried to control the discussion. Stop arguing, this won't help us with anything. Ryan tried to change the subject and asked them about the mercenary recruitment situation. Have you found someone strong who deserves to join our ranks? Ragno answered mockingly, you can watch the applicants yourself. Most of them are just pathetic bastards. Their presence in any battle is completely worthless. Lian confirmed what Ragno said. He's right, we're wasting our time with these weak numbers. No one among them has caught attention so far. Ryan felt disappointed and didn't think everyone would be at this level, but she turned to Hart and asked for his opinion, so he answered confidently. Actually, there's only one person I think isn't like the other mercenaries. Since he entered the arena, I felt he was special. I suggest you watch the arena, he's there now. So all eyes turned to the arena, where the mysterious mercenary Epi Jaeon was disguised, so no one would recognize him because of his hair color. All the mercenaries gathered inside the arena, while everyone was watching Ryan and her group in amazement, and some were whispering to others, this group is dangerous. They're some of the strongest hunters in the northern region. What brought them here? As for Jaeon himself, he was watching the place with his sharp gaze, and spoke to himself, the purification ceremony is about to begin. If I don't move quickly, the city might end up destroyed, just like in the original novel. But he finally noticed Ryan's presence and said with hidden joy, I finally found her. This legendary girl who will one day be one of the hero's most important helpers. She's the owner of the rare talent that appears only once every 1,000 years. In the future, she'll be known as the strongest spear user ever and owner of the heavenly spear. But she hasn't matured yet. The Great War hasn't begun. I must take advantage of her appearance during this period for my benefit and make her join under my banner. The referee suddenly announced on the field, you. Get ready, your match will start right now. Jaeon got up and prepared with calm steps and entered the arena amid looks of surprise and whispering among the audience. At this moment Jaeon's opponent appeared, called Ryo, a terrifyingly famous criminal. His name, known to all the city's residents and neighboring cities, but no security forces dared arrest him because of his tyranny and savage strength. Ryo stood defiantly and looked at Jaeon and said sarcastically, you're weird. Listen carefully, in this trial combat we're allowed to kill each other, so you'll remain the first victim today, and I'll make sure you have an unhappy ending. But Jaeon didn't bother to respond to the challenge and said indifferently, won't you stop chattering and finally start fighting? This duel is very boring. Ryo got angry and said sharply, you should have withdrawn before it was too late, but you'll pay the price for your stubbornness, you'll regret it. And he launched a violent attack using his spear, shouting, I'll make you an example for anyone who thinks of opposing me. But Jaeon watched the situation with inner calm, and said to himself, any physical attack in this world always carries strong points and weak points. If I use the strong points I can stop him simply, and by understanding his weak points, I'll avoid damage. Unfortunately, Ryo's power is too weak for me to even need to use my special ability, Black Star, against him. Then, Jaeon began dodging Ryo's attacks with unexpected lightness, avoiding all strikes with amazing ease. Jaeon dodged Yeon's attacks with stunning speed and incredible agility, then muttered to himself in a tone mixing boredom and confidence, very weak. Attacks like these aren't even suitable for training. Impossible to hit me or bring me down. As he launched a lightning-fast counterattack, focusing great power in one strong and precise strike, which knocked Yeon down and threw him far from the fighting arena, to crash to the ground with force that raised dust around him amid everyone's shock. Jaeon then stood over the arena with calm confidence, saying to himself in an audible voice that was almost mocking, really, this is a waste of time. One of them shouted in amazement, impossible. He defeated him with just one strike. We've never seen power like this. Everyone was shocked by Jaeon's strength. They thought he was just a strange unknown beginner, but he proved in one moment that he possessed skill and power beyond their imagination. Even Ryan and her group kept exchanging glances, while in complete amazement. In the viewing corner, Hart was watching Jaeon with great interest. So he turned to Ryan and asked her with his eyes shining with real admiration, what do you think of this man? I haven't seen anyone with this style. He's really impressive, and the strangest thing is he maintains the least effort in executing the finishing move. This is the sign of a real fighter. He completed his analysis. Despite that, I think his body is weak. It's clear he doesn't suit the power hidden inside him. Maybe that's why he chooses precision and speed instead of relying on direct confrontation all the time. Ryan nodded in agreement and answered him. Right, his strength is apparent, but I think he's hiding much more than he shows. There's something mysterious about this man. On the other hand, Ragno was angry and not impressed at all. He frowned and said sarcastically, I don't understand why all this admiration for that bastard. In my opinion, he's so weak that if I hit him by accident, he wouldn't come out of here alive. I don't see anything special about him, just a fragile body that might suit wizards or those who use magic from afar only. But he's not a match for real fighters, and isn't suitable for close battles. And since he can't even use his physical strong points properly, it's impossible for him to be useful to us. Ryan sighed and said tensely, maybe you have some point. Yes, his physical strength is weak, and this is something I wasn't expecting after all the preparations and searching for mercenaries. I spent all this time dreaming of attracting great talent to our side. And in the end, even the mercenaries here don't offer anything worth mentioning. She confided to herself sadly. The purification operation is about to begin, and it seems we must rely on ourselves to survive without anyone's help. But before she could finish her words, Ryan and everyone present were shocked by the sudden appearance of a strange person on the arena, appearing as if shadows had swallowed him for moments while he laughed with sarcasm and pride. His eyes were gleaming with an evil look, and a strange tattoo clearly appeared on his foot, a six-starred lion's head. Ryan gasped and stepped back, shouting in shock. Impossible. This is the symbol of the secret Purification Organization members. As everyone knows that the Purification Organization is nothing but a cover for a secret network serving the demons and monsters sealed in the depths of the Black Forest. They're the ones who spread plagues and bring monsters and try to break the seals of ancient evil. No human or country has been safe from them. They're struck by endless curses wherever they go. The strange person spoke loudly while laughing. You fools, you won't be able to stop us. The mercenaries immediately pounced on him, their voices rising. Who is this scoundrel? Who let him in? Let's finish him off right now. At that moment, the person began transforming, abandoning his human form, and released evil energy that terrified all the leaders and fighters in the place. Ryan, having regained her composure amid the panic, stepped forward and shouted, "There's no place for evil here." She charged toward the enemy with all her strength, using her speed and weapon, and launched a devastating attack that completely destroyed him before everyone's eyes in an amazing moment. The rest of Ryan's group rushed to her, worried about her. They asked her quickly, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" She shook her head and said tiredly, "I got rid of him, but no one knows if he has companions hiding. Check the place quickly, be careful, there might be more. There might be more." She had barely finished her sentence when another shadow appeared, a monster disguised among the rubble. It laughed mockingly, its eyes glowing with evil. It addressed Ryan saying, "You're right. Haven't you figured it out yet? This was all a trap. We wanted to gather you all here so we could finish all the defending forces in one simple strike, with explosion magic." Hearts sank and Ryan immediately screamed, "Everyone, get ready now. This was a trap to destroy us all. He's going to blow up the arena now." But the villain immediately began activating explosion magic, his body glowing with catastrophic energies, and suddenly, the place exploded with a terrible sound that nearly deafened ears. Chaos reigned for moments, but when the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised that the explosion hadn't harmed them at all, and the villain had already been eliminated. Amazement spread among them, and soon some whispered, "What happened? What power neutralized it like that?" Ragno and Leon approached Ryan and said, "We always knew you were strong, but we never imagined you could neutralize an explosion like that. What level of power have you reached?" Hart in turn said supportively, "That's right, even facing the Purification Organization, I think you won't need us after today." Razum smiled and denied it, saying, "You're all wrong. I wasn't the one who stopped the monster's attack or the evil energy. Didn't you notice? Just before the explosion, the strange mercenary Jaeon. He disappeared for moments, and suddenly appeared behind the monster. And then, amid the destruction, he released strange, magical energy, as if everything had stopped for moments. Jaeon succeeded at the crucial moment in stopping the massive explosion, and was able to use his unique power to protect everyone in the training field from destruction. The moment froze amid everyone's amazement, and with the explosion's effect gone, the field looked as if nothing had happened at all, while everyone remained staring in shock and questioning the source of that legendary power. Thanks to my knowledge of the novel, I can predict most events and avoid disasters even before they happen. If I didn't have awareness of the fate that awaited everyone in this place, a great disaster would have occurred now, and most of those in the arena would have been killed by the explosion. My defeat of the other mercenaries wasn't enough to attract Ryan's attention, but after preventing this attack and saving them all, I think I'm finally under her radar. Events passed quickly, and a day after that incident, Ryan gathered all the people who passed the elimination test from the mercenaries, and stood before them with a serious look saying, "From today on, you'll be one team with me. We'll face a dangerous raid and need solidarity. Our next goal is to subdue the Black Forest and eliminate the demoness threatening our city. So I want you to get to know each other now. You're my colleagues from this moment." Jaeon kept watching with interest. Everyone chosen for Ryan's group, realizing that all her main team members were already present, and with them also the girl Kyla and her companion, Namni, who had come to the test secretly and were famous northern mercenaries as well. His attention was also drawn to another girl named Sari, as she was the only one who stood out with clear strength and was officially chosen from the mercenary gathering. He looked at her and examined her carefully, noting that she was hiding real power behind her calm features. Ryan asked everyone to focus with her, then began explaining the main plan briefly and quickly. There's a huge forest separating our city from the western side of the Salus mountain range. Everything in that forest is dark and black. The soil, trees, and even the air. That's why it's called the Black Forest. Since ancient times, anyone who enters the forest doesn't return from it, so passage through it was completely banned. No one escapes if they cross the magic boundaries. Sari interrupted her curiously. "I've heard a lot about the Black Forest, and I know some stories about it, but what I want is the truth. Why now specifically do you want to execute a raid on it? What makes this time so dangerous?" Ryan answered with a sad look. "Long ago, it was said that my great-grandfather, the city's founder, faced the greatest evil when he came here. It was said he covered his body with dragon blood, so he gained their power and was able to defeat evil and destroy the source of corruption, then founded the city of Rowan. But the truth isn't as they tell it. The reality is that my great-grandfather couldn't defeat that evil, but used dragon blood and sealed the demoness inside the heart of the Black Forest. Since then, our city has been suffering because it pays the price for keeping this demoness sealed," she added, directing her gaze to the whole team. "Everything we do from purification ceremonies and sacrifice festivals is just a way to appease the demoness and prevent her from breaking free and breaking the seal." Here, Jeon intervened and said with interest, "So you're talking about the purification festival. It's the annual ritual where they offer sacrifice to the demoness to ensure she never breaks free." Ryan confirmed, "Exactly. After each purification festival, the purification arc process takes place, bringing criminals who are arrested in the city and throwing them to the demoness in the Black Forest as periodic sacrifice." "I understand now. If you mention the purification arc, do you mean that all convicted criminals in the city are actually sacrificed this way?" Ryan answered him with a hint of pain. "Yes, not just prominent convicts. Sometimes they even choose those wrongly accused or those not proven guilty. For the demoness's sake and for tradition's sake, they sacrifice any number they reach. They used to tell children not to go near the square, and I remember when I was little, how I watched some innocents being driven by force to the ark and sacrificed without mercy, just to keep the demoness's seal in place and make everyone feel false security." Ragno laughed sarcastically and said, "Now I understand your purpose from all this. At least now our participation in the raid has meaning, and we can feel that our goal is truly humanitarian and noble." Then Ryan added, "The demoness inside the forest, her powers weaken because the magic barrier has lasted thousands of years. But precisely because of that, very few strong ones can enter the forest, and from here, our only hope of ending this nightmare is your success as a team." Here Kyla intervened and said to Ryan decisively, "I'm convinced by your words and ready to fight, but there's one question that troubles me. Why did you choose this man, Jaeon, with us? At first glance, he seems as far from useful as possible. Suspicious and weak compared to mercenaries." And Ragno agreed with her and laughed. "I agree with Kyla too. I was surprised that you included him with us in the raid when he's honestly far from strength or distinction. No matter how much he tries to prove himself, I don't see anything in him that would help us in the mission." Here, Jaeon smiled mockingly and said to himself, "Northern mercenaries are arrogant as usual, confident in their strength to the point of blindness, yet I know through my knowledge of the future that they'll be strong allies for me if I try to guide them well. My presence among them today will change a lot tomorrow." Although the number of northern mercenaries participating in this mission was only 5 out of the original 7, Ryan stepped forward with confident and steady steps, her eyes contemplating the faces gathered around her, and her tone inspiring confidence. "I know well that Jaeon hasn't shown his strength or clarified his capabilities in front of you so far, but my intuition doesn't fail. I have great certainty that he'll be an influential element in this raid. Ryan's words had a strange effect on the group, especially Ragno, whose features changed from surprise to disapproval. His eyebrows raised, and he seemed like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. As for Jaeon, inside, he was thinking, it's clear that Ryan is still hesitant like the rest of the members. She actually saw a glimpse of my power, but she's not convinced enough. More importantly, she hasn't revealed anything about my power to them so far, so she definitely hasn't fully trusted the northern guys yet. And I also think she realizes that what happened with the attempt to breach the palace training field wasn't coincidence at all, and that there's a traitor in the group who helped the organization's group from the inside. Actually, I know who that person is, but I won't expose him right now. It's important that I let Ryan learn, and rely on her own cleverness and intelligence to discover him herself. This will benefit her and make her stronger later. Ryan cut through his train of thought and called out firmly to everyone present. Come on, everyone. Calm down a bit and focus on our main goal. We're going to talk seriously now about the Dark Forest. Let's study together how we'll enter it, which route might be safer, and review the plan step by step. John preferred isolation and went to train alone with his dark magic. That heavy black aura spread around him as if it would swallow the place. Tree leaves trembled under the effect of his magical waves. Even the soil seemed like it wanted to flee from him. After feeling that the entire area had become saturated with his power, he suddenly pulled everything back and the magic disappeared in one moment as if it had never been there. He whispered to himself in a voice barely audible, "Just one star. That's what's restraining my power and keeping me always weak, unable to unleash what I actually have. The technique I'm thinking about is very powerful, but the price is that my body will almost collapse if I use it against one of the 7 brothers' mercenaries. And the real problem is they're no longer my most dangerous enemies in the story. There are stronger and fiercer opponents coming after them, so I need to quickly reach the 2nd star." Suddenly, while lost in his thoughts, a strange girl appeared before him. "What's this? Your energy is very strange. I haven't seen anyone in years who could move shadow magic with this mastery. How do you control it and release it by yourself? I really want to know all the secrets of your power." Jaeon was surprised by her sudden presence and looked at her cautiously. "It's clear you're not an ordinary person. Important question, how did you get out of the seal? I was sure the seal hadn't been broken yet. You really discovered my identity this quickly. You're a special person, just as I expected. But listen to my advice, if you really want to stay alive, don't enter the Dark Forest with Ryan and her team." Jaeon asked with genuine surprise as curiosity began to stir in him. "And why? I'm surprised that you're suddenly here. Why specifically are you warning me?" She laughed and said in a calm tone but full of threat, "The answer is simpler than simple. I won't repeat this again. If you enter the forest and ignore the advice, I'll eliminate all of you myself." She quickly disappeared as she had appeared without any trace, and Jaeon remained smiling, calmly, the laugh never leaving his face. "The demoness herself came out to threaten me. I couldn't waste an opportunity like this. It's clear that my actions are making the story's events change more than I thought, but it doesn't matter. I never liked this story anyway, and I decided to change all the events my way." After minutes and while wandering around, Jaeon sent night signals to the moon I spy, so she appeared hiding above the tree. She jumped in front of him, panting with surprise. "Really? How do you know my location every time? You're really scary." Jaeon asked her, "Did you prepare what I asked for?" She replied, while digging in her pocket and pulling it out for him. "The rare thing you want. A storage stone of the highest level, exactly as you described. I brought it to you with great difficulty. And because of that, you'll pay more." Seriously, the mission was almost impossible. "But, what are you planning to use the storage stone for anyway?" He took the stone from her, and looked at it with a meaningful smile, and said, "Surrender." She looked at him with confusion filling her face. "Surrender? What are you talking about? Even when you exhaust me, you don't explain a single word." Jaeon left her without giving any more details, and simply said to her calmly and briefly, "You'll understand soon." The spy hesitated, trying to explain his behavior to herself. "Every time, he treats me like I'm a servant, doesn't even talk or tell me how he'll act. I'll just say, I have to report to the manager." After that, Jaeon headed to join the rest of the group, and they all set off walking carefully as they prepared to enter the Dark Forest. His heart was jumping with anticipation and excitement, and he smiled to himself. The real time for adventure has begun. Everyone entered together into the forest's depths, and with every step they took, the darkness grew thicker. The trees became blacker until the trunks and leaves seemed to absorb the sunlight completely. Even the air became heavy, laden with the smell of ancient dust and frightening magic. Hart kept looking around suspiciously, and tension began increasing in his voice as he said in wonder, "What is this place we're in? The whole forest looks cursed. This is impossible. The kingdom itself should have come and sent the strongest knights and sorcerers to save us from what's happening here, not us. The situation seems bigger than anyone's capabilities. Everyone's eyes began turning and watching the shadows moving among them, and the journey of the dark forest began with all its danger and dark mystery. As the group penetrated deeper into the dark forest, Jaeon was watching everyone from behind with a sharp eye, and many questions were spinning in his head. It's strange that Ryan never clarified details about the demoness's danger in the forest or even anything about her power, but I noticed that the trust between her and the team is almost blind. Pretty sure someone like Kira is the most suspicious person of me here. Her eye is on me all the time as if she's expecting me to attack her, and she has no intention of believing or trusting Ryan about me. Ryan reached the middle of the forest at those moments, felt that the atmosphere had become heavier, and that the dark demonic energy had become suffocating. She quickly turned to the team and announced, "Get ready well. The demonic energy here is very strong. I think we're close to reaching the demoness herself." Here, Lien questioned the plan, feeling afraid. Are we really going to enter directly like this, without any prior plan or preparation for battle? Ryan replied with rare confidence. Exactly. There's no traditional plan that can work here. She drew her famous spear, lightning spear, and waved it, adding, "But so we can maintain our dignity as knights and nobles, we must warn the forest inhabitants before we enter upon them." In one moment, Ryan struck the lightning spear forcefully forward, and its destruction consumed the entire area. Everything in front of her turned to ash, trees exploded, and all the air turned into bright lightning flashes. There, now when we see the monsters and demons in the forest, our presence won't surprise them and the battle's direction is completely clear. Ryan then shouted, "Come on, move quickly. Our goal is to eliminate every trace of dark power here." Then she ran quickly to the depths, urging the rest of her group to follow her. Ragnar was watching her advance and smiled with satisfaction mixed with caution, then said to Lien, "See, as usual, the first one to rush. Do you have a plan we can use if everything gets out of control?" Lien shook his head negatively. "Unfortunately, no." Ragnar didn't wait any longer but rushed after Ryan quickly, saying with feigned surprise, "So simply, if things go crazy, there's no one here to control matters. Then it's better we avoid problems and focus more." Ryan, at that moment, was moving quickly between the dark trees, but she suddenly stopped at the sound of rustling and several red eyes in the darkness. Suddenly, massive savage wolves appeared before her. Their number exceeded 10, and they began quietly surrounding her team in a terrifying manner. Ryan stood and said seriously, "These are savage wolves. I've heard a lot about their strength, and they're really the reason for all the attacks we've experienced recently on the city." She hadn't finished her sentence when all the wolves jumped toward her with terrifying speed. Ryan showed some confusion for a moment and said, "I think I rushed more than necessary. Their number and speed are greater than even my ability to escape." But Ragnar didn't leave her in trouble. He used his special ability and activated his explosive hand, moved in the blink of an eye in front of Ryan, struck the wolves with one blow that shook the entire ground, and eliminated most of them immediately. Then he turned to Ryan, smiling, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to be reckless? I'm always known to be in the front, and I'll keep protecting everyone, no matter what happens." Hart didn't delay, used his assassination and quick transport skills, jumped between the wolves and strangled them one after another with precise quick movements. Then addressed Ryan while fighting, "You focus ahead, and I'll handle covering your back and getting rid of any beast that chases us. Let's finish them quickly and regain strength." With each round, whenever they finished a number of wolves, a larger and fiercer number appeared, until the team began feeling exhausted. Kira was watching the situation closely and said loudly, "Their number is unnatural, as if they're endless. We need to change our approach." Kayla raised her hand and announced, "Listen to me, I have a plan, but everyone back away from me right now." And Kayla began summoning her energy with intense focus. A blue flame aura appeared around her, then she unleashed her destructive wave toward the wolves. Everything touched by the blue flame burned completely until it disappeared. The ground itself became like embers, and the main wolves' attack was over. Namni approached Kayla and said quickly, "Watch out, get back, I'll cover you now." It wasn't long before new monsters appeared and started coming by the hundreds. Jaeon kept watching everyone from behind and said to himself, "Amazing. There's great teamwork between the team members. It's clear they've trained together since childhood and know each other's moves by heart. Even their movements are coordinated like they're one mind." John continued his thoughts. "This is the perfect time to move to the next step of my plan. There are increasing numbers of monsters in all directions, and they're starting to surround the entire place." Suddenly, a massive monster bat appeared above Jaeon's head and swooped down on him with lightning speed. Jaeon smiled and said, "Perfect. Here comes the right bastard to test something I've been preparing." At that moment, Siri screamed in warning, "John, get away right now, its attack is deadly." Jaeon moved gracefully, easily dodging the bat's attack. then turned to Siri and said confidently and calmly, "Just watch. I don't need anyone worrying about me." He unleashed his shadow magic. Dark energies wrapped around his arm, and in one moment he brought down the huge bat and completely destroyed it. Kayla and the rest of the team stared at Jaeon in complete amazement. Their view of him changed, and they began watching him with great interest and suspicion. Jaeon stood in the middle of the forest, watching the massive monster bat's body turn into black shadows that faded with the wind, then muttered to himself in a low voice, as if explaining to himself or sending a hidden message. "I cut the magical link between this monster and the demoness, and this is the fastest way to get rid of them without a long fight. Who exactly are you? What kind of power are you using? I've never seen shadow magic like this. What's your truth, Jaeon?" The tension escalated more, and Kayla raised her voice angrily. "Are you going to answer my question or not? If you keep this up, I'll consider you an enemy and attack you myself." But the critical moment was interrupted by the earth itself. The forest shook with tremendous force and a massive monster bear appeared between the trees, raging as if the earth was releasing all its anger in the form of one monster. Its roar shook the night air and the remaining sunlight suddenly disappeared. Ryan immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop the petty fighting. Get ready quickly and get back into battle formation. This monster is much bigger and stronger than what we've faced." Jaeon between satisfaction and mockery, as if he had been waiting for this particular monster to rise. Finally, it started. This was the moment I've been waiting for. With terrifying slowness, the trees themselves around the group began closing in on them. John raised his hand and called out, "Everyone watch out for yourselves." Ragno, despite his intense tension, shouted to the group, "Nobody lose focus. Keep formation and follow instructions like we agreed. This bear is dangerous, but we can handle the confrontation." The monster bear suddenly jumped with tremendous force toward Ryan and Ragno, but with amazing agility, they managed to get away at the last moment, and one of the trees was destroyed from the impact. Hart was trying to join the rest of the group, but the trees suddenly closed in on him and isolated him from everyone. He found himself trapped with Jaeon in a dark circle that closed around them, and the ground itself seemed to be changing shape, and began moving them away from the main battle location. Hart tried to move quickly and whispered, "This isn't natural. The trees are breathing around us and moving us. Why am I the only one who got separated and ended up with you here?" Jaeon laughed and said calmly without any confusion, "The answer is simple. I brought you here on purpose, because I'm not going to give you a chance to kill Ryan like you're planning." Hart's eyes widened in surprise, and he began breathing rapidly, then laughed nervously. "What are you talking about? Are you hallucinating or threatening me?" Jaeon answered confidently, "Enough lying, Hart. I know you're the son of the noble Samiadel family, rulers of the north, just like the Ryam family rules the regions. And I know that despite your good reputation as a noble and strong mercenary from the Seven, the truth that nobody knows is that you're also a member of the secret purification cult. Not just any member, but someone with high rank in it. You serve the demoness and manipulate everyone for your personal benefit." Hart began stepping back, shocked, and said in a hoarse voice, "How did you know this? And does anyone else besides you know this truth?" Jaeon laughed more and said sharply, "What would make me tell anyone else? This is between you and me." Hart smiled sarcastically and said, having regained his confidence, "You're stupid or overconfident, because now, the easiest thing I can do is kill you here before anyone knows anything about me. This way, my secret disappears with you forever, and I can continue my plan and get rid of Ryan easily." Jaeon replied, "You're overconfident. But unfortunately, all your plans will be wasted here." Hart suddenly used his special cutting sword skill and drew his sword with terrifying speed. "You'll see my strongest techniques, and you won't even have time to think about escaping." Hart attacked with amazing speed, smiled roughly, and shouted, "My speed makes my enemies not even see my sword. Only one champion in all my battles managed to dodge it. You're not one of them. Get ready to die." But the surprise was that Hart's attack didn't hit Jaeon at all. Time stopped for a second, and Hart found himself screaming in pain. Jaeon had entered his attack circle and cut off the hand holding the sword with amazing skill before he realized it. Hart fell to his knees, screaming in pain, saying in amazement, How did this happen? Why didn't my fastest strike hit you? I didn't even see a glimpse of your attack." John stood in front of him in deadly calm and said, "You made two big mistakes. First, you thought you were stronger than me, and that's not true. Second, you didn't attack me with full force from the beginning. You had your only chance to finish me in the first moment, but your arrogance made you play and show off. Now, your chance is over." John unleashed his Black Star powers at that moment, and a dark aura appeared around him as if swallowing the light from the air, and Hart was terrified. But madness took control of him, and he screamed and unleashed his final special ability, rushing with everything he had left toward Jaeon in a desperate attempt to attack. Hart rushed with his attack using his special ability, Moon Cutter, and shouted with a voice full of pride and confidence, "I'm attacking you with my special ability, Moon Cutter, and no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to survive this attack." He was laughing sarcastically and asking Jaeon, "What will you do now? You'll meet your end today without doubt." But Jaeon was facing the situation with calm and steadiness. He looked at him with eyes full of mockery and said, "You're repeating the same mistakes I told you about." He unleashed his Black Star ability, his magical energy spread everywhere around him, and he countered Hart's attacks easily. Then added, "I asked you not to underestimate my power, but you're truly stupid." Hart was amazed by the scene and said with his mouth half open, "This is impossible. No one can deal with my attack." In a flash, Jaeon moved in front of Hart, approached him and said in a cold, focused tone, "But when I told you about your betrayal, you should have realized there's a huge difference between our powers, and then you should have used the opportunity to escape." John's magical energy unleashed at that moment with full intensity and attacked him, managing to deliver a fatal blow. Hart was shocked, and signs of death began appearing on him as he said in a weak voice, "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to stop our plan because execution has already begun." John replied with quiet confidence, "Don't worry, I know everything about them, and about the hidden members like you, and the moment they move, I'll destroy them one by one." Hart stepped back, eyes wide. "This is impossible. Who are you?" Joan finished him off in that moment. Jaeon moved through the forest afterward, his voice calm as he spoke to himself. Ryan and her group should be in the middle of the forest by now. I need to finish my task here quickly and catch up with them. As he moved through the dark forest passages, he soon found a massive stone tablet in one of the shadowy corners. He muttered, "I was sure I'd find this tablet here. This is a sacred tablet, previously used to seal the demon in this forest for years. I don't know why they left it here. It would have been better in the middle of the forest where its power would be greater. But that doesn't matter now. I don't have time to think about these details. I need to use the tablet for my plan immediately." But as soon as Jaeon approached the tablet, he was surprised by giant hands appearing behind him. "Looks like there are powerful spirits sealed in this tablet, and they're starting to appear as soon as I got close to it." Those giant hands attacked him quickly, but Jaeon was completely focused, skillfully blocking all their attacks using his magic. He muttered to himself, "Getting rid of those hands won't solve the problem. I need to find the main spirit, controlling them all." Without hesitation, he went directly to the spirit hiding in the forest shadows. "This is the spirit I'm looking for." He attacked it with all his strength and finally managed to destroy it. And with that, the hands and other attacking spirits will automatically disappear. Indeed, those spirits began disappearing one by one as the main spirit vanished. John approached the sacred tablet again, his eyes full of seriousness and determination. According to the story, the hero party is supposed to use this tablet in the future to seal the demon known for evil. But of course, if I let them do what they want, the seal will be far too weak. That's why I need to intervene myself now. He began merging his magic and ancient magic circles with the tablet. This will make the seal much stronger. Then he used the storage stone to transfer the sacred spirit within it to help against the demon. But suddenly strange energy emerged from the forest depths. "Looks like the event I was waiting for has finally begun." He quickly rushed to where Ryan and her group were advancing through the forest. Hearing their tense argument, Ragno was asking them, "Are we still going to advance further? We should have rescued Hart before coming here since we're spending all this time." Kyla replied firmly, "Stop the worthless talk now and continue your mission. We have plenty of monsters ahead and need to deal with them." Ryan told them, "We need to move to a deeper point in the forest. I'm sure we'll find the demon and her sealing stone there." Ryan was tense, wondering to herself about the demon's power they would face, but she didn't know any real information about that power. But Siri suddenly intervened and stopped in front of them. "You'd better not continue on your path. There's great danger ahead of you." Ryan asked her, "What do you mean?" Siri told her, "I sense enormous demonic energy ahead, and I assure you that you'll all die if you advance any further." Suddenly, the forest began closing in on them, and the trees blocked all the passages. Ryan was shocked. What's happening? Why is the forest trapping us like this? At that moment, the demon suddenly appeared before them, a being wrapped in darkness and dread, and approached them. "I've been waiting for you for so long. You wasted a lot of time." Ryan was terrified and whispered, "The evil has finally appeared." But the demon was puzzled by Ryan's words. "Do you mean me by the evil one? I really hate that title." She approached them and added, "Why do you call me evil? I was just achieving my goals. Just like each of you has your own goals you strive for." Ryan shouted to her team, "Get ready, we'll fight her now. She's still newly freed from the seal, so no doubt her power hasn't fully returned yet." Ragnall was amazed. "I can't believe this is the powerful demon that was imprisoned in the forest." Ryan replied, I was sure it was her, the sealed demon. I was able to sense her presence, but she's very weak now because the seal hasn't completely disappeared yet. Then, she asked everyone to attack the demon immediately. Come on, we need to attack her now and finish her off. But she was shocked when Ragnall fell in front of her, after receiving a fatal injury, collapsing beside her and dying instantly. Ryan was stunned. What's happening? Who attacked him now? The demon didn't even move from her spot. She began checking her group members, only to discover they had all been killed by Lion himself. Kyla was shocked. What did you do? Why are you attacking your friends? Have you lost your mind? Ryan was stunned. This is impossible. Lion was laughing and moving away from them. You're all so stupid. I don't have friends at all, and my only loyalty is to the beast that rules this forest. Then he approached the demon, revealing his tattoo. I came to your place as I promised you, and I must fulfill my promise to serve you and free you from this place. Ryan was amazed. Impossible. Lion belongs to the purification cult. How is that? I don't understand. Lion told the demon. I punished the scoundrels who invaded your forest intending to harm you, and I also brought you Ryan, granddaughter of the hero who sealed you in the forest, so you can finally get your revenge. Ryan looked shocked. What are you talking about? We're friends. We should be more than family. We grew up together since we were 3 years old. Lion ignored her and told the demon, the hero's granddaughter is now at your mercy, and you'll be able to get revenge on her for the injustice you suffered from being sealed in the forest by her grandfather. The demon spoke to Lion. You're right, I don't like this girl. She seems stupid and unaware of her true power. But still, why did you kill my prey? I don't like sharing my meal with anyone. Lion was surprised by her question. What do you mean? I got rid of them to protect you. That's my duty. But the demon attacked him with her magic and killed him instantly. I hate stupid followers like you. Then she turned to Ryan. What do you think? Do you think you came to my forest as a hunter or as prey? At that moment, we shift to Siri, who appeared before Jian as he headed toward the demon's location. Siri looked scared and asked Jian to flee with her immediately. Lion betrayed us. He killed all the group members. The demon that appeared has terrifying power. No human can defeat her or even touch her. Jaeon was puzzled. Did you leave your group and run away? Siri looked disturbed. What are you thinking? We need to flee from here immediately. We don't have time. The demon will find us soon and kill us. We need to ask for help to save Ryan. But Jaeon was laughing. And why would we ask for help? This is the perfect opportunity for Ryan to become stronger. This has been my goal from the beginning. Then we learn the demon's truth. She had been just an ordinary human who was born and lived her childhood normally. But as days passed, her desire for bloodshed increased, and she couldn't explain what was happening inside her. Until she met a fortune teller who told her that her fate had already been determined, and that she would become a known demon, an enemy of humanity. At that point, the girl didn't doubt the fortune teller's words, because she realized her destiny had been drawn for her and she wouldn't be able to change it. In fact, she didn't want to change her fate at all. She didn't want to escape from a destiny that was enjoyable for her, because this way she could feel the pleasure of killing without blaming herself. She knew that her consequence would be sealing because of her transformation into an enemy of the whole world. But she didn't care and continued her path in blood, as this path was her only way to feel ecstasy. We return to the demon standing before Ryan, addressing her mockingly. Are you really the granddaughter of the hero Denier? I never thought that strong bastard would produce such weak offspring. Even bringing you to me was entertaining. He was extremely weak to me, but he succeeded in finding a way to seal me. But you don't seem entertaining. Even finishing you off won't be entertaining for me. Finally, she asked, do you know that I'm going to attack the city of Rowan and destroy it completely after I get rid of you first? Ryan was suddenly in a state of shock and amazement when she heard the demon's threat toward the city of Ronan. She immediately began gathering all her strength, determined not to let evil extend to her people. The demon addressed her mockingly. I've suppressed my desire to feed on humans for a long time because of the seal, and I was only allowed 5 people per month. But now I'm free and my hunger is so great that one city won't satisfy it. Anger swept across Ryan's features, so she unleashed her power. I will never let you do that. The demon looked at her with surprise. Have you finally decided to resist? I thought you would surrender or try to escape. But Ryan clenched her fist, summoned her spear with lightning power. I can't let you play around as you please. I'll get rid of you now and protect my city. She launched forward and stabbed the demon with the lightning spear. How many more humans will you need to satisfy your beastly hunger? You've killed many innocents from my people, and I'll end your life along with this hunger. Here, the demon laughed loudly. Finally, you came to your senses and decided to fight me. I thought you were boring and I wouldn't enjoy eating you, as I hate feeding on desperate people because my pleasure becomes weak. I like devouring them at the peak of their courage. Ryan felt confused and wronged. How is she still alive? I attacked her with all my strength. The demon laughed. This power won't even affect me. Suddenly, several savage wolves burst from her body. I love that glint of despair in your eyes. You finally abandoned your courage and decided to surrender. Ryan felt terrified. I'll die if those beasts hit me. She dodged the savage wolves' attacks with incredible speed and moved away from them. I'll finish you off now. She approached the demoness again. But at that moment, another savage wolf appeared and swallowed her spear before it could touch the demoness. Ryan was shocked. Impossible. My spear made of black metal was destroyed like that. Immediately, the demoness released a large number of beasts. You should use all your power now. My entertainment is starting to fade. Ryan was utterly stunned. I never imagined the gap between our powers was this huge. The beasts rushed toward her. She tried to attack but had to dodge them and quickly escape their vicinity, while the demoness kept laughing. You must use all your power now. You'll be killed by my wolves as if you never fought me at all. Ryan moved quickly upward and gathered lightning magic, summoning a lightning spear in her hands. I have to destroy this demoness with just one attack. She's extremely powerful now, and if her power is completely freed from the seal, she'll become a danger to the entire world. She sent all the mana and magical energy into the lightning spear. I'll lose all my energy after this strike, but I have no other choice. She launched a violent attack that shattered the ground and completely destroyed the place with the power of the lightning spear. Ryan collapsed to the ground, exhausted by pain and suffering from the loss of all her energy and magic. I haven't depleted my power and magic like this in a long time. My body will suffer for a long time after using my secret technique, but I had no other solution. The demoness must have been severely injured by this attack. I need to make sure she's destroyed before she recovers her full energy. But the surprise was the demoness appearing before her, laughing mockingly. Did you really think an attack like that would actually kill me? Your attack was strong, and if I were truly weak because of the seal as you imagine, I would have died now. But you're wrong. The seal was broken long ago. I simply didn't move or attack you because I was recovering my strength and health. Now I'm at the peak of my power. Then, she summoned a huge number of demonic serpents and prepared to attack. Ryan said, "This is impossible. This means she's been at full power for a long time." The demoness kept laughing. "Exactly. You never had any chance of beating me from the beginning. I was just giving you hope, so I could destroy you at the peak of your despair." She sent her serpents to attack Ryan. "What do you think now? Do you still believe you can defeat me?" Ryan's strength failed her. "This is impossible. No one can defeat her. We never had any chance at all." The serpents attacked Ryan. Unable to move, she muttered in pain, "I have no chance of escape or victory. Everything that happened was my fault. My friends were killed and my city will be destroyed because of me. I was foolish and deserved to die before them." The serpents surrounded her and were about to finish her off. At that moment, Jane appeared, using dark magic to counter the serpents, which completely shocked Ryan. Where did this magic come from? Great amazement showed on her face when she saw Jaeon directly in front of her. She asked him, stuttering, "What are you doing here?" But she quickly lost consciousness. Jaeon kept watching her, muttering to himself. It seems she was severely shocked by what she faced. The power gap between them was enormous, so much that it destroyed the courage that drove her to fight. The demoness was still laughing. "I didn't expect you to show up here. I told you before that I'd kill you if you came to my place." Jaeon smiled. "Should I call you by your demonic name, or by Loshina from when you were human?" The demoness froze in place and looked at him in amazement. "I never expected you to know my identity." Then she began gathering her magic. "Do you know my other titles too? Are you stupid enough to come here knowing my true power?" Jaeon smiled calmly. "Of course, I know all your titles. You're humanity's enemy, and the fiercest creature to kill humans in their history. And the most famous number the world knows you by is your title, the Demonic Blood Witch." Loshina replied with calm confidence, "I know you're not stupid, and what you saw now should have been enough to warn you to run from me." Jaeon said with a confident smile, "And why would I run?" She answered, "Because I'll kill you if you don't run from here." "The answer is obvious." Jaeon laughed. "Unfortunately, I don't intend to die today, especially at your hands." Loshina seemed surprised. "What do you mean? What's the reason for coming here in the first place?" Jaeon said, "Simply put, I came here to make you submit to me, and from now on you'll be my follower." Then he added, addressing her confidently, "Since the moment I arrived in this world, you've always been one of my main targets to convert into one of my followers to achieve my goal. At first, I planned to add Ryan to my team, but I decided to give up on her because she's not mature yet, and she's supposed to be part of the hero's team. I don't want to affect his path because he'll be helpful to me in the future." Loshina laughed loudly. "Are you saying now that you'll turn me into your follower? You must be truly foolish. But I like entertaining enemies. I'll give you a chance to prove your ability to do this." She released her power, unleashing an army of demonic beasts and directing them toward Jaeon. "Show me your ability now and face me with everything you have." Jaeon took out his storage stone and summoned the sacred seal spirit from it, threw it before her and activated it in the place, then began activating seal magic on Loshina. Loshina was surprised. "What are you doing?" Jian said firmly, I'm sealing you. I told you from the beginning that you'll be my follower. In an instant, both of them were transported into a magical world created by the sacred tablet. Jaeon said, this magical world was made with the magic in the sacred tablet, and the tablet's function is to harm the spirit and beast that tries to serve it. Here, we'll be imprisoned in a magical world, and the stronger spirit will seal the weaker one. The wizard who created this tablet is known for soul destruction magic. He continued with a cunning smile, I was prepared for battle from the beginning. So I searched for the tablet first, then stored it in the storage stone I took from the spy. The sacred tablet has several parts, but I can't store them all, so I used only the main part. True, the magic will be weaker, but it will serve the purpose. Loshina laughed again. Do you think that with this old trick, you'll be able to seal me again with ancient magic? There's one problem with your plan. She added confidently, I knew what you would do, and I watched you and your team from the moment you entered the forest. Do you think I let you take the sacred tablet like that, without purpose? I knew you would use it against me, she said coldly. The answer is simple. It won't help you against me. Soul destruction magic isn't seal magic as you think, but an ancient art that consumes the stronger soul to destroy the weaker soul. That's why I tell you that you'll fail, because the seal spirit is much weaker than me. Then she continued, that bastard Derner used many tricks to succeed in sealing me in my moment of weakness, but luck doesn't repeat twice. I spent centuries in the forest sealed, and I strengthened my soul with demonic magic and huge sacrifices. It's impossible for you to win now. The magic around her intensified. What do you think? Does he think he can defeat me despite my soul's power? I offered you a chance to escape and wanted to spare you. But you're a fool and trapped yourself in magic that only one soul survives. You'll lose your life. Jaeon said calmly, I myself don't know which soul is stronger. We'll find out now. We won't lose anything. He continued, I was always wondering, is the soul inside me really that of the strongest emperor in the world? Or is it just Jaeon's soul carrying memories and part of the power? I'll test my theory now. He went on explaining, soul destruction magic compares two souls, then, the stronger soul destroys the weaker soul. If my original soul is still inside me, I'll lose the battle now. Loshina laughed loudly. Did you really come here to test your soul and power? You couldn't even defeat 7 of the strongest mercenaries combined. So how do you think you'll beat me? She continued threateningly, I was thinking of leaving you alive because your power deserves life, but you provoked me, so I decided your life has no value anymore. She said that, released her power in the next moment and began summoning a large number of demonic serpents. Do you know how many souls I've stored in my body? She asked Jaeon, then merged those serpents into a giant demonic serpent. This is my special ability, Sangaria's Dream, which will absorb and destroy your soul. Loshina attacked Jaeon with the giant serpent, laughing mockingly. It's over for you now. You'll become part of my power, and my soul will crush you. But Jaeon unleashed dark magic in a flash, annihilating the serpent in seconds, and even cut off Loshina's hand at the same moment. Loshina stood stunned, looking at her severed hand in disbelief. What's happening? Why was my hand cut off? I'm sure you didn't use a special attack. So why did my ability vanish with my hand? Jaeon answered calmly, the answer is simple. Serpents can't devour prey much larger than themselves. Because of my power and thanks to your soul and our entry into soul destruction magic, I can release a large part of my power without fear of my body being destroyed. That's why I can now use part of my old power. And when the Black Star's power is completely unleashed, no enemy can face it. Loshina was healing herself while asking nervously, what did you do? He answered, I think you already know. You're weaker than me now. Loshina got angry and unleashed her magic. How dare you end it this way? I'll destroy you now. John said coldly, you talk too much. You're a waste of time. Then he attacked her with all his power, throwing her into the wall until the soul world shook and a crack appeared in the magic, while Loshina remained stunned. What is this power? What's happening? Jaeon moved quickly in front of her. You know the truth, or you're more stupid than I thought, she said while stunned. This is impossible. No human is stronger than me. Jaeon didn't give her the chance, pouncing on her quickly and destroying her head. I came here to prove your theory wrong. Your power doesn't compare to mine. I'm stronger. As soon as she was about to collapse, he asked her, will you surrender now? Resistance won't help. Loshina quickly regenerated her head and retreated far away, screaming and cursing at him. How dare you? I'm the strongest demoness who terrorized humanity. I've been too merciful with you, but now you'll realize why humans feared me. I'll make you suffer and wish for death from me before I end your life. But Jaeon moved to her and attacked her with his prayer magic. destroying her once again. You talk too much. I told you the power gap between us is so huge that you won't even be able to scratch me. Lucina continued regenerating her body with the demonic blood witch's magical power, but John kept destroying her each time. With every regeneration attempt, Lucina became more shocked and wondered, what's happening? Why can't I escape from him? His power is crushing, and my body gets destroyed every time he touches me. She suffered and screamed, no, this is impossible. No human can do this to me. For the first time in my life as a demonic witch, I feel humiliation and shame, and worse, I'm starting to feel fear. When did my heart start beating with fear? I think it was the moment he stopped my strongest abilities and cut off my hand without me even seeing his attack. No, it was when he told me he came to test his power on me. I didn't understand his words then, and I didn't suspect he wasn't an ordinary human. I thought I was controlling him since he entered the forest, and I allowed him to take the sacred tablet, thinking he wouldn't be able to use it against me. I imagined I would control him in the end, but I was wrong the whole time. He deceived me from the beginning, made me think he lost control while he was weaving the threads of his plan to control me. Lucina's gaze filled with terror, and she whispered, what will I do now? I never thought I might die even against the heroes themselves. Lucina kept screaming and begging him to stop, but Jaeon was laughing. You're asking me to stop. Don't worry, I know there are many souls in your body mixed with your original soul, so you won't die now. He continued his attack, burning her with the Black Star's power and said, your special ability, Sanjaria's Dream, allows you to drain the life and age of those you kill and use them for your power, which is why you have many souls inside you and don't die easily. Lucina was shocked. How did you know about my special ability? And about the souls? This is impossible. Jaeon said briefly, be quiet. He continued tearing her apart every time she regenerated, and added, there are many magical obedience contracts, but the strongest contract is the one that seals and binds the soul directly. This is extremely rare, as no one can easily reach another person's soul. But because we're inside soul destruction magic, I can now easily imprint the obedience I want on your soul. He kept laughing loudly and said, I'll teach you obedience myself, and you'll know that I'm your master, and you'll serve me for the rest of your life. Jaeon said while smiling, the Black Star's ability is to plant fear in any being's soul, and I'll use this power to turn you into my servant. And I haven't even reached a quarter of those souls. I'll keep destroying you over and over until I reach half the souls, then we'll talk together. Moments of violent fighting passed inside the soul destruction magic world, and when the battle finally ended, Jaeon emerged victorious from the magic to find himself in the same place he entered from. He said while observing things around him, it seems not much time has passed since I entered the soul world. Ryan is still sleeping on the ground. I think I only stayed there for 5 minutes. He looked toward Lucina, who was still suffering from what he did to her in the soul world. He said to himself, I've planted the obedience contract directly on her soul. It's not the perfect contract I was hoping for, but it serves the purpose. I intended to establish obedience deeper in her soul, but the soul destruction magic couldn't withstand the Black Star's ability and broke quickly. The important thing is that I managed to do it. If I hadn't intervened and defeated Lucina, she would have exploded her power as the demonic chaos witch and spread destruction in the world, causing many disasters for the kingdom and the hero. Now I'm changing the future again. Lucina finally woke up, watching Jaeon with amazement and muttering, this is impossible. I've been defeated. For the first time in my life, I felt such fear before a human. And worse than that, he planted an obedience contract on my soul itself. Where did this bastard get such crushing power? I've never faced a human with this power before. Despite her bitterness, she started laughing and said to him, I'm now obligated to obey you thanks to the contract, but I promise you that the day will come when I'll lift this restraint from my soul and get my full power back, and then I'll destroy you in the worst possible way. I promise you that as the strongest demonic witch on earth. John smiled and said, well, if you can hurt me someday, I'll welcome any attempt from you when you're free from your contract. He added, and by the way, possible Zadie Akins Daddy too. From now on, you'll call me. Lucina stopped, looking stunned, and said to him, fine. I acknowledge that you're my master. Then she stood before him and said, since you're my master now, I have a question. Jaeon was surprised and said to her, what do you want? We need to leave here, I have many things to do. She answered, actually, I just wanted you to know that I love killing. This is my nature and destiny. I can't go against it, even if I try. My menu includes all living and non-living beings, and I prefer the strongest among them. Then she looked directly at him and asked, since you're my master now, how much will you allow me to kill? You need to provide me with victims to satisfy me. Jaeon laughed and said reassuringly, don't worry. As long as you're with me, you'll get a number of victims you never imagined in your entire life. Days passed, and one day, Baron Ryan came to Ryan, who had returned to her castle. He asked her with concern, will you continue like this for long? Ryan didn't answer and was very angry, so he said to her, 3 days have passed since we found you outside the Black Forest unconscious. We examined the forest and found traces of a huge battle, and we didn't find any of your friends who entered the forest with you. And since you left there, you haven't talked to anyone and refused to tell us about the fate of the demoness or your team. Ryan left her and said, rest or eat something at least. Your health is important and you must recover it. Ryan remained sad, repeating to herself, everything that happened was because of me. I entered the forest with my friends, despite my weakness, and didn't assess the situation well. So they all died because of me. I can't believe that those I lived with my entire life ended up this way because of my recklessness and desire to destroy a power that far exceeds us. Then she spoke to herself with determination. No, I won't let their sacrifice go in vain. I must become stronger and I won't be defeated again no matter who my opponent is. She added, I'm sure the demonic blood witch is still alive. I felt a connection between us when she attacked me, and this connection still exists, which means she's still living. I promise her that I'll become stronger and I'll find her and I'll take revenge on her for everything she did, because everything that happened was my fault. She suddenly wondered, and what about Jaeon? I don't know anything about him since I left the forest. Is he still alive or did the witch kill him before me? No, I saw his power myself, and I'm sure he's still alive. It's impossible for him to die at the hands of that demonic witch. I really hope to see him again. But before that I must be much stronger so I won't be a burden on others. Meanwhile, we move to Elena, director of the Moon's Eye organization branch, who was receiving a report from her followers about the events in Ryan province and what happened with Jaeon there. Elena asked her assistant, is this news accurate? He answered, yes, our best spies watched the strange person who appeared recently and gathered this report. Elena listened, then said, amazed, according to the report, the Black Forest disappeared with the evil that inhabited it, and all the monsters were exterminated and the forest is now completely natural. No one knows what happened there. Does this mean the demoness was killed and that's why the forest was purified and we controlled it? The assistant replied, the spies couldn't enter the forest behind Ryan's team, as they were afraid they wouldn't come out of it. But from the behavior of those who survived, it's believed that the demoness was indeed destroyed. Elena said slowly, but if the demoness that inhabited the forest was the demonic blood witch, how could she be defeated so easily? She interrupted herself and added, the defeat of the demonic blood witch shouldn't be ignored no matter what the reason. I must investigate the matter and find out who defeated her and how they won against her. Did the royal family intervene themselves and send one of their children with special abilities? There's no other human who could face the demonic blood witch, even if the only explanation is the royal family's intervention. Elena said that her organization had been watching the royal family for a long time, especially the children, and discovered that each of these children possesses terrifying power that even exceeds human understanding, and they alone are capable of facing the blood witch easily. She added that her biggest suspicion revolved around the person they were watching who entered the forest with the raid group, and she's sure he's one of the royal family's children, but she can't determine his identity specifically. Then she asked her assistant if they had learned any information about that boy, and he replied that they searched the records and history of the entire royal family and found no prince with these characteristics except for one person only. Elena said she was certain of it, and that such brutal power could only come from the royal family. She asked him about the identity of that person. So he answered that, according to what they knew, he was Prince Jaeon, known by the title of the imprisoned prince, and that he was the emperor's youngest son. The news that reached them also indicated that his brothers were planning to eliminate him soon. After that, we moved to the Royal Army sorcerer, commander of the 4th Division, Bingham, who was talking with the head guard Fredo, asking him if he would continue wasting his time like this, and that he needed to see Prince Jaeon immediately and wouldn't leave until he met him. Fredo asked him about the reason for wanting to meet the prince, reminding him that the princes were busy and didn't meet with ordinary people like him, and that it would be better to schedule an appointment and return at another time to meet the royal family. Here, Bingham asked him if he was stupid, explaining that he came with direct orders from the royal family and needed Jaeon's signature on this paper immediately. Fredo told him that Prince John had left on his journey about a week ago and wondered why he hadn't returned yet, pointing out that he couldn't stall the royal family and their followers any longer, and wondered if something had happened to Prince Jaeon, especially since he was very strong and supposedly no one could harm him, but he still felt worried. Bingham asked Fredo again about why he was stalling, confirming that he had already told him that Jaeon must sign the papers to participate in the succession ceremony, and that this was his last chance, or he would be permanently excluded from the succession. He demanded that the papers be delivered to Jaeon immediately, or he would return and report to the royal family that he had withdrawn from the ceremony. Fredo asked him about the reason for this delegation's existence, confirming that it had never happened before for a prince to sign papers for participation, and that Jaeon had already told them he would participate in the ceremony like his other brothers, so why insist on the signature? Bingham continued laughing, while saying he was sure Jaeon didn't want to participate, and added that he had been waiting to meet Jaeon for 3 days, and every day the guard would tell him that Jaeon was busy or sick or give any other excuse to prevent him from meeting him. He was sure that Jaeon was in the palace, but was deliberately avoiding him, or maybe had actually fled the palace, since his other brothers were present in the main palace, while he was the only one in the exile palace, because he was expelled from the main palace due to his weakness. He explained that if Jaeon tried to leave his palace, he should inform the royal family first, so either he was avoiding him or had actually fled. He continued laughing, confirming that he would prove to the royal family that Jaeon was either avoiding his responsibilities or had left the palace without permission, and thus would provide a great service to the third prince and receive a huge reward in return. Then asked Fredo to tell them Jaeon's location immediately, for his own benefit. Fredo told him that Jaeon was sick and therefore resting in his room and wouldn't be able to meet him, and that he was supposed to return tomorrow. But Bingham ignored him and rushed toward Jaeon's room, shouting at him to shut up, and that he had to meet him today, while Fredo was warning him to behave respectfully because what he was doing was a great crime in the prince's palace. Bingham kept laughing, saying that Jaeon wouldn't be a prince after today, and therefore it wouldn't be a crime to enter his room then. Fredo panicked and described the situation as a real mess, wondering where Jaeon was. Bingham stormed into the prince's room and apologized for entering without permission, but said he needed to meet him immediately, and was surprised when he found Jaeon sitting inside his room. Jaeon told him that what he did represented great disrespect for his position and that he had made a grave mistake. Panic appeared on Bingham's face, and he wondered how Jaeon was here, since he thought he was either avoiding meeting him or outside the palace altogether. Jaeon said he had asked a question and hadn't received an answer. Bingham stammered and apologized for his mistake, confirming that he came to deliver necessary papers for his benefit. Then he stood watching him amazed while wondering to himself what was going on, trying to understand if the rumors he had heard about Jaeon were wrong, or if the prince had actually changed, since he now saw him with an imposing gaze and strong aura and power, and could be compared to his terrifying brothers. Then Jaeon asked him for the papers. Bingham was shocked and asked him, "What papers?" Jaeon answered, "The papers you tore up and want me to sign." Bingham was surprised and said, "Right." Then he went to hand him the paper, apologizing for wasting his time, and explained that the signature was necessary. Jaeon actually signed the papers, then said to Bingham warningly, "I warned you and whoever sent you to me that I don't like rudeness in dealing with me. And this will be the last warning for you, or you'll face the consequences." After that, Fredo asked Jaeon, "Where were you?" "I was dying of fear for you. The royal palace was looking for you all last week just to sign these papers." Jaeon answered while smiling, "I was indeed late, and I would have missed the succession ceremony, but that's not important." Then he wondered to himself if Lashina had completed the orders he had given her in the capital, and confirmed to himself that she was supposed to return before the ceremony began. Then Jaeon asked Fredo, "Did you prepare what I requested from you before I left on my journey?" Fredo said, "If you mean the ghoul's heart you received as a gift from Princess Evelyn, it has already been prepared the way you requested." Jaeon answered, "Now is the right time to absorb the power of the ghoul's heart. I had to wait for a while because the process I explained to them was difficult, but the wait was worth it. With absorbing the heart, I will greatly increase this weak body's strength as well as my mana energy. This way, I'll be able to reach 2 levels of Black Star power before the succession ceremony. This is very important for executing my plan easily." Meanwhile, we moved to the assassin's headquarters who had been attacking Jaeon in his palace, and the assassin's leader was talking to his group, saying that the person who hired them to assassinate Jaeon was very angry about their failure, especially after failing twice in a row to eliminate him, and this was natural because he paid a lot of money, hoping they would succeed. His assistant said, according to the account of one of the assassins who managed to escape from Jaeon's palace, there's a very powerful person protecting Jaeon from any attacks. The assassin who heard the conversation was puzzled, and said, "Why would anyone sacrifice themselves to protect someone rejected by his family? Even his family abandoned him, so what's the benefit of defending him?" The leader replied, "I don't know, and I don't care about that. We have a mission to finish. We need to find a solution to deal with that mysterious protector. Get yourselves ready, we'll attack tonight. If we don't complete the mission, we won't get our payment and we'll become hunted." They replied, "Fine, we'll prepare all our followers and head toward Jaeon's palace in 2 hours. We'll use all our power this time." The leader said, "Prepare now, everything you need is available, and we'll attack immediately after finishing the preparations." One of his followers asked, "I heard that Jeon will participate in the coronation ceremony. Doesn't that mean the royal palace will protect him?" The leader answered confidently, "Don't worry. The person who hired us will provide us help as usual and will open a direct path to Jeon for us, without interference from the royal guard." Another follower asked, "Who is this person who hired us? If he's this powerful, why didn't he complete the mission himself?" The leader attacked this follower with his dagger and killed him, shouting, "Shut up. You're not one of us to ask that question." Here, Lucina appeared, who had been controlling the killed assassin, and kept laughing and said to the leader, "You're really smart. You quickly understood that your assistant fell under someone else's control. This is expected from an old assassin like you. You have very strong observations." She started watching the corpse, then said, "But there's a problem. This assassin was my meal tonight, and I hate anyone sharing my meal with me. So, I'll feed on all of you." The remaining assassins surrounded her and asked, "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" She answered provocatively, "And why do you want to know that? Anyway, you'll die soon." The assassins attacked her, saying she was very arrogant, but that didn't matter as long as they would eliminate her now. Lucina kept laughing, saying, "I never thought my master would provide my first meal this quickly. I was very hungry, and you bastards are strong and suitable to be my dinner tonight." One of the assassins tried to hit Lucina, saying, "I'll eliminate you now." But Lucina's special snake appeared, and another assassin pounced on her quickly and jumped over the snake, trying to attack her while saying, "I'll avenge you for what you did to my friend." Lucina said to him, "If you're sad about him, don't worry, you'll join him right away." Then she attacked him with the blood blade and eliminated him and said, "This way you two are reunited again for one purpose, increasing my power." At that moment, 2 of the assassins attacked her using stealth power and managed to hit her and pin her in place and said, "We finally caught you." The assassin's leader advanced and attacked her forcefully, shouting, "It's time for you to die. I'm a monster and won't show you any mercy." And he managed to cut off her head. All his followers gathered around Lucina's head and said, "What is this rose? Where did it come from?" The leader said confidently, "I don't care who she is or who sent her. I just want to know who sent her to us." He asked his followers to carry out the mission first and then investigate the girl's matter. But Lucina's head started talking, saying, "What monster are you talking about?" The assassins were surprised and said, "What's happening here?" Lucina began regenerating her body again, and didn't stop laughing while asking them mockingly. Lucina continued regenerating herself completely in moments, and released through her ability a large number of snakes and turned toward them. The assassins retreated away from her as terror controlled them, and some of them wondered what was happening, while the assassin's leader asked them in a trembling voice, "Who are you? You're not human, and your power exceeds even the power of monsters." At that moment, Lucina attacked them without mercy, and began devouring them while laughing, thanking them for her meal. "I was very hungry." Then we learn the details of the succession ceremonies, which are held as a test for members of the royal family when they reach legal age, from which crown prince candidates are chosen to succeed the throne. Naturally, not all children are required to participate, as the strong ones are nominated by the emperor himself without needing the exam. It's not only official royal family members who have the right to enter the ceremonies, but also children of branch families and the emperor's children from concubines. Although children of branch families and concubines cannot become crown princes, even if they pass the test, their participation aims to prove strength and gives them a chance to enter the main royal palace, which is usually forbidden to them. And this opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. At that moment, the scene shifts to the palace where the succession ceremonies will be held. There, 2 children from branch families talk together, a girl speaking to her relative or brother. "I didn't expect you'd participate in the ceremonies." We learn the boy's name is Phile Unis, so he answers, "I also didn't expect to see you participating here, Lynette." Lynette tells him, "I'm someone who likes to seize opportunities, so I have no choice but to participate." It becomes clear to us that her full name is Lynette Eunice. Lynette says, "I couldn't believe the coronation ceremonies would be held this year. I thought they'd cancel them." Phile said, "They could have been cancelled, but because of the exiled prince's participation, they decided to hold them." Lynette laughed. "I never expected the worst prince in the Agnes family's history, who brings shame to his family, would participate in the ceremonies." Phile said, "If the rumors about his failure are true, what makes him participate in the first place? I really don't understand anything." Lynette told him, "By participating like this, he's practically sentencing himself to death. I think either he was forced to participate, or someone pressured him so they could get rid of him." She added, "The emperor must carry special qualities beyond other humans, be extremely intelligent, distinguish truth from lies, have strategy to make the kingdom prosper." and of course, overwhelming power over allies and enemies. King Agnes the First set up the succession test, so only those who deserve it would compete for the throne. I heard no prince has died during coronation ceremonies because the royal family usually intervenes and protects them. But I think Jion will be their first victim, and that's very suitable for us to gain fame at his expense. File said, he's living like a mouse now, even though everyone knows him. Lynette said mockingly, he's very late, it's clear he won't participate. This will be the first succession ceremony without any legitimate prince present. The rest of the participants were laughing, saying they'd finally get fame without a prince stealing it from them, while the exam supervisor told everyone, get ready, we'll start immediately in Prince Jion's absence. But at that moment, Jion entered. I'm here to participate. Everyone was shocked and asked, who is this? Lynette kept watching him. This is impossible. He's completely different from the rumors I heard about him. This man isn't weak, he's extremely dangerous. Guyon apologized to the supervisor for being late and asked him to start immediately, so the latter said amazed. Since Prince Guyon has arrived, I'll explain the test to you and we'll start right away. This year's succession ceremony test will be held in the Palace of Qualifications. Jion looked around. I'm really late. They were going to exclude me from the ceremonies, and my whole plan would have collapsed. To be able to reach 2 stars with the Black Star's power, I had to strengthen my body greatly, as a weak body can't handle the Black Star's overwhelming mana power. So I absorbed the Ghoul Heart power that my sister Evelyn gave me. As soon as his physical strength increased after absorbing the Ghoul Heart, he could easily upgrade the Black Star to 2 stars. After that, Jion began contemplating what kind of test awaited him, mentioning that the novel he read actually begins after Jion's death, at the hands of the killers who attacked him in his palace, which is why the royal family cancelled the succession ceremonies for a period of time. Jion watched all the test participants, and he could read their emotions, finding that most of them either doubted him or mocked him, while some pitied him thinking he would die in this test, and that there wasn't a single person who believed in his strength. He told himself he expected this from them because they all knew rumors of the weakest imprisoned prince, and he intended to prove them all wrong, though some of them had actually seen a moment of his true strength. While Supervisor Henry was speaking to everyone at that moment, he explained that their test was very simple. The palace consists of several floors, and only the first 3 to reach the top floor would succeed in the succession ceremonies. He explained there were supervisors on each floor watching and ensuring participants' safety if needed. He asked them to start immediately and wished them luck, emphasizing caution in this challenge because it wouldn't be easy for most of them, then left, telling them to choose the gate leading to the upper floors carefully, pointing out that luck was also an important element. Each floor differs depending on the person who enters it. Guyon noticed this. He was confident the supervisor would never explain details of the test's nature, and he expected there were plans being made behind the scenes. We then move to Henry as he climbs to the floor he'll supervise, where he was puzzled by the radical change in Guyon. He had met him a month ago and he was a completely different person, weak and scared to the point where he wouldn't look anyone in the eye, keeping his head down to the ground even in front of guards, and during training, he would fall to the ground just from someone touching him or showing intent to fight. He had no dueling ability or any magical ability befitting royal family members. Henry kept repeating to himself that he couldn't believe he'd changed with such strength in a short period, as he now radiated an overwhelming and powerful aura and his body had improved greatly, no longer weak as he was. He wondered about the secret of this sudden transformation, and whether his power appeared late or if something else was happening. But he confirmed that none of this mattered, as the whole succession was just a trap to execute Jion by order of the royal family itself, and there were many princes and followers who wanted his death because his existence was shameful to them, even though his weakness posed no danger. Thus, everyone decided that Jion would die during these ceremonies, no matter how strong he became, and even if he expected the test format, he wouldn't be able to overcome it. He explained that many participants from branch families would also be killed, so no one would suspect the truth of what happened, as these were the orders everyone received. The scene returned to Jion, watching all participants rushing toward the gates to ascend to the upper floors, repeating that they must hurry because only the first 3 would succeed, and there were 3 gates with only 1 winner per gate. Lynette ran toward the gates with them, determined to win, but suddenly stopped watching Jion with amazement as he didn't move from his place, so she asked herself about the secret of his not moving. Then File called her and asked why she stopped, confirming he would enter and beat her if she didn't move immediately, insisting he would be among the winners. Then ran and entered the gate in front of him, so Lynette quickly followed, saying she would enter with him and had no choice but to win too. Meanwhile, Jion waited until the others chose their gates, and when the hall was empty, He chose one of the doors and entered, telling himself that rushing in tests like these was often a mistake even if you were confident in your strength. Jian advanced through the place, contemplating the possible tests the organizers prepared, wondering about their purpose in testing the new emperor's qualities and strength, feeling there was something in the matter he hadn't understood yet. He reached a strange door, and as soon as he crossed it, the door closed behind him. At that moment, he sensed the surrounding place and heard a sound like water flowing, but it wasn't running water, more like strange noise. He examined the ground to be shocked by the presence of a huge number of flesh-eating insects heading toward him to attack. Jian kept wondering what was happening. This isn't a test. Any normal person would die the moment these insects touch them. Then he wondered if they had changed the exam for the other participants, or if they had invented a way for them to bypass the insects. He confirmed to himself that he could get past the insects easily using his intelligence and movements, but he didn't intend to do it through normal methods, especially since he now possessed 2 black star powers and needed to test his new strength and show it off to everyone. At that moment, he began using his special black star ability. Having 1 star made me a strong person, but now having 2 stars represents a huge difference in power. He immediately used his ability, Sea of Darkness, covering the entire ground with his darkness and destroying the insects that attacked him. He added, "The presence of my darkness cancels any other existence, and I'm the only one who doesn't perish within it." He kept advancing until he reached the other end of the hall. He wondered aloud if the supervisors were watching him, and confidently confirmed they were now in great confusion and didn't understand what was happening. Guion continued advancing until he reached the next floor, and was surprised that the second test was a huge maze, thinking at first that it was easy and he would enter through the maze door and start immediately, but suddenly he noticed someone approaching him quickly. Jian immediately knew the test wasn't just a maze. That person attacked him, and Jian dodged his attack quickly and expertly, then watched him to realize he was a Death Knight. He wondered, since when does the royal family use zombies in succession ceremonies? Either they've lost their minds, or they don't want anyone to succeed this year. The knight attacked him quickly, trying to hit him, and Guion was dodging the strikes with agility, then used his special ability, Darkness Vision, to be able to see the zombie's heart and energy source. "I've finally found it." The zombie's body suddenly moved in front of Jian, so Jian stopped the knight's movement with his ability and shadow magic, then attacked and completely destroyed its body. "You're strong, but you're no match for me." But it wasn't over. A large number of dark knights appeared before him, preparing to attack. Jian laughed. "I was sure something was wrong here." He unleashed more shadow magic. "If you want to catch me this badly, you shouldn't reveal your intentions so naively." He confirmed they were stupid for exposing all their cards one by one. Jian kept watching them destroy everything around them, thinking that his brothers were indeed planning something against him, which is why Evelyn told him not to participate. But he never expected they would execute an assassination plan like this. It was just betrayal against a royal prince. The Death Knights began surrounding Jian from all sides, preparing to attack. Jian thought, "My brothers are trying to reduce the number of throne candidates as much as possible, and I'm the only one who can compete in the succession war in this ceremony, so they're looking for a quick opportunity to get rid of me. They use the insects then, the Death Knights, so no witness would remain to my death." He continued, while laughing. "It's a reckless yet clever plan, but the only mistake is they think I'm weak to this extent." He released his power. "I'll deal with you now, after succeeding in the test. I'll play your game at first, but in the end, you'll bear all the consequences." The Death Knights advanced cautiously, surrounding him, and soon began their fierce attack. Jian unleashed his power and called them to attack. "Come at me all together, you won't take more than a few minutes from me." The Death Knights rushed at him with full force. One tried to strike him with a sword, but Jian skillfully dodged the attack using shadow energy. The power of these knights surpasses even ordinary Death Knights. The bastards prepared with all the dirty tricks, but that doesn't matter to me. In another part of the maze, Lynat was fleeing and being attacked by a Death Knight chasing her. She was terrified and wondering, "I studied all the previous succession ceremonies, but I never heard of a test like this." As soon as we entered, we faced tens of thousands of flesh-eating insects, which posed a terrifying danger, especially with a royal prince among us. If I hadn't used my special ability and hidden in the wall, those insects would have killed me like the other participants. They didn't even leave bodies, they devoured everyone immediately. She added, "After I passed the second door, I immediately found a very powerful Death Knight in front of me, even though summoning Death Knights is forbidden here in the first place. So how are they using it in the exam?" Lynette kept fleeing from the Death Knight while panting. "I have to get out of here, then file an official complaint to the royal family. This isn't a normal test. Having a Death Knight here is a crime from the start." At that moment, the Death Knight attacked her using his powerful aura, but she managed to dodge his attacks at the last moment before he could hit her. She remained terrified, wondering, what's happening? These knights aren't normal. They're stronger than even those used in wars. This isn't a test, but a massacre, she continued, fleeing, while muttering to herself. The royal family must take responsibility. This way they're killing the children of participating families, and even their own son, Prince Jaeon, too. This is a great shame on them. While she was fleeing, she finally reached the end of the maze, and suddenly, a huge wall appeared separating her from the Death Knight. She stood amazed. I escaped from him at the last moment. I couldn't have run any further. Suddenly, she was surprised to find Jaeon beside her, fighting a large number of Death Knights. She was stunned, wondering what was happening and why there were so many knights around Prince Jaeon. She said to herself, I barely escaped from just one knight by luck, so how will he face all of these alone? At that moment, one of the Death Knights attacked Jaeon, but Jaeon managed to dodge his attack quickly. Lynette was amazed. How does he handle this speed? All the Death Knights rushed toward Jaeon to attack him with full force, but he was able to dodge all their attacks easily thanks to shadow magic, which amazed Lynette more and more. He's not just dealing with their attacks, but controlling the battle and winning too. She watched him in amazement while muttering, his movements aren't those of someone terrified. He's playing with them like he's dancing. I've never seen such movements in my life. What's happening here? She remembered the rumors she had heard. I heard the royal family treats Jaeon like a worthless animal. So why is he this strong? How did his power increase this quickly? It's impossible to learn all this in a few months. It seems he was hiding his strength from everyone, even from his family. Is it a plan to seize the throne? Or does he have a much more dangerous goal that makes him deceive his entire family and let them despise him and conspire to assassinate him? How does he have the audacity and courage to hide such overwhelming power and allow them to treat him with such contempt for his plan? We return to Jaeon, who kept fighting the Death Knights. Simple attacks don't work against enemies like these. I must use my magic since they have strong physical enhancement. He began using Shadow Storm, attacking the remaining knights and hitting them. Then he watched the storm's effect. Shadow Storm is a curse strike, and now I've removed their physical enhancement and magical defense so I can eliminate them easily. After that, he enhanced his body with magic and pounced on one of the knights with his hand, killing him quickly. This is the fastest way to deal with them. At that moment, one of the other knights tried to attack Jaeon with his sword, but Jaeon noticed the attack and dodged it easily, then moved away and used shadow magic to attack and destroy the knight. He said to himself, it's been a long time since I trained against real monsters, and this is suitable training to improve my physical strength, but unfortunately I don't have enough time. Then he attacked the knight with shadow magic and completely destroyed him. They're strong, but they're no match for my power. Another Death Knight suddenly appeared behind Jaeon, trying to attack him. Jaeon said, it seems they haven't learned their lesson. Attacking from blind spots doesn't work on me. He used his magic again and completely destroyed him. No matter how strong a zombie gets, their intelligence is very low, which is why they're defeated easily. Then he added, only one monster remains, and it's obvious he'll use the same stupid strategy. Indeed, a new Death Knight appeared and tried to attack Jaeon from behind. Lynette was terrified and called out to him, watch out, he'll hit you if you don't pay attention. But Jaeon responded with shadow magic and killed him before he could get close, then muttered, my brothers should have planned to assassinate me with something stronger than this, or they'll definitely fail. Lynette watched what happened from behind the wall in great fear, and quickly hid away. As for Jaeon, he said, the participants this year are unlucky. They participated in a massacre, not a test, but I'll avenge them. He left Lynette and departed the place, continuing to himself, I won't avenge them out of sympathy, but because these bastards increased the exam's difficulty and affected the honor of the succession ceremony that I created, and I'll punish them for that. Jaeon began observing his surroundings and sensed the power of other people in the place, then muttered, it's time to move. Meanwhile, the test supervisors were watching the events in shock. Henry couldn't believe what he was seeing, muttering, what's happening here? I never knew that Jaeon Agnes possessed this amount of terrifying power. All I knew about him was that he was just a weak failure. Is it possible that the king's blood suddenly awakened in him days before the test? But that's impossible. His way of fighting the Death Knights shows he's used to facing them. Now whoever assigned me the task will blame me for everything that happened. Henry hurried to ask everyone, where is Jaeon? We must locate him in the castle quickly so we can get rid of him. But no one answered him, so he got angry and asked his assistant Cardo, you fool, where exactly is Jaeon's location? Suddenly, Jaeon himself appeared, directing his words to Henry's assistant's head, saying mockingly, I don't think your assistant will be able to give you an answer now. Henry's face turned pale with terror at the scene. The scene shifts to the third prince, Enoch, talking with his assistant to inquire, is what's being said about the disappearance of our Night Assassins organization true? The assistant answered, yes, they disappeared without leaving any trace. We searched everywhere and didn't even find their bodies. Just traces of a big battle, but not a single drop of blood. Enoch said. If there was no blood, that means a sorcerer from the blood tower attacked them. There's no other explanation. His assistant said, so far no one has identified the perpetrator, but we're searching for who carried out the attack, and we'll reach him soon. Enoch sighed. I wasn't expecting to lose an important card like the Night Assassins. They were responsible for all our dirty operations until now. Things started getting out of control since we tried to get rid of Jaeon. If Jaeon succeeds in the succession ceremony, it will be a big crisis, because his mother will strongly support him to become the next emperor. Is it possible he's lucky to this extent, or was he hiding his strength from the beginning and playing with all of us? Now I hate him not because he's a disgrace or weak like I used to, but because I don't understand him and he's a danger to all of us. Then he said to his assistant, use all our connections with the test supervisors. You must make sure Jaeon won't come out of this test alive, even if it requires killing him with our own hands here. We return to the present. Jaeon bursts into the secret supervisor's room, and everyone stands, stunned, wondering, how did he appear here? This is a secret room. Henry asked them, what are you doing? Attack him quickly. We must not allow him to stay alive. Henry was terrified, muttering to himself, I don't understand how he discovered the secret room, but now we must get rid of him before anyone witnesses anything. I'll summon the third prince's power to save us. But Jaeon didn't give them time. He attacked one of the supervisors next to Henry with dark magic and killed him instantly, then grabbed another and said, you have now declared your crime, attempting to assassinate a royal prince and manipulating the succession ceremony. Both crimes are punishable by death. Then he grabbed him harshly and finished him off. He turned to Henry. You chose the worst person to mess with. You'll die now without mercy because I don't have any to begin with. The supervisors panicked, and everyone wondered, where did he get all this power from? One supervisor rushed to attack Jaeon, asking his colleagues to focus on him because he was a great danger. Jaeon easily dodged the attack and said, you should have surrendered and blamed Henry for everything. That would be better than dying like this. The supervisor was amazed at how Jaeon escaped his attack. So Jaeon continued his attack with dark magic and killed him instantly, muttering, their stupidity is killing them, unfortunately. Then he turned to the others. You'll die whether you resist or surrender, because I don't spare my enemies, but you have a choice. One supervisor tried to attack Jaeon with his magic, attempting to hit him, but Jaeon quickly dodged his attack and said, he seems eager to die first. I won't mind your choice, a quick death is better for you. The mage froze in place from shock and asked himself, how did he predict the path of fire magic? He tried to retreat and create a fire barrier around himself, threatening that just touching the flames would turn Jaeon's body to ash. But Jaeon pierced through the mage's fire with his darkness and moved directly in front of him. Do you think such pathetic fire can stop my darkness? Then he finished him off immediately. Henry watched all this in disbelief. Impossible. I thought he showed all his power only against the Dark Knights, but he was hiding most of it. Jaeon pounced on the remaining supervisors, one after another, as they begged him for mercy, but he granted them no pity and finished them off in front of Henry. Henry completely broke down from terror and screamed, impossible. We can't even touch this creature. He's not human like us, he's a monster. Jaeon said, I know you were following orders from one of my brothers to assassinate me, but you were stupid. You should have feared me, not feared his brothers, because I am the true terror in this world. Henry trembled and fell to the ground, pleading, please, I understand my mistake. I'll tell you everything about the prince who ordered us to assassinate you. Jaeon smiled coldly. I don't need your information. Henry was shocked and screamed, why? Jaeon pounced on him and killed him with his darkness, saying, I already know who attacked me, no need to hear from you. Jaeon examined the place after finishing everyone off, and when he noticed that one of the supervisors was still pretending to be dead, he said coldly, how long will you pretend to be dead? I don't have time to play with you. The supervisor was surprised by this, then suddenly transformed into a huge demonic beast and said to Jaeon, I'm truly amazed that you managed to discover my identity. I've lived in this palace and no one could detect me, not even the strongest princes. It seems you really hid your power from everyone. Jaeon said he felt demonic energy from this supervisor when he destroyed his heart, and knew then that he was a disguised monster, and also realized that this demon was stronger than the last beast he fought. The demon began laughing and asked Jaeon, aren't you surprised by the appearance of a demon disguised in the royal palace? It seems you were aware that we infiltrated the place. He added that he intended to escape quietly, but changed his mind, deciding to ask him many questions. Jaeon released his power and said, you're wrong. No one makes decisions in my presence. As long as I'm here, the decision is always mine alone. You'll understand this well now. At that moment, we shift to Lynette searching for Jaeon in the place, wondering, where did he disappear? He left at the same moment. I ran away from him. I must find Jaeon. He's the only one capable of saving me from this terrifying test. Why did he disappear after defeating the Death Knights? Why didn't he talk to me? I'm sure he saw me. Suddenly, someone appears in the place and Lynette is terrified, so she attacks him quickly, but he dodges her attack smoothly and turns out to be Vale. Vale said, "You shouldn't attack anyone you meet like this, especially if you're not sure they're an enemy." Lynette was surprised and said, "I thought you died during the test." He answered, "I also thought you lost your life on the first floor." Then he asked if she had seen Jaeon anywhere, so she told him she was sure he was still alive, and that this test was strange and terrifying, and their rescue was tied to Jaeon only. Vale said, "What do you mean? Have you finally lost your mind? It's impossible for Jaeon to be the strongest." Lynette insisted, "Jaeon is the strongest person I've seen in my life, and we must find him to help us." Vale wondered in amazement if she really meant what she was saying. We return to Jaeon, who had defeated the demon and injured him easily. The demon asked him loudly, "How could you touch me like this? We are above you worthless, valueless humans." Jaeon watched him and said to himself, "This beast is stronger than the one I killed in my palace, but much weaker than the medium-strength beast mentioned in the novel. Also, his regeneration ability is very weak compared to Lucina, though the comparison isn't fair." He thought he intended to prolong the fight a little to learn more about their abilities, but decided to rush the ending because the guards were about to reach the place, and he didn't want to reveal details about his power now. The beast noticed this, so he gathered all his strength and said, "You fool, giving me a chance to recover my strength," and rushed to attack Jaeon violently, screaming, "You should never be careless before a demon." But Jaeon watched him coldly and said, "Do you really think you pose a threat to me?" The beast reached his peak and said, "You will see now, and I will destroy even your corpse." He pounced on the place and destroyed the ground with enormous force, then asked for Jaeon's opinion, expecting to have injured him, but was shocked when he discovered that Jaeon had completely avoided his attack, and all he hit was just the ground. So Jaeon appeared behind him and said, "I told you before, the power difference between us is huge. You're stupid as usual." Then he attacked the demon with dark magic and hit him directly, saying he would finish him off now. Then search for the rest of the demons disguised in the palace, because they were definitely present. The demon began groaning and writhing on the ground, cursed Jaeon and said, "This is why I hate your family. You are a cursed family. Your cursed power has prevented us from invading your kingdom all this time. I just wanted to make sure your power won't prevent us from invading you forever. We're preparing a plan to destroy you soon." Jaeon replied, "I know everything about your plan and how you'll attack the kingdom, and if not for a new variable, your attack would have succeeded. And that variable is me. I'm the one who will destroy you all." Then he destroyed the demon's mana crystal, so he couldn't communicate with other demons or regenerate again, and added, "This way I've finished my mission here, and it's time to leave the palace." At this moment, Vale arrived with Lynette at the place, so Vale stood amazed at the scene and asked Jaeon, "What's happening here? How does a demonic beast appear in the royal palace? This is impossible." Jaeon looked at Vale and Lynette and said to them dismissively, "Is this how you talk to a prince? Besides, I didn't allow you to enter in the first place." Both were terrified and quickly bowed before him apologetically. Vale said in horror, "You made a massacre here. You killed all the supervisors and that demonic beast with them. What power do you have to be able to do all this?" Jaeon ignored them for a moment, then turned to Lynette saying, "I declare you number 2 in the test." Then he looked at Vale and said, "And you are number 3 in this test." He left them and went on his way, congratulating them on their success in the royal succession ceremony, assuring them that they were strong and deserved the positions they obtained. Each of them was terrified, but they thanked him nervously. Jaeon suddenly stopped and said in a warning tone, "By the way, there's something you need to know. Everything that happened here regarding the supervisors and the demonic beast and killing them remains a secret between us. I expect you to keep it, and that's for your own good. This takes at it, and is read into R80. They replied in panic, "Of course, we won't tell anyone." Jaeon left the place heading toward the main royal palace, and while walking, he said to himself, "My old clothes were more comfortable anyway, but Fredo insisted I wear the official clothes." He was very happy and said he would be reassured now and could rest. Jaeon knew that the royal family heard about the manipulation of the succession ceremony and began a huge investigation into it, to the extent that they ignored the matter of the demon that appeared in the palace, as the betrayal had a greater impact on them. He took out the magical protection bracelet and contemplated it a little and said, "This bracelet is a gift from Priscilla. She said our engagement hasn't been officially broken yet, so she had to give her fiancé a gift on the occasion of his success in the succession ceremony." He was surprised by her behavior and asked her about the reason, so she replied that she knew she was annoying, but if that was an attempt to stay in the palace, he wouldn't allow her. He confirmed that she was indeed annoying and was no longer engaged to him. Jaeon muttered, "And speaking of annoying people, there's someone more annoying who's been following me these days." Evelyn appeared before him, and he asked her, in surprise, "What are you doing here? I can enter the palace by myself." She smiled, asking, Did you see the real succession ceremony yourself? Did you witness what happened to the supervisors or the demon? John claimed innocence and said, when I reached the end of the test, I found the supervisors and demon already dead. I think the demon was disguised among the supervisors, and they killed each other. Evelyn said, I felt the energy of a strong demon calling for help in the qualifications palace during the succession ceremony. Then I saw the same energy in the palace after the attempt to assassinate you. Jeon pretended ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're mistaken. She smiled and said, anyway, I warn you about the White Star Palace where you'll live with us. It's a real hell. It has brothers who only care about power and authority and are ready to do anything for the throne. Are you ready to live in such a place? I may be strong, but staying there is dangerous for me, and I feel worried about you. You really changed a lot and became stronger than before. You're no longer the Jeon who always waited for my help, but I can't risk my life just for a trivial throne. Jeon laughed and answered reassuringly, don't worry, I won't allow anyone to hurt me, even if everyone unites against me. I'll devour them all, and anyone who blocks my path will be crushed. Evelyn was amazed by his words. The two arrived at the royal palace, so Evelyn said, I'm not allowed to enter the main royal palace now. I'll leave you to meet our father alone, and I'll wait for you when you return to the subsidiary palace. Take good care of yourself. If you need me, contact me anytime, and I'll help you with all my strength. She left him and went away. Jaehyun watched her as he thought, despite all this power my sister possesses, she's still very kind to me. At that moment, a knight named Ronir arrived to welcome him. I'll be your guide in the White Star Palace. Jaehyun entered with him, examining the palace and remembering the shape of his original palace. This palace hasn't changed from the one I built. They just changed the colors. Otherwise it's exactly the same. I wonder, are the secret places I created still there? Or did the novel only care about the known design and ignore the secrets? At that moment, Ronir and Jaehyun reached the king's chamber. Ronir stopped in front of the king's chamber door. I'm not allowed past this point. You can continue alone. Jaehyun thanked him for escorting him. Then the guards at the door welcomed him and told him the king was waiting inside to meet him. Jaehyun entered his father's room and found him extremely ill, which amazed him as he observed the condition of Emperor Ardos Agnes, the last king before the kingdom's fall. He noticed his appearance was very weak compared to all the frightening titles he had given himself, and he was certain his father wouldn't last 2 months before dying from the disease. The king woke from his sleep, looked at Jaehyun and asked in amazement, "Who are you? You're not my son, Jaehyun." At that moment, we shift to Ashina, who had reached the gate of the royal palaces in the capital. She gazed at the place and told herself she had never imagined she would enter a royal palace someday, especially in this kingdom. As she tried to enter, she thought, Jaehyun was honest when he said he was a prince. I didn't think he looked like a prince, but he's definitely a scary person. Anyway, as long as he fulfills my desire to kill, I'll serve him. The guard stopped her at the gate and asked her to show her identification and introduce herself and the reason for her visit. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow her to enter the royal areas, as these areas were forbidden to commoners. Ashina said, I don't have identification with me now, and I can't prove the reason for the visit. I'm here by invitation from a certain person. The guard replied, if you don't have an invitation or proof of identity, we can't allow you in. This area is off limits to commoners. Ashina got angry. You can't stop me. My master asked me to come quickly, and if I don't arrive he'll punish me. The guard said, who is your master? If you serve a prince or one of the palace followers, give me his name and I'll contact him immediately. Ashina said, unfortunately, I forgot his name, but he looks thin, his body is very weak, and his eyes are scary like a beast's eyes before it eats its prey. She began imitating Jaehyun's way of speaking in front of people. You'll definitely recognize him this way. He's the only one who talks like this. The guard looked at her in confusion. This girl is crazy. He and the second guard kicked her out. We can't let a crazy girl into the palace. When your master calls personally, we'll let you in. Ashina got angry. I tried to solve this peacefully, but since you're going to delay me and cause me problems with my master, then I'll get rid of you. You brought this on yourselves. We returned to the king with Jaehyun, and the king was looking at him and wondering, who are you? You're not my son. I'm sure there's a big difference. Jaehyun laughed. A king indeed, even while dying, he still has the power of observation and intelligence. He realized immediately that I'm not the same person. The king said, even though you're in my son's body, I know the authority and power that every member of this family is born with. This authority never changes, but the power I see in you has completely changed. You've become a different person. Your eyes and special powers remind me of a very ancient power we lost generations ago. The power of control. Jaehyun said to himself, I knew the father would recognize the difference in his real son, but I didn't expect him to notice, even while dying. He thought to himself that this king had no right to pretend to have fatherly feelings now. because when Jaeon was born and the king found him weak, he expelled him and imprisoned him in the exile palace and left him exposed to assassination attempts without protecting him. Then Jaeon asked the king about the reason for his illness, saying he heard his disease was so strange that wizards couldn't cure it. The king was surprised by the question. "I didn't expect you to care about my health. I thought you would wish for my death like the rest of my children. But you're different. You have power and ambitions, but your goals differ from everyone else's. I'll tell you the story from the beginning," he said. 4 centuries ago, when Emperor Agnes founded this kingdom, we were the only great power in the world. No one competed with us. Then a strange gate appeared west of the continent, and from it emerged the demon continent. No one knew why the demon continent merged with our continent or how the demons suddenly appeared, but we had no choice but to fight them after their first attack on us. Since then, the Agnes family has waged a long war against the demons, their goal being to erase their existence so they wouldn't become a threat later. The war continued for long years, and heroes appeared one after another to fight them, but the demons' numbers never decreased. Then one day, the demons suddenly stopped attacking and withdrew to their continent and disappeared from existence. Humanity didn't know the reason for their withdrawal then, but no one cared as long as the war was over. Jaeon said that humans were wrong when they embraced peace after the demons' withdrawal, because the demons were setting a trap to lower their guard and then strike again. The king confirmed his words. That's exactly what happened. Sometime after the war ended, demons began infiltrating the kingdom disguised among humans, waiting for the right time to attack again. Unfortunately, after the death of the first Emperor Agnes, demons spread everywhere and even reached this royal palace. They managed to slip demonic poison into my body. There's no cure for it. The king added that he had hidden this matter, and no one knew about it except those close to him, and he couldn't expose the demons inside the palace, so as not to ignite a civil war that would destroy the entire kingdom. Jaeon asked him, "Is this why you haven't appointed an heir to the throne yet?" The king answered, "Correct. The demons managed to penetrate the palace with help from one or more of my sons, which is why I distanced them from the main palace. I'm certain that among my sons, some serve the demons." Then the king asked Jaeon, "What do you intend to do? I know you're not my original son, so what's your goal in competing for the throne?" Jaeon released part of his power and smiled. "My goal is simple. I will devour the royal palace, the capital, the demons, and the entire kingdom, and no one who stands in my way or opposes me will survive." The king began laughing loudly. "If you're going to devour the kingdom with your power, that's much better than letting the demons destroy it. I thought about this plan before and failed at it." Then he said to Jaeon, "You need to find the shadows. It's the secret power we inherited from previous kings. I cut ties with them after being poisoned, fearing they'd be exposed to the demons, but I think you'll be fine dealing with them." Jaeon knew the king meant the Eternal Shadows Organization, a secret intelligence organization that obeyed only the emperor or crown prince directly, and no one knew about them except those two. Jaeon realized he couldn't rely only on his knowledge of the novel and the past, but truly needed to gather all information now. The king said, "Well, I'll accept your advice, search for them, and make them serve my goal." The king laughed. "I won't have much time left in rule. The battle for control of the country will be tough, which is why I'm leaving it to you." Jaeon left the king's presence, thinking about the 2 privileges gained by whoever succeeded in the succession ceremony. First, meeting the king, and second, dream of stars. Jaeon cut himself in front of a secret door in the palace, and it opened quickly. He said, while contemplating, "Dream of stars is a secret room full of treasures that only the king's direct children can enter, and only once." As soon as he entered, a strange girl appeared before him, welcoming him. "I'm Vila, guardian of Dream of Stars. Are you Prince Jaeon?" He said, "Yes." She congratulated him on his success in the succession ceremony and told him this place was his reward and he had the right to take what he needed from it, as it contained unmatched treasures. She asked him to examine the place carefully. 2 could take only 1 item. Jaeon asked if these were all the items. She laughed. "Of course not. There are magical tools and items here that humans can't imagine, powerful enough to have been used by previous kings and heroes. But the problem is that all the weapons here have their own will. They choose their owner, and if someone tries to control a weapon against its will, it will kill them." I asked him if he was confident about entering the secret treasury. Jaeon said after smiling confidently, "You're worried about me, because none of the 3 previous kings ever chose any legendary weapon from here before." He asked her to let him enter the room, so she was surprised and said, "Fine, but you have to take responsibility. I warned you." The 2 entered the secret room, and Vila started laughing and asked him for his opinion. "Here are weapons capable of wiping entire kingdoms off the map." Jaeon began examining the place and said, "I recognize some of the weapons here from my previous life." Suddenly, a golden sword caught his attention and he said, "This is the heavenly sword Rivada, one of the 3 strongest swords in the world even in my past life. but before he could approach it, another sword began glowing in front of him, so Jaehyun was shocked and said, This is Alexia's sword. How is my personal sword that I used in my previous life here? Villa asked him to ignore this sword, and told him it was a cursed sword of immense power. It belonged to the first emperor who founded the kingdom, and no king or person after him could ever possess it. John grabbed Alexia's sword and said, smiling, as if he and the sword had old memories together, It's been a long time since I used you, my friend. Suddenly, a fierce dark energy emerged from the sword, trying to attack Jaehyun. Villa screamed in terror, Watch out, be careful, you'll be killed instantly. At the same moment, we shift to the third prince's assistant, Knight Regan, who is on his way back to the palace, and remembering his conversation with Prince Enoch when he delivered the succession ceremony report and events. Enoch was amazed as he said, I don't understand how Jaehyun even succeeded in the test, and also eliminated all the supervisors. How is this possible? And what about the rest of the knights and assassins? Regan answered, They disappeared. We're still searching for them. Back to the present, where Regan notices the royal army soldiers heading quickly toward the gates, so he asks in surprise about the emergency. The driver replies, I heard the guards talking about someone trying to break into the royal area. Regan asked, How many people are attacking? He said, Just one person, a girl about 20 years old, but her power is amazing. Regan asked him, Anything special about her? He said, It said she uses blood in her attacks. Regan was shocked. That's blood magic, she must be the blood witch we're looking for. Why is she attacking the royal area after she destroyed our assassins? Maybe she's trying to hide herself. I need to see her myself. He asked the driver to hurry to the outer gate. Back to Jaehyun, talking about Alexia's sword. In the past, when humans lost sunlight due to a long-lasting eclipse, a huge meteor fell from the sky. Humans tried all their energy on that meteor, but it wasn't affected by anything, and was always surrounded by a terrifyingly dark aura. In the end, only one sword was forged from this meteor, Alexia, or the Sword of Light's Fall. John returned to reality and was finally able to control Alexia, and said, This sword rejects all energy sources except pure dark energy. That's why it recognized me as soon as it sensed my energy. But, it's strange that Alexia in this world is broken in half. I never heard that anyone managed to shatter it in the first place. It seems there are secrets yet to be revealed in this world. Then he said to Villa, My decision. I'll choose Alexia's sword. Villa was surprised and asked him, Do you prefer it over all the other weapons? He said confidently, Yes. She told him, Fine, you can take it. He left her saying, I'll visit you again when I become king. Meanwhile, Oshina was attacking the guard soldiers at the royal gate. The soldiers shouted, We must stop her at any cost, or eliminate her because she's an unbearable danger. Oshina replied coldly, Get out of my way, or my master will punish me. The guard captain ordered his soldiers to attack her all at once. They actually attacked her, but she used blood magic and slapped them all away, mocking, Fools. You'll never be able to stop me. The captain stood stunned. How can one girl defeat the royal guard like this? Who are you, and why are you trying to enter the palace? Oshina, trying not to kill them following her master's orders, says, You're so annoying. All I care about is meeting my master. I don't want to hurt anyone, and you're bothering me like this. All because of his instructions not to kill you. Suddenly, she noticed magic in the ground beneath her and jumped to avoid a ground attack. She said, smiling, Finally, a strong wizard. I was really starting to get bored. The earth magic turned into a huge golem that tried to hit her, crushing the ground around her. Oshina laughed. You think a golem like this will hurt me? The golem attacked her, and Knight Regan appeared using earth magic himself. The soldiers said, Who is this using earth magic? They were surprised by a man saying, Everyone back off. I'll handle her myself. The guard captain objected. But we want to help you, we must arrest her. Oshina appeared from under the huge golem, completely destroying it, while laughing mockingly, then directed her words to Regan saying, You're really strong, and now you're making me angry. I can no longer control myself to fulfill my promise to my master. Prepare to die right now. She summoned her magic, releasing a huge number of magic thorns and attacking Regan with them, non-stop. Regan asked her, Are you a follower of the blood magic tower? And why are you attacking us? She shouted at him sharply, Shut up, and continued attacking him with thorns, forcing Regan to use earth magic to quickly block her attacks, then said, Does the blood tower know you're here? She answered him coldly, Blood tower. What are you talking about? I only serve my master and have nothing to do with anything else. Regan wondered, Are you the one who attacked our assassin soldiers? Oshina said with a cold smile, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't attack anyone unless they attack me. Regan said, Then I'll have to cut off your hands first, and then ask you again, and then you'll definitely confess. He summoned a powerful beast of his to fight Oshina, threatening, Your death won't be easy after everything you've done. Oshina laughed carelessly. It's stupid to think such a trivial beast could even touch me. Then she summoned one of her own beasts saying, I'll end this matter right now, then apologize to my master later. But before the battle between the two beasts could ignite, Jaeon suddenly appeared and eliminated the attacks and ordered them to stop immediately, saying to Regan, the battle is over now. Regan stood shocked, saying, Impossible, is this the Prince Jaeon I know? He was nicknamed the Exiled Prince because of his weakness, but anyone who sees him now would think he's the king of the country. Maybe that's why all the assassination attempts against him failed. As his power finally awakened, Oshina called out to Jaeon happily and asked him, why were you late? I told these fools that I just wanted to meet my master and they prevented me. You should have mentioned your name to me or explained your position as a prince to them. This was your mistake. Regan watched what was happening in amazement. What's going on? How does this terrifying girl call Jaeon her master? So he's the one who ordered her to get rid of the assassins. Regan and the guards quickly gathered and bowed in respect to Jaeon, so he said to them, I'll take Oshina with me to the palace. The guard captain protested. This girl tried to break into the royal palace and eliminated a large number of guards. This is a crime, John explained to him calmly. She didn't try to break into the palace. She entered here under my direct orders. I already informed the guards of her coming today, but you didn't pay attention. This is negligence on your part. Watch your soldiers yourself, they're all alive, and Oshina didn't kill anyone. Oshina shouted, Indeed, I tried my best not to kill anyone. Jaeon said to them, as long as things are over, I'll head to my palace now. They all bowed to him and cleared the way, but Jaeon was surprised by Regan standing in his path. Jaeon asked him, what are you doing? Are you trying to stop me? Regan trembled and said, no, never. Welcome to the palace. John entered with Oshina, warning Regan, be careful not to repeat that with her, because I don't tolerate disrespect. Next time I'll end your matter immediately without question. Jian walked with Oshina to his palace, and she said to him, proudly, I carried out all your requests. I got rid of the assassins who bothered you, and I didn't kill any of the guards as you ordered me. Jian smiled and replied, I know that. You completed all the instructions, and I'm proud of you. Then he thought, I ordered Oshina to leave traces of blood magic while attacking the third prince's assassins. I also ordered her to use her blood magic and monsters if a battle happened at the gate, so everyone could see her power in front of the guards and allies of the other princes. The goal is to plant fear and terror in the hearts of those who think they can face us again. The princes thought I was weak, and now they'll recalculate. He continued, confident in his plan. I was also very lucky when the third prince's assistant suddenly appeared to face Oshina and see her power himself. He'll tell Prince Enoch what happened, and his terror of me will increase. I confirmed from reliable sources that Enoch and his assistant were running the assassination attempts on me. Enoch will be my first target, because I know he'll prepare many plans to get rid of me after he learns that I ordered Oshina to eliminate his assassins. I'll be ready for him. Jian returned to the main palace with Oshina, and the guards and Fredo were there to greet him politely. Oshina laughed mockingly and said, I thought you were a prince, and your palace is this small. You should take better care of yourself, so the other princes don't mock you. Priscilla came out at that moment and welcomed Jian, saying, finally, you arrived. I waited for you a long time to congratulate you on your success. But, who is this girl? You shouldn't have brought any other girl besides your fiancé. I was going to talk to you about the engagement now, but I'm more interested in knowing who she is and why she's with you. Oshina said to Priscilla with obvious mockery. Your question is ridiculous. I'm with Jian because I'm his servant and I have to stay with him all the time and serve him. Priscilla was shocked to hear that and asked Jian if he was cheating on her, while Jian seemed puzzled by her behavior and asked Fredo, is Priscilla still here in the palace? I thought she went back to her house. Fredo answered, whenever I asked her why she's staying, she said she's here to discuss the procedures for breaking off the engagement with you. Jian laughed and said, that's an obvious lie. Then he left her and walked away, ordering Fredo to kick her out of the palace immediately, considering her presence here useless, and that she was just an annoying person. Priscilla felt shocked and ran after Jian trying to stop him to talk to him, but she couldn't. She said to herself, why do I want to talk to him? I asked to break off the engagement, and he agreed and announced it was broken. So why can't I leave him alone? He hasn't left my thoughts since I met him and carried out the decision to break off the engagement. He's changed a lot, and I've become very interested in knowing the reason for this big change. I don't feel any love toward Jian, but I'm really interested in him. Especially the day he saved me from the demon in the palace. He gave me a feeling of safety I never knew with anyone before. What's happening to me? Why can't I get him out of my thoughts? The scene shifted to Jian, who was talking with Fredo and Ashina, saying, I'll contact the shadow group soon to ask for their help. Fredo was surprised and asked him, who are the shadow group? I don't know anything about them. Ashina said, since their name is Shadows, they must be an intelligence or assassination organization. Isn't that right, my lord? Jian answered with a smile. Exactly, I intend to contact the Eternal Shadow Organization, which is a secret organization that follows only the Emperor and carries out his orders alone. Their secret headquarters is in the main palace. Fredo said, since their secret headquarters is there, we have to find them first. Jian commented, certainly, I already have an idea about their location. To himself, he added, I knew their location from the novel's events, but I won't tell them that. Ashina laughed proudly and said, of course, their master knows where they are, he's the strongest and best. Fredo asked, will you contact them now? Jian said, no, I'll wait until they introduce themselves to me. The next day, Jian went to the main royal palace, and all the princes and royal children were gathered there. Felon wondered why their father had summoned them, and she said to herself, we never gather like this except in case of war. Why did father call this emergency meeting now? Especially since the first prince isn't with us. This is very strange. No one in this family considers the other's family at all. We're worse than enemies. At that moment, the fifth princess Diana spoke to the third prince Enoch, saying, it's been a long time since I saw you. You still look like a rotting corpse. Enoch laughed and said, I was smelling a bad odor here, and now I know the source. Is it the mixed blood princess? Your mother is filthy. Are all of you from Ulf like this? Maybe, when I become king I'll invade the kingdom of Ulf to make sure they all smell filthy. Diana laughed and replied, filth is the only thing you'll smell when I kick you out of the kingdom and send you back to the filth swamp where you belong. By the way, I heard you're used to bullying the weak and trying to assassinate them. That's a crime. Enoch replied angrily, shut up. Even if I tried to assassinate Jian, I should have finished him off a long time ago. He doesn't deserve to live. He's a disgrace to our family and we should all unite against him. The fourth prince YouTube intervened, laughing and said, it seems Jian really did pass the succession ceremony. He has the right to be among us even if he doesn't become king, because only I will become king. Diana mocked, YouTube, you're still as stupid as I remember. Trash doesn't become jewels. Jian won't be king even if his true power awakens. I think some people pressured him to prevent him from participating in the succession ceremony out of fear for him, but he insisted and participated and succeeded, even though those same ceremonies were manipulated in an attempt to assassinate him. Enoch got angry and said, this girl knows more than she should. Where does she get her information from? She's very dangerous. YouTube said to Diana, even if Jian survived the succession ceremony, that doesn't mean he'll succeed in the White Star Palace. He'll suffer here with us and won't last. He'll discover the difference in power between us and then withdraw quickly. Felon replied firmly, you're wrong. Jian has changed a lot and is no longer that weak person. I was worried about him at the beginning of the succession ceremony, but now he doesn't need anyone's protection. Enoch laughed and said to Felon, you're the only one who loves him and defends him. I have a suggestion. Let's make a bet about Jian, and let's see how long he'll last here in the palace. I bet you he won't stay even 1 week. What do you think? Do you accept the challenge? At that moment, Jian interrupted them by entering the hall and said clearly, your theory about betting is interesting. Actually, I'd also like to know the result and participate in this bet. Tell me, you and my siblings, do you think I'll last here? Who will leave the palace first or be eliminated? Then Jian entered and began observing the princes one by one, thinking to himself that this was the first time he was meeting with all of Jian's siblings, and that the only one who actually visited him was Evelyn. Enoch laughed, saying, the White Star Palace has really lost its value. I can't believe a weakling like you enters the palace by himself. YouTube intervened to stop Enoch and said, don't treat our brother harshly. He earned the right to be here after passing the succession ceremony, and he's strong and deserves respect. Diana said, yes, and it's clear that the only stupid one here is Enoch who can't judge people or their strength well, and that's why he'll never be king. Then Diana watched Jian and thought to herself, Evelyn's words were right. My brother has changed a lot, and is no longer that worthless coward. I withdrew my spies from him a while ago because he wasn't worth my attention, but it seems like a strange and terrifying energy is radiating from him now. There are only a few types of energies that can scare the Ulf, but I'm confident that his power is less than the others, so he shouldn't be a threat. Maybe I'm wrong. Evelyn approached Jian and asked him with concern, why were you so late? I was worried about you. Jian replied with a smile, I was busy with some matters that had to be finished before coming. He noticed that the Emperor hadn't arrived for the meeting yet, and remembered his conversation with the Emperor when he told him that controlling the eternal shadows was difficult while he was still a prince, so he would help him to make them submit. Jian wondered to himself what kind of help the Emperor would provide, and whether this meeting was related to it. At that moment, Oshina whispered to Jian, I have a question. Are all the people here our enemies? He said, pretty much. She said, since they're all gathered, why don't we attack them all and finish them off? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to become king without rivals. Jian laughed, answering, those in this hall are strong to a degree where they found no one to compete with them in the kingdom. Didn't you sense their power? Your desire for bloodshed has escalated, hasn't it? Oshina started laughing and said, what if I got rid of them right now, without your help? Jian said mockingly, it seems I made a mistake bringing you. You might ruin my plan or create problems. At this moment, YouTube interrupted the conversation saying, it seems our father will be late, and the situation here is very boring. What do you think about having a simple duel for entertainment? I want to test Jian's power. We've heard a lot about his weakness, but he passed the succession ceremony brilliantly. I want to test his strength with a duel in front of us. Diana said, excellent idea. I really want to see Jian's true power. And of course, he won't fight us directly, as the difference between us is huge, but we'll make him duel one of our students or followers. Rog commented, this is the first smart idea you've had since your birth. I'll allow my assistant to duel him. What do you think, Jian? Evelyn whispered with fear to Enoch that this was a bad idea, as the assistant was very strong compared to Jian. Jian addressed them, agreed. If you want a power display, I'll give you a display worthy of you. But I don't like wasting my time on trivial duels. I'll only agree if there are no restrictions or limits on power. Evelyn was shocked and asked him with concern about his decision, so Oshina replied confidently, don't worry, my master is very strong. YouTube laughed, saying, I like your enthusiasm. All of you enter the hall, and let's start the duel. Evelyn tried to dissuade Jian from his decision and addressed him. Enoch's assistant is a very powerful wizard. You can't defeat him. Oshina said to Jian, if you don't want to kill him, let me eat him instead of you. I'm hungry. Evelyn repeated her request again. Are you sure? I can protect you. She was surprised by Jian as he released his dark energy, then rushed toward the assistant with superhuman speed and cut off his head in less than a second before the assistant could move from his place. Jian threw the head toward Enoch, saying, the battle is over. He was very weak. Enoch was stunned and said, what just happened? He didn't even use any magic or supernatural abilities. He just moved his hand at tremendous speed that my assistant couldn't even match. Jian laughed and added, this is your strongest student, Enoch. You shouldn't have sacrificed him so easily. I told you from the beginning, it was a real match, didn't I? Enoch flared with anger and attacked Jian, shouting, I'll punish you for what you did. Suddenly, the emperor entered the hall surrounded by guards and said in a firm voice, I warned you before, no fighting between brothers is allowed in my palace. Then he ordered Enoch to back away immediately from Jian. Everyone was surprised and stood at attention, bowing to the emperor and saluting him, except for Jian and Oshina. The king asked Enoch in a cold tone, why is one of your followers headless in the royal chamber? Enoch was flustered and tried to justify it, but the king stopped him. I don't care about your explanation now. After the meeting ends, clean the room yourself. The king sat on the throne and expressed his appreciation for everyone's attendance on such short notice. Evelyn asked about his health, and the king replied sarcastically, do you think I'm fine? Even a blind man can see I'm dying. I don't blame you, you're forbidden from meeting me, so you know nothing about my health. Anyway, I don't have time for long conversations, so I'll get straight to the point. The king continued, I called you here today to announce that I've decided to choose a crown prince. There will be a new king for the country. Jian was surprised and asked himself, is this the help the king said he would provide me? At that moment, the king said clearly in front of everyone, the next king of our kingdom is Jian. From this moment, I declare him crown prince. Jian understood the king's plan and thought, this way, I can easily control the eternal shadows, and I'll have greater authority than the princes to face the demons. But I'm sure the princes won't accept this decision. It doesn't matter. I won't allow any opposition to remain. Enoch exploded in anger and asked his father, what are you talking about? This despicable person can't be king. Yudi shouted, impossible. No one like this despicable person should be king over us. Diana said, Father, you know how embarrassing Jian's presence is for us. You were the one who exiled him to the exile palace because of his weakness. So why are you appointing him king now? Yudi intervened. I've always trusted your decisions, but I can't understand this one. Evelyn asked her father about his reason for choosing Jian, and the king simply replied, my decision is final, and I believe Jian is the most suitable among them all to become king after me. Enoch got angry and shouted, I will never accept this decision and will never recognize Jian as king. Diana watched the atmosphere and thought to herself, since father has made the decision, there's no going back. I'll look for a solution. Then, she said to the king, I agree with you, father, and I declare my loyalty to Jian. Enoch was shocked and asked her about her motives. She said, I have one condition first. Everyone knows that Jion is famous as the exile and the shame of the Agnes family, and all the rumors about him are bad. Maybe he's changed, but his reputation will follow him even if he becomes king. Ministers, nobles, and even common people will oppose him, and this is dangerous for the rule. But we can change that and make everyone acknowledge him, even us, if he challenges the 7 known disasters in the kingdom. If he can overcome them before ascending the throne, he'll gain everyone's recognition. Jion realized this was what everyone expected, so he smiled, while Yenok and Yudi agreed to the idea and praised Diana's intelligence and decision. Jion said, I was planning to face the disasters after taking power. It makes no difference to me to start with them now. I'll deal with them immediately to prove myself. But I'm not the only one who will have to prove himself to all. You all need to prove your worth too in the next meeting. I don't deal with those who rely only on their royal blood without real value. Some time passed, and Jion began training in his palace using the Black Star ability in preparation for the upcoming battles. Jion said, I've been training for a whole week using my power and Alexia's sword, and I've noticed that the sword is in a weak state and isn't suitable for battles currently. The break in its blade greatly weakens its power. To restore the sword to its previous condition, I need to find its other half. I can temporarily form the missing part from my black energy, but that consumes a huge amount of magic, and I won't be able to maintain the sword for long with my current power. But more important than the sword's power are its unique characteristics. The sword has amazing storage and enhancement properties, and thanks to it, I can raise the Black Star's power to enormous limits, which gives me greater possibilities than just the blade's power. I must also train to activate its most prominent features, and I realize that activating Alexia's solar eclipse ability is currently out of reach, but I can activate the lunar eclipse ability, although it consumes enormous energy, and I didn't use it much in my previous life, but I desperately need it today. Now it's time for me to focus my energy in the sword and start activating the ability. I haven't used this feature for a long time, so I must be extremely careful. Indeed, Jion managed to activate the Eclipse ability in Alexia at that moment, and the sword completely transformed into an amazing, powerful, darkness sword. But he stopped the ability quickly and said to himself, this is enough. This ability put a lot of pressure on my body, and I don't want to risk my current power level. I just wanted to make sure I could activate it, and there's no need to risk it now. When he finished his training, he decided it was time to deal with the Shadow Organization. He needed information and services from them now. He decided to go meet them immediately. At the same time, Princess Diana was in her room thinking about Jion, saying to herself, Jion has changed in an unnatural way. I examined his power and found it's not stronger or more dangerous than my brother's, but I'm confident he's a dangerous threat that must be watched. Then she asked her assistant to monitor all her spies to follow Jion closely and learn everything about him, especially since that big change happened to him. He replied, Your command, my lady. Diana asked him, Is there anything new about the Eternal Shadows organization? The assistant said, We found some evidence but haven't been able to determine their location yet. Diana said, Well, you must create a big incident that forces the organization to appear. If that happens, they'll have to either investigate publicly or hide, and we'll finally know their location. The scene shifted to Jion, who went to the Royal Museum in the palace and began contemplating the place, noticing the large number of sons and grandsons of the ruling family and the number of kings who followed his rule. He saw the statue of the first Emperor Agnes, the founder who united the continent under his rule and defeated the demons. He said to himself while observing the statue's details, They drew every detail as it was in my old world. He looks a lot like me. Now I'm sure that this novel's world is directly connected to my original world, and not after 100 years as I thought, but after a much longer period. That's why I found Alexia's sword here. All my weapons were inherited by my children, but why did my weapon break here? I need to find who wrote this novel and talk to him when I return to my world. There's a lot I need to understand. This isn't a normal novel world. Suddenly, a girl came to him and said, Actually, this isn't the real picture of Emperor Agnes the First. King Agnes didn't leave any picture or sufficient information about himself, and everything related to him disappeared through the later ages. This is the only picture closest to the truth. Then she introduced herself. My name is Tara Lunas. I'm the manager of the Royal Museum. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be interested in the Agnes family history to this degree, since most princes and royal family members don't visit the museum at all anymore. Jion answered, The museum actually doesn't contain anything of value. Real achievements aren't in museums, she said. True, the museum isn't for preserving achievements, but to display the biographies of previous kings to their children, who will succeed them in rule, Jion said directly. Since you care about people's lives, I want to ask you about the eternal shadows. You must know about them. She was surprised and said, you mean the secret organization that follows only the emperor and deals only with him? I don't know much about them. Jian replied, I don't have time to play naive. I prefer we speak clearly rather than beat around the bush. I know you're the leader of the Eternal Shadows organization, the kingdom's best intelligence organization, known as the Kingdom's Eye. Terra's eyes widened in surprise, then she said, you're right. Follow me, we can't talk in the open. She led him to a hidden passage in the museum toward a secret place. She said, the king informed us that you're the crown prince, and we must obey you. And I expected you'd visit us soon. The whole kingdom is suspicious of you. You were hidden, then appeared in less than a month from exile to crown prince. This is controversial. Then she asked him, do you know the rules of the Eternal Shadows organization? We execute the king's orders first, but we have the right to refuse orders if we see danger to the kingdom in them. We've been watching you for a long time, and we all noticed the huge change in you, so we need to test you first. You must prove to us that you deserve our trust and that you're really Prince Jian, not an evil entity that took over his body. She led him to a secret fighting arena and explained, we want one answer. Are you Prince Jian as we know him, or a demonic being threatening the kingdom? Suddenly, a group of flying swords appeared around Jian, attacking and trying to hit him. He moved quickly to avoid them while laughing. I was sure you'd throw me a welcome party, but not this way. As he jumped away from danger, a group of armored knights appeared before him, standing ready. Jian began observing the knights in front of him, muttering, these aren't ordinary knights. In fact, they're not human at all. I don't see any independent soul or mana in them. He noticed the knights approaching him, ready to attack, and continued thinking, these are golems made with earth magic to use in battles. They're really strong, but I don't understand why the Eternal Shadows organization uses such golems when the real members are much stronger than that. As the golems rush to pounce, anyway, I'll finish them off first, then interrogate Terra about the reason. One of the golem knights launched a violent attack at him, and Jian skillfully dodged it, saying, they use swords with more professionalism than ordinary golems. It's clear that the Eternal Shadows group modified them specifically for wars. Jian used his special shadow eye to examine the golem's mana and energy. These are indeed stronger than natural knights, but their weakness, like all golems, is their magic circles. He quickly moved to the nearest knight. Jian used his black magic to reveal the knight's magic circles and noticed their amazing power, which confirmed his suspicion that they were made by the Eternal Shadows. Then he began merging his black magic with those circles, wondering if he could destroy them without needing to use great power. He actually succeeded in completely destroying the golem's circles and defeating the knight easily. Jian laughed, saying, my experiment actually worked. The Eternal Shadows members were watching him from behind a magical barrier, looking stunned, and they whispered among themselves, he's really as strong as we heard. Terra arrived at that moment and asked about the test results. Is everything ready in case he turns out to be a demon? Her assistant replied, see for yourself. He's not a demon, but he's not entirely human either. Terra was surprised and asked what they meant, then began watching Jian as he destroyed all the golem knights with his dark power at a level she couldn't believe. What is he doing? How is he defeating them so easily? His movements and magic are unnatural. These golems are stronger than royal knights, specially made to face the strongest people, yet they can't even touch him. When Jian finished destroying the golems, he looked around the hall carefully. There's an unpleasant feeling in this place. I know it well. Terra felt extremely worried. Why is he looking at me like that? I feel like he can see us, despite the magical barrier. Jian laughed and said loudly, I've finally found you. Time to deal with you. No one in the world can hide from my eye of darkness. All your efforts here and your magic were pointless. Terra was shocked. How did he see us? And what kind of power did he release? It's definitely not the celestial starfish of the royal family. John released his power and the magical barriers crumbled completely as he advanced toward them. I expected your true power to be much greater than this, Terra said in shock. This is definitely not the power of the celestial starfish, but a strange power I've never seen before. Jian entered the broken barrier and addressed Terra sharply. You disappointed me. You asked me to prove myself, but you're the ones who disappointed me. Terra asked, confused. What do you mean? How did you hide all this power from the kingdom? Her assistant asked anxiously. What do we do now? This isn't the Prince John we know. Suddenly, John moved using his shadows at lightning speed and stood before the assistant, saying to Terra, I'm proving myself, and now it's your turn to prove you deserve my trust. I see you're all too weak now. The assistant was terrified and asked, disturbed, what are you doing? I don't understand you. But Jian attacked her with his blade-like hand and stabbed her. Since when do I allow lowly creatures like you to speak in my presence? You should have fled the moment I arrived. The assistant began writhing in pain and released terrible demonic energy. How dare you? You'll regret this. I'll destroy you, John said while watching. According to the story, the Eternal Shadows group is supposed to be dissolved before the war begins, due to discovering a large number of demons in their ranks, causing the royal family to lose trust in them. Tara was shocked and asked Jion, "What's happening? And why is this demonic energy coming from my assistant? This is impossible. I trusted her. She can't be a demon." The demonic assistant had transformed into her true form completely and screamed angrily, "How dare you harm me? I'll destroy you now." John drew his sword with a deadly tone. "This is the second time you've spoken without my permission and I won't allow it. You'll die immediately." Tara said in amazement, "I know this sword. It's Alexia's sword." The demoness laughed. "I'm not as weak as you think. Even if you're strong, you can't stop me if I decide to flee from here." But Jaeon pounced on her with his sword at tremendous speed, delivering a killing blow and destroying her mana core. "You're just arrogant like most demons." The demoness laughed mockingly and said to Jaeon, "All your effort is useless. Even if you destroy me now, my companions are everywhere, and our plan will succeed no matter what you do." The demon's body shattered at that moment and disappeared before Jaeon due to his black fire ability. Jaeon muttered, "Alexia's power, the black fire. As usual, it presses on my body strongly. I must be careful when using it." Then he addressed Tara and her group. "Have I proven myself to you now?" They quickly bowed before him, declaring loyalty. "We're now certain you're not a strange demonic entity, but rather the Covenant's face, Prince Jaeon himself. We'll only follow your orders from now on." John continued thoughtfully. "Now that the Eternal Shadows organization has declared its obedience to me, they've acknowledged me as the true emperor and won't serve anyone else. They've served many kings since the first Prince Agnes's era, but their loyalty was always to the first emperor only, and they were always waiting for someone with the old emperor's power to rule them again." John sat with Tara and the Shadows members, asking them, "Why did you declare loyalty to me before I officially ascended the throne? Isn't that dangerous for you?" Tara answered, "We're not naive. We know you're the heir of Emperor Agnes the First, that you carry the same dark powers, and also the same sword. Only Emperor Agnes could truly use Elixia, and no emperor after him could move the sword or comprehend its hidden properties. But you managed to do so, which means you're the only legitimate heir." Jaeon said to himself, "I didn't expect their analysis to reach this level of intelligence so quickly. Anyway, they've saved me the trouble of explaining, and now they'll serve me with their full power, which is what I wanted." Then he said to Tara, "I'll give you a list of names of people I want you to deal with. You know that the demoness I got rid of isn't the only one in the royal palace. After getting rid of the demons on this list, I'll give you another list later containing demons disguised in the castle. I want you to watch them and provide me with detailed reports about them, while I'll handle them personally." Tara said, "Your command. We'll do as you ask." John asked about the organization's current state. "I noticed your organization is very weak right now. What's the reason?" Tara began explaining the situation clearly. "All weaknesses can be addressed later, but there's one problem currently. Princess Diana discovered one of our secret branches and started sending spies and assassins to pursue it. Usually, we would evacuate the branch immediately and erase all traces, but we're now suffering from a severe shortage of members and staff, and can't spare anyone who's been discovered, or our efficiency will deteriorate greatly. That's why we used Golem Knights against you in the test. Our workforce has decreased significantly and we need time to reorganize and change the identities of those exposed." Tara continued, "According to our latest information, Princess Diana is preparing forces for a comprehensive attack on the branch, and it would be a disaster if she succeeds." Jaeon said, "You mean you need someone to buy you time and protect you from Diana now? I understand your point and I'll handle the problem myself. I'll send my assistant to eliminate anyone who stands in your way immediately." Night came and Ashina was watching Princess Diana's forces from afar, laughing. "Their numbers are large. My lord prepared a huge feast for me this time. I'm extremely happy." Some time passed while Jaeon was meeting with Fredo and Tara, discussing future plans with them. Meanwhile, Oshina arrived happily. "My lord, I've finally returned from my mission. Did you feel bored in my absence?" She was surprised by Tara's presence and asked Jaeon, "Did you get another slave instead of me? She's strong but won't serve you like I do." Tara was amazed and asked, "Is this John's secret monster I heard about?" Jaeon asked Oshina about the mission news. "I eliminated all of Diana's forces here completely and left some false evidence as you requested. But do you think Diana will fall for such an obvious trap? She's much smarter, and the trap is trivial to her." Jaeon answered, "Diana isn't like the other princes. She doubts everything around her even if the truth is in front of her and seeks 1% of hidden secrets while ignoring the obvious. That's why it's easy to direct her toward new conflicts." Tara found this thinking strange and asked, Do you mean the evidence you left was to implicate the third prince Yenoch? John answered, exactly. Diana's relationship with the third prince is very bad, and it's in his interest to stand as an obstacle in her way. So I arranged things for her to clash with him first. Actually, I decided to get rid of the third prince. But I need some time first to exploit Diana. At that moment, Jaeon sipped his coffee and was surprised by its bad taste. So he asked Fredo, who made this coffee? Fredo said worriedly, a new maid who came from the main palace. Do you suspect the coffee is poisoned? John replied, no, but it just tastes terrible. Fredo said, I won't let her make coffee for you again, and I'll rely on the old staff. Jaeon contemplated the coffee's taste. This drink didn't exist in my original world, so I carefully memorized its taste here. He wondered, who is this maid? Maybe she was a spy sent by one of my brothers, or she has a much more dangerous goal. Terra understood what was on his mind and said, I'll send Shadow's members to watch all your servants and ensure their loyalty and monitor their constant movements so no one gets deceived. Jion said to Terra in a steady tone, it's fine. Actually, I don't care who these people are or which side they belong to exactly. Anyone who stands in my way will be eliminated without mercy. The scene shifts to a mysterious person talking with the new servant who was assigned to Prince Jaeon's palace. She said, since we've known you, your appearance has never changed. I always feel like I'm talking to a dead person. That person answered her coldly. Do you think you're important enough for me to show any feelings in front of you or treat you kindly? You're just a servant to us. The servant laughed and said, true. Then why did you call me today? Our regular meeting time hasn't come yet. He said to her, there's a problem. We've lost contact with Zacharin, member of the Eternal Shadows, and I think she's been eliminated. The servant was surprised. Zacharin is very strong. No one should discover her true identity. What's happening? He replied, I don't know. There's a big problem. We've also started losing contact with many members of our group. The servant continued laughing, asking, is someone hunting our members? It must be someone very powerful to discover them and eliminate them so easily. Who do you think could have done this? He said to her, all evidence points to Prince Jaeon being the one pursuing our members. All our colleagues who were killed were carrying out missions near him, and Zacharin herself was watching him with the Shadow Organization. The servant laughed and said, I didn't think the exiled prince alone would stand in our way. Then it's time for me to watch him myself. He might be an interesting person. The person replied, fine, I'll leave this matter to you. When you discover anything, inform us immediately, and don't risk yourself until we properly assess his strength. She answered him, I'll watch him carefully, and if the opportunity allows, I'll eliminate him as long as I see he poses a threat to us. The scene shifts to Princess Diana, whose assistant informed her that their special 6th unit had all been eliminated. Diana screamed in disbelief, this is impossible. Are you sure? The Agarcia squad is the kingdom's strongest combat unit and they're the best elemental mages. You're telling me they were eliminated without even causing injuries. This isn't normal. Then she asked about what happened to the button branch that was discovered. Surely a big battle broke out there and the branch and its members were completely destroyed too, right? Her assistant replied, no. According to the evidence, our combat team couldn't even reach the branch location before they were eliminated. Diana was stunned and asked, how did this happen? He answered her, their squad was eliminated in a back area where they were preparing to attack from. Diana said, then it was a trap. There were forces lying in wait from the beginning, waiting for their move. But I'm the smartest princess. How could I fall into such a simple trap? The assistant answered her, we found traces of blood magic at the scene, and according to information, the only sorceress in the capital who uses this magic is that girl who's been accompanying Jaeon for a week. She asked, you mean that stranger who came with Jaeon to the meeting? He said, yes, she's a very powerful sorceress among his followers, and all evidence points to the attackers being Jaeon and his servant. Diana said angrily, no, this evidence is too obvious. It seems they're trying to drag me into a clash with Jaeon. I'm sure Jaeon wouldn't bother eliminating the Agarcia squad or protecting the Shadow Organization. Then she asked, were there any other pieces of evidence at the location, even small ones? He answered her, we found a slight trace of summoning magic. Diana thought, I understand everything now. The real attacker is someone who uses summoning magic and is trying to implicate Jaeon, who in the capital has summoning magic strong enough to eliminate the Agarcia squad. The assistant said, there are several people, but the strongest is Knight Regan, who serves the third prince. Diana screamed angrily, I knew it. That scoundrel Yenoch hates me and he's responsible for all this. I won't spare him anymore. The scene shifts to Jaeon as he bids farewell to Fredo and Terra. I'm going now to deal with the first disaster and I'll return later. They assured him they would carry out all his orders until he returned, and Ashina said, I didn't think we'd leave the capital this quickly. I got used to the luxurious life here. Jaeon answered her, we'll return quickly once we finish confronting the disasters threatening the kingdom. Jaeon arrived with Oshina at the outer area of the capital, and people were wondering, Did only Prince Jian and his servant leave the royal palace to deal with the disasters? Surely there's a trick, or maybe they want to get rid of Prince Jian. Something's fishy, Oshina said. Humans are so annoying. Should I get rid of them all now? Jian said, no, leave them alone. At that moment, Regan appeared and said to Jian, leave the capital immediately to face the disasters. I wished your forces were larger to face these disasters, but I know I'm strong enough, and I'll be able to eliminate them alone. At this moment, Jian recalled Terra's words telling him that Regan was sent by the third prince's order to watch him and test his strength. He said to himself, so Terra's words were true. Regan came himself to watch me and assess my power. Then he smiled and released part of his power, saying, since you're here to watch my strength, I'll give you a show worthy of you. He addressed Regan, I wish you luck with your plan. You'll need all the luck you can find. Regan trembled as soon as he sensed Jian's energy and said, what kind of strange stars are these? I've never seen anything like them in my life. Jian left him and went with Oshina, asking her to hurry. We need to reach the disaster location quickly. Oshina answered him, yes, master. Evelyn was watching Jian leave the city and ordered her assistant to summon the Grey Lion squad and follow Jian precisely, emphasizing that they must protect him with their lives. As for Yinok, he was talking with Regan, asking him, are you sure Jian uses dark magic? Regan answered, yes, I'm completely sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Yinok said, what percentage would you estimate your certainty at? He said, 90%. We all know, Jian changed all at once. He was weak and worthless, so how did he suddenly become this powerful? When I watched him, I discovered his body is covered with dark energy, and even his personality became terrifying. Even if he's using primitive dark magic, he couldn't change this much unless he made a deal with demons. I felt clear, demonic energy when I provoked him last time. Yinok said, this is a serious accusation. If it's true that he's contracted with a demon, then he becomes an enemy of humanity and a traitor to his kingdom. But if we start investigating this matter, it will be a huge scandal for the royal family that will never be erased. But if we can prove his involvement, we can get rid of him and end the shame. Yinok asked, have you prepared a plan to deal with him? Regan said, absolutely. I've prepared everything and already sent a squad of assassins after him, so we don't have to accuse him directly. Later, Jian arrived with Oshina at the Moon's Eye branch. Oshina asked him, are you hungry? We ate at the palace before coming, so why did you decide to come here? Is the restaurant the reason? Jian answered, this isn't a restaurant. I'm here to ask them for something that will help us in the coming days. When the waiter saw Jian, he hurried to welcome him and said, the manager was waiting for your arrival. Please come with me immediately. Jian asked him, are you planning to attack me again like you did last time? I'll finish you all off this time. The waiter said quickly, no, we've come to trust you completely. Oshina was surprised and said to herself, he's talking to the waiter, so he really did come to eat. I'll wait for you and eat with you since I got hungry too. Jian went down with Oshina to the basement, where the manager welcomed him saying, we're honored by the presence of the kingdom's crown prince, Prince Jian. Jian said with a smile, it's smart that you discovered my identity despite my disguise like last time. Aaron said, of course, if we didn't know your identity, we wouldn't deserve to be called an intelligence organization. Why did you come to us? Jian said, I think you have a prior idea about the reason. Aaron replied, I heard you started pursuing the disasters, and that the first disaster you'll face is the Ghost Squad. Unfortunately, we don't have information or the location of their appearance. Jian said, no need, I know where they'll appear and when. According to the story, they'll appear in a village whose location I know, and the hero squad was supposed to deal with them in the future. But I can't miss the Ghost Squad's prize, it's very important for my plans. Then Jian presented a list of names and said, I want you to verify the identities of these people and gather all available information about them. I want everything ready by the time I return from my trip. Irene examined the names. Her eyes widened. These are all White Star Council members, the most influential figures in the kingdom after the Emperor. Are you planning an assassination list? Jian said, I don't know yet. I'll gather information first, then decide how to proceed. She said, understood. We'll do as you requested. Jian asked her, is the spy you sent to watch me still around? Irene looked puzzled. Nary. Yes, she's still monitoring you. He said, good. Send her to watch me all the time. I might need her on this trip. She said, understood. She'll be by your side immediately. Before he left, Irene asked John, I want to ask you about your adventure in the Black Forest. There are rumors it's been completely purged, and that the only two people who survived were Prince Jayan and Countess Rain. John explained to Irene that he was able to eliminate the Black Forest monsters quickly. When Oshina told him she was satisfied, she asked when they would leave. Irene noticed the strange girl with John. Her face showed surprise. Who is this girl? I heard she's been with you since you left the Black Forest. Then she was shocked. This is impossible. No doubt this is the Blood Witch, the world's declared enemy. I was sure she didn't die. What is she doing here? She's truly terrifying. John realized what was going through Irene's mind. His voice turned serious. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Some types of knowledge can harm their owner. You're an ally, now, keep this secret. The scene shifts to a farmer in a village north of the capital, recalling memories of his past when he fought monsters alongside his squad. He remembered how he lost one of his comrades, and in his final moments, his friend asked him to take care of himself, not to continue sacrificing for the kingdom, but to live for himself after all the hardship. The knight felt deep sadness after his comrade's death and told himself he had intended to dedicate his life to the demon fighting team, but after that, he decided to retire from fighting to live in peace. The scene returned to the present, where this knight had become a farmer in a small village. A boy came to him, insisting he teach him swordsmanship. The knight answered that he wasn't a swordsman and asked him to leave and not bother him again. The boy persisted, saying he would pay for the lessons because he desperately needed to learn the sword. He replied harshly, demanding he leave. The boy left angrily, muttering that he should have at least taught him the basic sword principles, describing him as an extremely harsh person, but determined to become strong as quickly as possible to protect his family. The boy spoke about his suffering, saying his village was very small and weak with no protection from the kingdom, so gangs constantly attacked them. He remembered how the restaurant was destroyed last time and he couldn't protect his mother. He had hated his weakness since that day, failing to protect her throughout his life. He assured himself he would become strong, take his family, and leave this village, no matter what. Suddenly, he saw Jaeon and Oshina entering the village. He looked surprised and wondered, who are these two strangers? They're not from the village or the area. What are they planning? Is there a secret behind their presence here? The narration returned to Liam, who was busy with his farm work, thinking about the stubborn boy who had come begging him. He said the boy resembled his mother greatly. All his traits were like hers. He even wondered, maybe the rumors were true, and she's his real mother, while he thought all along he was just an adopted child. He wondered if he could meet her someday, and expressed his deep longing for her, but confirmed he wouldn't interfere in their lives again. They had suffered enough, and he feared causing them problems again. At that moment, Jaeon and Oshina arrived to meet Liam. Jaeon asked if he was free to talk. Liam was surprised by their visit and didn't recognize them, assuming they were from outside the province, and that the young man with distinctive hair might belong to the royal family. John spoke to Liam. I am Prince John, heir to the kingdom. I came to discuss an important matter with you. Liam was shocked by this introduction and thought, could this be the isolated prince, known as the imprisoned prince and the disgrace of the Agnes family? Then the rumors about him are false. He's not weak but hiding his strength from everyone. Liam asked Jaeon about the reason for his visit. What do you want from me? I'm a weak farmer. Jaeon replied directly. I'll get straight to the point so we don't waste time. I want you to join my force and serve me as a strong knight. I know everything about your past, and know you're trustworthy, and I can help you. Liam was surprised by this conversation and answered, I'm just a farmer, not a knight anymore. I won't accept your offer. Jaeon said, if you don't accept my offer, your village will face destruction today. Liam wondered, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Jaeon answered, a major attack will happen on your village tonight. If you agree to join me, I guarantee safety for you and the villagers. If you refuse, their fate is in danger. Liam was stunned by the impact of these words. I don't understand what you mean. My life as a knight ended long ago, but if I see the village in danger, I'll intervene immediately to protect everyone. I won't allow them to be harmed. As for returning to my past, that's impossible for me. Jaeon said calmly, fine, I understand your decision. Then, he left with Oshina. Oshina asked with surprise, why didn't you force Barash to join us? I expected you to be someone strong who always imposes his will. Why did you give up so easily? I could have easily eliminated him. John smiled and said to Oshina, as long as we don't need him right now. Then he turned to her and asked, do you think heroes are born or made? Oshina wondered in amazement, what are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Jaeon answered with a deep tone, unfortunately, heroes are born. At the moment of their birth, their destiny is determined even if they don't want it. In the end, they'll return to their true role. Then he added, Liam was born a hero, and he won't be able to escape his fate for long. He'll return to the path he was created for soon. While they were walking around, Jaeon was checking his power and said to Oshina, soon you'll understand what I mean, but now we need to deal with a group of scoundrels first. Suddenly, he attacked someone hidden in the shadows and eliminated him, then said to Oshina, get ready. I've prepared a huge dinner feast for you. Oshina laughed enthusiastically. I was waiting for you to say that. I'm very hungry and there are many meals here. At that moment, a group of assassins appeared and surrounded Jaeon. They attacked him, threatening his end. The assassin leader ordered the sorceress with them to attack with her magic to distract his attention. She began preparing ice spears and attacking John with them. John used dark magic, easily destroying her ice and asking them mockingly, "Are you so confident that you can even touch me?" He disappeared before them, then said mockingly, "You should have protected the sorceress first. She's the main weakness." In the blink of an eye, he moved to the sorceress and eliminated her. "You're idiots. You didn't know how to protect the most important element among you." The quality of assassins in the kingdom has declined greatly. The assassins became furious and rushed to attack him savagely, while he easily avoided their strikes. Then he activated his special Eye of Darkness, stopped time for a moment, avoided the attacks, then seized one of their swords and destroyed it with his energy. Another tried to attack from behind, mocking, "You should never turn your back on an assassin." But Jaeon used shadow energy to disappear from in front of him, then took him down with one strike. John addressed them. "The problem with people like you is that you never ask about the strength of who hired you." One of the assassins was watching the situation in amazement. "Who is this person? I heard Jaeon is the weakest in the Agnes family. But why is he so strong? Well, I must escape and warn the others." This assassin tried to use a teleportation stone to escape, but Jaeon disabled the stone with his magic, moved to him, destroying the stone, and said coldly, "Who gave you permission to flee from me?" The assassin was amazed and asked, "What's happening? How did you stop the teleportation?" "This is impossible," John answered as he eliminated him. The dead shouldn't know answers. After eliminating them while observing the situation, he said to himself, "These assassins are a different type than usual. Surely one of my brothers sent them. Could it be Enoch as usual, or one of my other brothers?" At this moment, Nari appeared and warned Jan, "The assassins you faced are just part of a massive force that reached the village. There are movements to attack the village." John asked her about their location. She answered, "They're at the village entrance, ready to attack whenever you appear." While the boy who was watching Jaeon heard everything, he fled quickly. "I must warn everyone. According to the prince and his group's words, there's a major assassin attack. I'll warn my family first, find Liam, and inform everyone in the village so they can flee." The scene returned to Nari as she informed Jan, "I managed to identify the locations of the targets you requested in the village. But is it true you also need the locations of the surrounding mountains?" Jaeon smiled, "You'll understand soon. Execute the plan now." Oshina asked him, "Should we secure the village residents first?" He answered, "Execute the plan as it is. Liam is the one who will protect them for now." At a mountain near the village, some demons gathered to observe the place. Their leader Ken said mockingly, "I didn't expect the former Human Forces commander, Liam known as Ghost Sword, had retired and lives here as a farmer. Humans are stupid. They abandoned their strongest warrior and made him worthless." His companion said, "I heard he chose retirement himself. But it doesn't matter, now we can eliminate him easily." Ken's replied, "The word easily doesn't apply to him. We're 5 of the strongest demon army members, but we have no hope against him. Fortunately, we have a secret weapon, a ghost squad summoning tool to help us. This way we'll eliminate him, his followers, and the entire village easily." Sayer interjected, "I heard Prince John came here to prove himself to the other princes for the throne by facing the ghost squad." Ken said, "That's good for us. The weak prince can't touch us." The other young woman added, "His own family wants to get rid of him, and he came here with only one follower. He's crazy and can't possibly succeed." Ken said with surprise, "How did Jaeon know the timing of the ghost's appearance here?" "Something strange. I also learned that all demons in the kingdom are watching him closely." All demons in the kingdom were warning about Jaeon. One of the demons looked puzzled and asked Kennis, "Why all this caution about him?" Kennis answered, "Because they suspect he's responsible for the disappearance of many demons, and they believe he's eliminating them one by one." Then Kennis asked Sayer to go down to the village to watch Jaeon closely, feeling there was something suspicious that needed to be discovered. But Jaeon didn't give them time, surprising them with his presence. "You won't need to search for me. I came myself to meet you." In a swift moment, he attacked the 5th demon with them and eliminated him directly, then looked at them, wondering, "I thought I got rid of all the demons who knew my secrets in the kingdom. How did you know I was here?" At the same time, the boy who had returned to the village to warn everyone about the killers was shocked to find that the killers had already attacked and started destroying the village. Panic struck him, and he said in despair, "No, not again. I can't lose everything once more." He decided he had to stop them, no matter what it cost, and rushed to face the killers himself. "Leave the villagers alone. I won't let you do this." But one of the killers easily grabbed him and mocked him. "Who's this fool, attacking an entire gang by yourself? That angry look in your eyes reminds me of everyone we've killed before. I love stupid people like you. But first, I need to crush your eye because that death stare annoys me." As the killer was thinking about destroying him, the boy felt despair. "What can I do? I couldn't protect my family or my village or myself. I'm going to lose everything again. Then Liam suddenly appeared and ordered the boy to close his eyes. Close your eyes, you won't like what you're about to see. Liam attacked the killer and struck him hard, throwing him away, then asked the boy to hide well. I'll handle these bastards myself. I'll protect you and all the villagers. Inside, Liam remembered his old promise to his friend who had asked him not to sacrifice his life anymore for the kingdom and to live a normal life. He filled with anger and apologized to his friend in his mind. I tried to keep your promise, but it seems impossible. I won't stand by doing nothing. I have to protect them myself. Meanwhile, the scene returned to Jaeon facing the demons. One of them, Leah, asked him in amazement, "Who are you?" Canis answered her, "This is Prince John." Sire was shocked. How did he know our location and come here himself? And what is this terrifying power he has? John isn't weak or a disgrace to the Agnes family like the rumors say. Canis began using his power and ordered everyone to prepare to attack and kill John to finish their plan. Jaeon was watching them and thinking, these are demon leaders, their power exceeds everyone I've faced so far. I can't face more than 2 at the same time with my current strength. I need to find a way. But the demons all attacked him together. John decided he was forced to use his hidden power even though he wanted to save it for emergencies. He drew Alexia's sword and activated the Eclipse ability to boost his power to the maximum, and said, "Time to test the Dark World ability again. I don't know how long it will last, but this is my chance now." John attacked the demons using Shadow Flash, and they were terrified and quickly retreated from the impact of the attack, wondering, what is this? How did this power appear? Impossible, Jaeon said confidently. You're strong, but against my Dark World, you have no chance. He used the Dark Teleportation ability and moved directly to Leah, and said, I'll get rid of you first. Canis screamed, ordering her to retreat, but Leah, terrified, tried to block him with her demonic magic. However, Jaeon attacked her with the Shadow Sword and dealt her a fatal blow, and said, there's no point in running. My world will swallow you all. He used the Black Hole ability and completely destroyed her body. Canis and Sire immediately attacked him, but Jaeon easily dodged their attacks with another dark teleportation and appeared behind them and said, I need to finish this quickly. The Dark World and Eclipse abilities will only last 10 minutes. After that I need a long rest period. I have to conserve my energy for fighting the Ghost Squad. Jaeon teleported in front of Canis and said, any power I waste now will hurt my next battle, so let's end this. Canis said, I figured out your previous trick. You won't fool me again. Now, you won't survive my devastating attack. He unleashed the great demon energy to finish off Jaeon. Sire intervened to help him, enlarged his hand with demon energy and threw a massive punch at Jaeon, shattering the ground around him. Then said laughing, this is your end, he's finally dead. We can rest now. Sire, after his powerful strike, is shocked to find his hand can no longer move. Jaeon uses shadow power to easily push him away, and says with contempt, is that the strongest power you have? You're very weak and wasting my time. Jaeon disappears behind Sire in the blink of an eye, preparing to attack. Sire, shocked, asks himself, how did he block our attack? He shouldn't have been able to move at all. Jaeon attacks him at lightning speed, landing a direct sword blow to his body, and demands, show all your power, you're very boring. Sire, not believing what happened, prepares his strength and insists on attacking again. But before he can move he discovers that Jaeon has vanished from in front of him. In the next moment, Jaeon appears in front of Canis, attacks him with a sweeping strike, cuts off his arm and severely injures him, and says, time for you to die. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Sire tries to intervene. Get away from Canis. He gathers demon energy, stars and attacks Jaeon. But fool, my shadow energy and sword destroy any energy that touches me. There's no hope. He uses the Shadow River ability on Sire's energy and absorbs all the demonic energy he attacked with. Then attacks Canis again and finishes him off completely, and says, now there's only one left. Sire is stunned. This is impossible. The sword absorbs everything, even light energy, and worse, the darkness around him protects him from any attack. The Royal Sea Star power isn't this ability, his power is much more dangerous. With fear, Sire remembers that Jaeon reminds him of Emperor Agnes, who frightened and crushed the demons, and for a moment, thinks that the Emperor's spirit has possessed Jaeon. This is the strongest human I've met, and the most terrifying. This is him. It's like Emperor Agnes is embodied in him, so he decides to flee to warn the entire kingdom, but Jaeon's shadow energy wraps around him, cutting off all his limbs. Jaeon whispers coldly, I told you before. I hate when someone runs from me. Sire, terrified, realizes his end is near, so he activates the Ghost Squad summoning tool and calls them to the village, laughing madly. I knew you wanted this tool so you could summon them yourself. Unfortunately, I won't fulfill your wish. But Jaeon interrupts him while also laughing. I was waiting for you to do that. If I wanted to kill you from the beginning, you would have been finished long ago. But I wanted to see what you would choose. Then Jaeon attacks him and ends his life. At the same time, Liam fights the killers in the village with amazing power, and the boy watches in amazement. I heard about him, but I never imagined his power was like this. The killer leader Yuan is shocked. Who is this? I've never heard of such power existing here. His assistant, I think this is the ghost sword Liam. Yuan is surprised. Impossible. Liam left the kingdom after the demon war and disappeared. Everyone was looking for him, and no one found a trace. When the confrontation escalated, Yuan decided he was forced to fight Liam himself and said, "Good that you're here, even if you're dangerous. There's no escape. We have to fight and rely on luck." Maybe his power decreased after the war. He attacked Liam with his spear energy, but Liam simply blocked it with his hand and asked, "Are you really comparing your power to the demon leaders I faced?" Fool. Liam used his destruction ability, completely destroyed Yuan's body and ended the battle in an instant. Then the boy approached and asked Liam, "If you're this strong, why don't you teach me swordsmanship and protect the village?" Liam answered, "I told you before. I left the sword for a long time. There's nothing I'll sacrifice for anymore." But Jaeon's words and the image of his warning kept spinning in his mind. Jaeon couldn't have been warning me just about a group of killers. There's definitely a much bigger danger coming. At that moment, Liam felt the ground shaking violently. His eyes widened in amazement and he said, "What's happening?" The boy next to him asked if what was happening was the killers doing, confirming that these killers must have some sorcerers with them. Liam answered, "No, they wouldn't be able to do that. What's happening now exceeds any human sorcerer's ability." He added, while watching the place with anticipation, "There's a huge magical barrier starting to surround the entire village, and this magic is extremely powerful, so much that I've never seen a human able to use it. What's going on? And why is someone besieging the village like this? And why is everyone attacking our village now?" Liam kept watching the place silently until he was surprised by the appearance of strange forces in front of them. He was shocked and said, "Impossible. I know these people. They're the ghost squad that represents one of the 7 disasters." Then he continued explaining to those around him, "These ghost squad members are a group of knights cursed by ruler Kronos, and because of that curse, they can no longer live nor die, and their goal is always destruction and ruin only. Their powers are extremely great, especially their leader, and it's impossible for me to face them without my sword. I need my heavenly sword or we'll all die here." Then Liam wondered in panic. Was Prince Jaon referring to this ghost squad when he talked about the coming destruction? He must have known about their appearance, but how? While the villagers were trembling with fear, then Liam asked the boy to stay in place, confirming that he would handle the ghosts alone. Then he headed toward them, and began releasing his power, saying, "I must eliminate them and protect this boy and the villagers. They've tasted enough suffering." At that moment, Oshina appeared and stopped him, saying, "Don't do something foolish." Liam was puzzled and asked her, "What do you mean?" She answered, "The ghost squad isn't your share. I hate when someone steals my meal and I won't allow you to do that ever. I've waited a long time for this moment, and finally, it's my turn to participate because I was extremely hungry." Then she stepped forward to face the ghosts and ordered them to prepare for battle. Liam was amazed and said, "What are you doing? Even if you're strong, you won't be able to fight the ghost squad alone. This is impossible." Oshina answered, "I can eliminate them easily. And who told you I'd fight them alone? This is a shared meal between me and my followers." Then, she used blood magic, wounded herself, and summoned the blood monsters she controls and ordered those monsters to serve her, saying, "The time has come to eliminate my enemies." She summoned an entire army of monsters to face the ghost squad, and confirmed that the forces were now more balanced. Liam remained stunned by what he saw and said, "What in heaven's name is happening?" He contemplated the strange blood powers. He added, "This is the first time I've seen a blood sorcerer capable of summoning this huge number of monsters all at once." Oshina kept laughing as she ordered her monsters to attack the ghost squad and eliminate them, confirming to them that they had to finish this battle quickly. Indeed, the blood monsters launched to face the ghost squad in a great battle where both sides destroyed each other. Meanwhile, Jaeon suddenly entered after breaking the barrier surrounding the village. "I've been sensing great power from a distance, and no doubt this power belongs to the ghost squad. Their strength really justifies their classification as one of the 7 destructive disaster squads." He watched what was happening. According to the novel, the hero was supposed to defeat them with his friends through great struggle, but I can't wait any longer. He looked toward Oshina as she eliminated the ghosts with her monsters. "My most important weapon in this battle is Oshina herself. Her great power will give me a chance to deal with the ghost leader without worrying about his followers." John kept watching the area. "Where exactly is the leader? I need to attack him quickly and end this battle since I need to return to the capital for the ceremonies starting soon." Jaeon used his ability to scan obstacles and managed to locate the ghost leader. Finally found him. He's emitting a massive amount of energy that exceeds what all his followers produce combined. He studied the leader briefly. "That's the Curse King that Kronos herself cursed." Then he congratulated himself. There you are, and you'll finally rest from your torment by my hand. I came here specifically to end your torment and suffering." At the same time, Oshina continued attacking all the monsters and laughed. "I haven't enjoyed myself like this in a long time. They're truly strong." Then she addressed Jaeon. "I'm happy you're my master. Without you, I never would have enjoyed myself like this. I only love facing the strongest monsters." She asked him about their next opponent after these monsters. "Our mission isn't over yet. We first need to deal with the Ghost Knight's leader. He's the most dangerous among them, and we must eliminate him." Oshina reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll make you a path to quickly reach the ghost leader and get rid of him." She used blood magic to form a huge blood aura. "I'll make the path for you right now." She attacked the knights in front of her and eliminated them, confirming to Jaeon that the path to the leader was ready. Then she used blood magic to create a blood horse. "Use it, Jaeon." Jaeon actually rode the horse heading toward the Ghost Knight's leader. "There's only one reason I allowed the demons to use their tool and summon the Ghost Squad, and that's Krona's tool that I can obtain after defeating them." He added, "There are conditions for possessing Krona's tool. First, I must be present while absorbing the Ghost Squad. Second, I must participate in battle with them. And third, I must have Krona's coordinates and be able to defeat the Ghost Leader and free them." At that moment, Jaeon attacked the Ghost forces in front of him and managed to get rid of them quickly, using the Dark Eye, which enabled him to deflect the arrows fired by the Ghost Squad. He was talking to himself. "The number of arrows is large, but I'll only use shadow magic against those that might hit me and ignore the rest to save my strength for the decisive battle with the leader. He's the strongest among them and will definitely consume all my energy." Indeed, Jaeon used shadow magic and managed to destroy the arrows that nearly hit him. Despite Oshina's help, the enemies are strong and numerous. Then he asked his horse to advance quickly. "I must reach the leader while Oshina keeps the rest of the followers busy, and I need to finish him quickly." Suddenly, a knight appeared, trying to strike Jaeon with his sword. "I'll get rid of you." But Jaeon used shadow magic at that moment. "I should have saved my strength for the leader, but it's fine." He attacked the knight's sword with the shadow point ability that spread through the knight's body and completely destroyed him. Jaeon continued on his way and asked Oshina to deal with the remaining enemies quickly. Then the ghost knights attacked Jaeon with a group of rocks, trying to prevent him from reaching their leader. But Jaeon used the shadow cloak ability that covered his entire body. He easily caught the rocks. "This silly trick won't work on me. You'd better retreat." Then he used the Shadow Fist ability and threw the rocks back at them to eliminate them. At that moment, another group of knights appeared before Jaeon, trying to strike him with their swords, but he used the teleportation ability to move directly to their location. "I warned you. There's no point in fighting me. You're far too weak." Then he used the Black Flash ability and eliminated them all. After that, he asked their leader if he would hide behind the knights for much longer. As soon as more knights appeared trying to attack Jaeon, Oshina's monsters appeared and attacked them, preventing them from reaching Jaeon. Jaeon said to himself, "This situation is annoying. The knights are trying to drain my strength before I reach the leader, and this can't continue." Then he began gathering his shadow energy. "I'll eliminate all the monsters here in just one strike to save my energy." While the group of knights surrounded their leader, Jaeon ignored them and jumped quickly to reach the leader. "I'll get rid of everyone with one strike." Then he activated the destruction ability of the Eleceed sword and attacked the knight's leader with all his might. The knight's leader quickly countered Jaeon's attack, and shadow energy soon spread throughout the entire area, destroying the remaining knights who tried to prevent Jaeon from reaching their leader. After the shadow energy disappeared, the leader was surprised that Jaeon's attack broke his sword, so Jaeon retreated to prepare for the next attack on the ghost leader. "I expected this. An attack like that won't be enough." But he was surprised when the ghost leader moved to his position quickly to attack him, using his sword's aura to repair his sword. "Did you think a trivial attack like that would defeat me?" Jaeon answered, "No." He began pumping shadow energy into the Eleceed sword to unleash its full power. He activated all the sword's characteristics and used the Shadow Flash ability to disappear from in front of the ghost leader, who attacked Jaeon's location uselessly. The leader's anger intensified. "How long will you run from me? Didn't you come here to defeat me?" Jaeon replied, "I'm not stupid enough to let you activate your special abilities against me given my current physical weakness." Then he used the flash ability and disappeared again. Battle doesn't depend only on tremendous strength, but also on intelligence. The ghost leader got angry. "Do you think I'm a beginner knight? I was the battle leader and the strongest king." Thanks to his experience, he tracked Jaeon's energy. "Your surprise attacks won't work against me." At that moment, Jaeon appeared behind him trying to attack, but the leader quickly countered him. "Your silly tricks have no value here." Jaeon retreated very quickly, using the flash ability to move to the leader's location, trying to attack him. "I'll tire you out first before using my strongest attacks." The ghost leader said, "You're not an ordinary child, and you seem to be an expert in battles, but that doesn't matter to me. I was the strongest military leader in history." He dodged Jaeon's attack, using his special magic, trying to strike him. "This is your end." but Jaeon quickly changed his style, trying to attack with his sword. The leader easily blocked the sword with his hand. Your dark energy only affects the living, and unfortunately, we're not considered among the living. Jaeon tried to retreat quickly away from him. He's really strong. He can predict my movements. But he was surprised when the ghost leader moved to his position using his magic. If you're hit by cursed magic, you'll die. Jaeon panicked. His attack is dangerous. I'd better avoid it. Indeed, he avoided the leader's attack and tried to flee far away, but the leader moved to his position again. You can't escape from me. Since you entered here, you must die. The leader attacked Jaeon with tremendous force and threw him far away. Jaeon retreated. He's very strong. My battle with him won't be easy. The leader returned to move to his position again. When I first saw you here, I felt great happiness and hoped you would fight me. I was hoping you would defeat me and free me from this eternal torment. But you, unfortunately, disappointed me. Why are you weak to this degree? I've fought those much stronger than you, and they didn't defeat me. So how did you come here, thinking you could defeat me? Jaeon was surprised by his words and got angry. Really, the difference between our combat skills is extremely large. Even when I raised my physical strength using the Black Star ability, I couldn't affect him with my attacks. He wondered, maybe if I had 3 stars in the Black Star ability, I could have affected him. He's very strong, stronger even than my expectations. Even Ashina herself would struggle against him if she joined the battle. Then he continued, but it's fine. My presence here was to get rid of him, and I was prepared for the worst. At that moment, he released his shadow energy and summoned the Alexia sword, activating its full power. I'll use Alexia's power now to defeat him. A massive explosion of shadow energy occurred in the area, which surprised the ghost leader, so he asked Jaeon what he was doing. At the same moment, the narrative shifts to the Grey Lion squad that arrived at the village to protect Jaeon based on Princess Evelyn's orders. The squad's deputy commander, Blue, asked the commander about the nature of what was happening, and why Jaeon came to this particular village. Commander Rom was angry and said they came here to execute Princess Evelyn's orders, but he never expected to have to protect the exiled prince, considering it a waste of their time. Blue replied that they had to execute orders anyway, and their departure from the capital was mentally relaxing for them. They should enjoy this situation a little. Rom refused his words and confirmed that what they were in wasn't a vacation, ordering him to focus on the mission. Ron and Blue were quickly surprised by the presence of a massive magic barrier surrounding the entire village. Ron asked what was happening and told his squad to approach the barrier, trying to break it quickly, confirming that Jaeon was definitely facing danger. The scene returns to Jaeon's battle with the ghost leader, where the leader expressed his surprise and asked Jaeon about the nature of the strange energy he released, but Jaeon didn't answer him. The leader got angry and said he would move decisively now to eliminate him, and that no matter how great his power, it was worthless before him, confirming that Jaeon would be just another individual joining the list of those who failed to free him from the curse. Before the leader reached Jaeon, he was surprised that his hand was cut by the sword before it touched his opponent. The leader stood shocked, wondering what happened. Jaeon challenged him. You described me as a failure and said you were strong, but you have no right to be arrogant before me and expect me to forgive you. Then Jaeon released his Eclipse ability, saying he would reveal his full power to him now, confirming that he intended to free him from his torment. But after this arrogance, he would eliminate him without mercy. We learn here that the Eclipse ability allows Jaeon to merge dark black stars within his body and detonate them instantly to temporarily increase his power, one of the power enhancement techniques specific to his race from a previous life. At that moment, Jaeon moved behind the ghost commander to prepare for attack, asking him if he could block his strike this time. The commander realized Jaeon's presence and immediately shifted to a defensive stance to try blocking his attack, accusing him of stupidity and arrogance. Jaeon attacked with the Alexia sword, but the commander successfully blocked the strike. However, he was shocked that Jaeon's dark aura began gradually devouring his sword's aura. The commander shouted in amazement, "This is impossible." Jaeon asked him, "Who's weaker now? Which one of us called the other a failure?" The knight commander tried to counterattack, but Jaeon shattered his sword's aura and attacked his body directly with the dark aura, continuing his challenge by asking, "Who's the failure now?" The scene shifts back outside the village, where Ron's forces continue trying to break the magical barrier to no avail. Ron said this situation was extremely difficult, that they had exhausted all their strength without being able to break it, adding that facing giants had been easier than this. He explained that the barrier was of the prison, magical type, meaning it was much stronger from the inside than the outside, designed to trap whoever was inside. He He wondered if this was a trap someone had set directly for Prince John, explaining that it would be a disaster if the prince was injured or killed, as Princess Evelyn would be furious with them and never forgive their failure to protect him. The captain asked what they should do now. Ron ordered them to move away from the barrier and that he would handle it alone, considering it their only solution. Ron prepared his power and sword aura, saying, "Since Princess Evelyn entrusted us with this mission, we must carry it out, even if it costs us our lives." Ron used his special lightning aura to attack the barrier, focusing his power on one small point, explaining they only needed one entrance, even if small. As soon as he attacked the barrier, a violent lightning aura erupted and great chaos stirred in the place. Everyone was amazed that their leader had unleashed his full power. At the point Ron directed his attack, the barrier began to crack. He quickly moved forward and asked everyone to join him and strike the barrier at the same spot before it regained its balance, confirming they needed to break through quickly. Indeed, everyone cooperated in the attack and worked to break the barrier until they succeeded. Ron rushed with his squad into the village, warning them that the situation inside was unknown. The team members were surprised by the scene of Oshina's monsters attacking the Ghost Knights in a massive battle taking place there. Ron asked about the situation and the identity of these monsters and why strange knights were in the place, expressing confusion that this was the first time he'd seen knights emit cursed energy this powerful, but he was stunned when he saw John attacking the Ghost Commander with massive dark energy emanating from him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and said in amazement, "What's happening here?" John continued his assault on the commander, persistently asking why he wouldn't answer his question, and if he was really weaker than him. The Ghost Commander angrily replied, telling him to shut up, confirming he was much stronger than him. He tried to summon his aura for attack, but he was surprised that Jaeon was using shadow movements to attack him. The commander defended using his aura and pushed Jaeon away, but Jaeon attacked him with a powerful strike that threw him far back. The commander regained his balance and said angrily, "Since when have you unleashed this much power? I don't understand. This is the first time a human has dared face me this way." But Jaeon disappeared before him and appeared behind him using the shadow aura, trying to attack from behind and asking again, "Who's weaker between us now?" The commander's anger increased, and he said he could easily block his attacks, trying in turn to attack Jaeon. But Jaeon dodged the attack using flash and said that despite the power difference, his opponent had become too arrogant. He tried again to attack him with the shadow sword, but the Ghost Commander quickly dodged the strike, declaring, "You're not the only one capable of using magical teleportation." Luger pounced on Jaeon with his kick, saying he expected him to dodge the attack, adding mockingly, "I told you from the beginning that you're the stupidest one here." Then he grabbed his head and delivered a powerful blow with his leg, saying his body had become much weaker than it was before, and that if he had his old strength, he would have finished him with just one physical strike. Then Jaeon drew his sword, saying, "Only 1 minute remains until the Eclipse ability ends. If it ends, all the increase I gained in my power will disappear, and I'll return to how I was. I have no choice, I must end this battle quickly." He lunged with the sword at the Ghost Commander, who quickly confronted him, wondering in amazement how Jaeon had managed throughout the battle to amplify his power to this extent, even surpassing him. Jaeon continued his attack while wrapping his sword with shadow aura, trying to hit the commander who kept retreating, saying to himself that Jaeon had a mysterious, unfamiliar power that wasn't from Earth or from the demon world. Wondering deep down, could this boy be the one who will finally free me from my torment? At that moment, the commander used his special lightning aura and attacked Jaeon, saying, "Really, I underestimated you." But Jaeon quickly countered the attack while retreating, as the commander let out a laugh and said, "I thought you were weak at first because you used a blood witch against my army, but now my opinion has changed. You're very strong. Tell me, are you really the hero who came possessing the power of ruler Kronos and will free us all from our eternal torment? We've waited for you a long time. Now the time has come to fulfill destiny and you should achieve our freedom." The commander interrupted his speech with fervor as he declared himself the Cursed King and assured Jaeon he would use his strongest attacks out of respect for him, saying, "If you can block my attack, we'll all gain salvation." At that moment, he unleashed a massive sword aura that enveloped the entire place, declaring that his attack could erase entire armies, and that he trusted the hero would be able to withstand it. Ron and his squad were watching the scene in complete bewilderment, commenting that this person was definitely insane. As for Jaeon, he was staring at the giant aura sword and said, "Only 5 seconds remain until the Eclipse ability ends. I have no other choice, I must shatter this aura and regain control of the battle." Then, the Ghost Commander attacked Jaeon directly with his sword aura, asking him to show his power as a hero, and that this was the time that would determine his fate. Jaeon gathered his special shadow aura and attacked the giant lightning aura, declaring he would end the battle immediately. The two aura forces clashed, and the place exploded with tremendous magic. The commander appeared moved as he said, "I've lived an age where I cannot die and cannot live. My curse was an infinite desire for battle and destruction only. I waited for the hero who would appear one day to free me and my followers. Finally, this day has come." At the same moment, Jaeon activated the black hole ability and began absorbing all of the Ghost Commander's aura, draining all his power. He said, "You were wrong. I'm not the hero, but I will also free you from your torment." Jaeon actually managed to absorb the commander's entire power, saying, "This is how your matter ends. You can rest in peace now." The commander's body began crumbling gradually. The commander noticed what happened and asked Jaeon about the type of power he used against him and how he managed to nullify his aura so easily. Jaeon answered, "This is one of my special powers, infinite shadow power that absorbs everything. The strongest auras and mightiest magic are useless against the shadow hole I possess." The commander laughed, saying the names of his powers suited his strength, and thanked him for finally freeing him from his curse, confirming he could now die and be free from their world. Then he revealed his face and said, "You're the last human who will see the true form of the Cursed King before his disappearance." Then he faded away from before Jaeon and vanished. John breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "And so I finally completed my mission." As soon as he said that, a magical portal appeared before him. He commented, "It's time for rewards." He entered the portal, saying he would collect his prize and then return to the capital, where much work awaited him that he needed to accomplish. When Jaeon moved to the new place, he found himself in a completely different world. He began examining the place carefully, wondering, "This isn't from our world." At the same moment, someone appeared before him and said, "Finally, the Ghost Squad has been eliminated. Everyone has been waiting for the hero to free them from their torment all these years." But he was surprised by Jaeon's reaction and asked him if he wasn't amazed by what happened and why he didn't ask them who they were. Jaeon answered, "You're undoubtedly the treasure room guardian. I read about you in the novel, but unfortunately not many details were mentioned about you." Then he asked directly about the fifth question tool, indicating he was very busy and wanted to leave here quickly. The guardian laughed, saying he didn't expect John would also know about his rewards, but he pointed out that was normal for the hero and confirmed he wouldn't waste his time. At that moment, the guardian began examining Jaeon, only to be shocked, saying, "I take back my words. Who are you? You're not the hero. This is impossible. The hero was supposed to defeat the Ghost Army and their commander, then come here to receive his reward that he would fight demons with. That's his destiny. But your destiny is extremely strange." Joan asked the guardian in amazement if his destiny and future were frightening to this extent to make him deny being the hero. The guardian answered, "I thought it was an easy mission. The hero would take the reward and that would be it. But you've changed everything we knew until now." Jaeon asked what he meant by that. The guardian smiled, saying, "Since you've reached this place, you at least deserve answers to your questions." The guard added, "Fate is a record of humanity's past, present, and future. Every step you take changes your destiny, but it doesn't change your fate. If you're destined to be a hero, you won't be able to change your fate, no matter how hard you try. Do you understand what I'm saying? The person who was supposed to come here and destroy the ghosts hasn't arrived yet. The true hero was expected to appear at least 5 years from now, when he matures, grows stronger, and gathers his team. You came too early." After that, others began arriving at that place, and the guard said that fate shouldn't change, and that the hero was the one who should have defeated the Ghost Squad and received the rewards that would help him face the demon army. He wondered how this boy managed to change the hero's fate and take it for himself. Jaeon was amazed and asked the guard, "Are you talking about the future written in the novel that I wasn't supposed to interfere with?" The guard replied, confirming that no one can interfere with fate, and that since Jaeon had changed fate, he must have received help from a powerful ruler, and that everything about him indicated he wasn't an ordinary person. Jaeon's confusion increased and he said, "What ruler? I don't understand." He wondered if this had something to do with his transition to this world. The guard continued examining Jaeon and said, "You're so strange that I don't think you're human at all. I'm unable to read your destiny or fate, and the only explanation for that is that you're not from this world in the first place." Jaeon said to the guard, "You told me I'm busy, so will you give me my reward that I'm supposed to receive or not?" The guard answered, confirming that since he entered that place, he had already been recognized and deserved his reward, and that he deserved the 5 questions tool. The guard took out the tool and handed it to Jaeon, who examined it and was very happy, seeing that it was mentioned in the novel, where Kronos gifted it to humanity. This tool contains 5 gems, each gem relates to a question, and each question carries special power. He told himself that the tool was extremely powerful, but unfortunately, it could only be used 5 times. Once the 5 gems are destroyed, the tool loses its power. The guard told Jaeon that the tool's questions hadn't revealed themselves yet, and would appear when he placed the question coordinates in it, and that the first coordinate he used was the location of the Ghost Squad, thus gaining his first question. Jaeon said, "All right." He used shadow energy, saying he would leave now. The guard wondered about Jaeon's identity before he left, so Jaeon moved on, saying, unfortunately, even he didn't know who he was and couldn't answer him. The scene returned to the battlefield, where Ron was watching the destruction caused by Jaeon's forces, not believing what he saw. He said he never imagined the Ghost Squad would appear here, and that Jaeon would destroy them along with their leader in one strike, confirming he couldn't comprehend what happened. He kept searching the place, wondering where Jaeon disappeared after the battle, and how he entered a strange portal and vanished. Oshina suddenly appeared before Ron and asked if he came to attack Jaeon, warning that the fate of anyone who opposes her master is death, and that she would destroy them all before her master returned. Bly became worried and told her to calm down, explaining that they came on Princess Evelyn's orders to protect Jaeon from any attack. She told them she would wait until her master returned to take orders from him. Ron was surprised at that moment by Liam's appearance and said, "Impossible. What are you doing here? You've been missing since the retirement letter." Liam replied that he had indeed retired and lived in this village, and that he never imagined they would face such an attack, and that Jaeon and his assistant managed to destroy the ghost army easily by themselves. Ron said he was happy that Liam was okay, and asked him to explain the situation and how the ghosts appeared. Liam answered that he didn't know how they appeared, but Jaeon and his assistant destroyed them easily. Ron asked about the fate of the ghost knights who were killed and why their bodies disappeared. He asked Oshina if she knew anything about them, and she said she didn't know and was only looking for her master. John appeared from the magic portal and apologized for being late. Oshina was happy and said he finally returned, and she was worried about him. John replied that he needed to leave here and return to the capital to rest. Jaeon said goodbye to the villagers and promised to send forces to protect them soon. Liam stopped him, saying he would join him. Jaeon asked why he changed his mind about joining, even though he saved the village. Liam said he wished he could stay here, but he would keep his promise. But Jaeon told him, "No, stay in the village. My goal was to prove myself and get the 5 questions bracelet, and your presence was an additional prize for me. I don't want to bother you now. I'll only need you in the great war against the demons." He asked him to stay in the village and protect it until he summoned him. Liam said he expected to see through John's desires again, thanked him for his understanding and said goodbye to him and the villagers, confirming he would declare his loyalty and wait for his summons. That he would return to the capital now, as he had left a group of snakes there growing, and it was time to get rid of some of them. He then went to the Moon Eye organization and informed his assistant Aaron about what happened, explaining that the ghost squad had completely disappeared. She asked him how they disappeared, so he gave her a report and explained that Nair was the report writer. Aaron read that when Prince Jain arrived at the village, he summoned a large magic shield that surrounded the village. Then the ghost squad attacked everyone present, and that John, after a huge battle against the ghost squad, managed to destroy them with the help of the Blood Witch and the former Human Forces commander, the ghost sword Liam. Aaron asked her assistant if this news had spread anywhere else besides them, and he said indeed no, and that they were very careful about spreading any details about Jaeon. Aaron said that if this information spread in the kingdom, the whole kingdom would shake, and all the image they knew about Jaeon would change. She asked the assistant about Jaeon's current location, and he told her he was returning again to the royal capital to participate in his ceremonies. Aaron expressed her surprise and wondered if Jaeon expected them to spread this information in the city, and even in the royal palace, so they could be a trusted source, so no one would doubt Jaeon's matter, and she confirmed this was a very smart plan. Aaron wondered if she should visit Jaeon soon in his palace, confirming to herself that she needed to understand his plan so she wouldn't accidentally obstruct his path. At this moment, one of her assistants arrived to inform her that someone had been spotted, and they believed he was the chosen hero. Aaron was surprised by the information and demanded he clarify all the details. The scene shifted to Jaeon in his palace, where he was doing intensive training and trying hard to form the 3rd star from the Black Star ability. He tried to focus all his energy on forming the 3rd star, but his energy finally ran out, and he failed. He expressed his anger, saying that obtaining the 3rd star currently seemed difficult, and he thought he had gathered enough power for that, but he was wrong. However, he wouldn't give up and would strive with all his might to achieve that, noting that the whole problem was his weak body. Despite increasing his strength through the ghoul's heart, his basic condition was bad from the beginning, and his strength didn't increase much, so he had to develop himself to be able to withstand the full energy of the Black Star. Priscilla arrived at that moment at Jaeon's palace, and was still there, congratulating him on his victory over the Ghost Squad, which was considered one of the worst disasters they faced. Priscilla walked around the place a bit and praised the new training palace, considering it much better than his old royal palace, as it was extremely advanced. Jaeon asked her about the reason for her visit, and she told him she wanted to ask his permission to participate in his effort and plan, and that she wanted to support him with all her strength. Jaeon asked her about the kind of support she intended. Priscilla expressed surprise at his question, but Jaeon explained that he meant how she planned to support him when she was weak in magic, to the point that she couldn't face weak killers, so facing demons would be almost impossible for her. He offered her the possibility of helping him by gathering information or by controlling her family's magic tower and putting it under his command, but he was sure she couldn't achieve any of those conditions. He assured her that he didn't mind her presence in his palace, but whoever wanted to participate had to prove themselves first. Priscilla understood his words well, and left after acknowledging that she would work on proving herself to him. John watched her and said to himself that he would be honest with her, and if she didn't want to become the unlucky princess, like in the novel, she had to work hard and become stronger, and only then would he stand by her side. Terra and Nair appeared, who had been waiting for Priscilla to finish her conversation with Jaeon. Nair expressed her embarrassment about the situation, and they thought their presence at this time wasn't appropriate. Terra initiated by informing Jaeon that the secret information about the nobles and investigation requests he asked for were already prepared, and that the succession ceremonies would officially take place soon for the entire kingdom to recognize him as heir to the throne. But she told him about a problem they faced, so Jaeon asked to know the details. Terra said that while preparing for the ceremonies, they noticed suspicious movements from the third Prince Enoch, his allies, and Knight Regan, and that they were planning something. Jaeon laughed, saying they finally moved as he was starting to feel bored, and reassured Terra not to worry, as he would deal with them and had already expected their movements. Terra asked if he could handle the matter alone, and whether he would need their help. He confirmed he was fine and everything he requested was already ready. Terra asked John if he was confident his plan would succeed this easily. Here, Oshina intervened to say not to doubt her master, as he had never planned anything before and failed at it. Oshina asked Jaeon if she would go with him to the coronation ceremonies, and expressed her desire to stay by his side, but he refused, explaining that he wanted to avoid problems now, and that the time for the battle she was thinking about hadn't come yet. She became sad, but Jaeon promised her that he had prepared an urgent mission for her to execute, and left them asking them to wait a little, and promising they would all move soon. The next day, Jaeon went to his succession ceremonies, and all the nobles gathered to celebrate the prospective heir. Regan was present and talked a lot with the nobles, establishing relationships, while Prince Enoch was explaining to his allies and notables that his plan was ready, and that he had met with the nobles and controlled them, and all their allies were ready to move with the start of the ceremonies. During the celebration, the nobles began questioning the news about Prince Jaeon's ability to defeat the Ghost Squad alone, as it was surprising, and they considered that the king himself was aware of the greatness of Jaeon's punishment, which is why he chose him as crown prince. Some expressed doubts that Jaeon wasn't alone, but had help from General Liam and the Grey Lion Squad. Others considered that the whole matter might be a plan by Princess Evelyn to support Jaeon, due to her strong relationship with him. The guard asked the nobles to prepare because Prince Jaeon had arrived. Jaeon entered the place with apparent nervousness, didn't deal with any of those present, and sat directly on the throne, demanding the ceremonies begin. His sister Diana sat beside him and expressed her amazement, saying she hadn't seen him since the last time they met at the royal palace, and talked about his increasing reputation after bringing down the Ghost Squad. Diana pointed out that he should respect the nobles more so they wouldn't fear him, but Jaeon replied that he didn't need them and didn't care about their recognition, and that he only attracted those he saw serving his interests, and would exclude anyone who opposed him. Diana asked why he attended if he didn't care about the nobles or their recognition. He said he had no goal in these ceremonies, but came to frustrate others' goals. Diana was surprised and asked him what goals he would crush and which enemy he intended to destroy on this occasion. But he didn't answer as the royal court commander interrupted them, announcing the start of Prince Jaeon's crown prince ceremony, and requested he ascend the platform with the rest of the attendees, who began noticing the strength and charisma that Jaeon possessed. The royal court commander began the crown prince ceremony at that moment, and asked Jaeon to swear to protect the kingdom. But Regan immediately interrupted and stopped the ceremony, telling all those present that he must congratulate Prince Jaeon on becoming crown prince, as well as on his defeat of the Ghost Squad, emphasizing that he was very strong, and had gained recognition from everyone in the kingdom. The court commander was puzzled by Regan's behavior and asked him to wait until the ceremony was finished, then he could congratulate the prince afterward. However, Regan insisted on continuing his speech, saying that Prince Jaeon had been known as a disgrace to their family for a long time, and no one could ever imagine he would touch one of the disasters, let alone destroy it, and that he had changed dramatically. Then he addressed the attendees, saying he had dealt with Jaeon before, and that he was completely different just 1 month ago. transforming from the shame of the Agnes family to its pride, until today, he became crown prince. He added that certainly this great change must arouse suspicion in everyone, because it's impossible for any person to become this powerful in just 1 month. He pointed out that even if his family's star ability awakened, it would be impossible for his power and personality to change so drastically in 1 month, which means he used other methods to increase his strength. Here, Prince Enoch pretended to be surprised and asked Reagan if he meant that Prince Jaeon was using corrupt power like demon power. Reagan confirmed this and said in front of everyone that he accused Prince John of making a contract with a demon to gain dark power, and that this was the only explanation for his new strength. All the attendees felt shocked by Reagan's words, and some began asking him about the truth of his statements. One of them asked if he was sure of what he was saying, as this was a very serious matter. Reagan replied that demonic energy had been detected twice in the kingdom in the last month, and both times were around Prince John, whether in his palace or during succession ceremonies. He added that it's impossible for an ordinary person to meet a demon in their lifetime, so how did he meet 2 demons in 1 month? He also told them that the only explanation for Jaeon's personality change during this period was that demonic power had begun to control him, and that he himself had studied demonic energy and knew its symptoms. Everyone's astonishment increased, and they began wondering whether Reagan's words were true or not. He added that using demon energy and making deals with them was an extremely serious accusation, and they wouldn't accuse anyone of it unless it was the kingdom's crown prince, and they must verify first before taking any action. Everyone wondered about the verification method, so Reagan answered that it was very simple, and he had brought the means through which they could verify. If Prince Jaeon's innocence became clear, they would continue the crown prince ceremony normally. At that moment, a strange group of people entered the hall. Everyone was astonished and began wondering who these people were and how they entered here. Reagan said these were the strongest Temple of Light priests in the kingdom, and they came here to verify whether John made a contract with a demon or not, and that the magicians belonging to the third prince were spread everywhere in the hall to ensure everyone's safety, so no one would be harmed. Reagan kept laughing and confirming that he had prepared the stage for Jaeon and that this was his end and they would get rid of him now. The magicians began surrounding Jaeon, demanding he cooperate with them or they would attack him. At the same time, Reagan used a binding spell on Jaeon to stop his movement, and continued laughing, saying that binding a prince's movement in the kingdom and treating him this way publicly was a crime punishable by death, but they would forgive him if it was proven that Prince Jaeon used demon energy in front of everyone. The Temple of Light priests surrounded Jaeon and began using light magic and holy magic on him to reveal the demonic magic in his body. While Jaeon said to himself that he had never dealt with holy magic before, but he was strong and would use all his power. At this moment, the priests used the holy evil banishment spell against Jaeon and ordered him not to move from his place so he wouldn't get hurt. Reagan continued watching him while laughing, saying, he summoned the strongest priests to use the evil banishment spell at maximum power, and this way they would extract the demonic contract from Jaeon's body, or the demon helping him would be forced to appear. The place became shrouded in darkness, and the light completely disappeared, and the holy magic's effect stopped. Reagan continued laughing, demanding the demon who made the deal with Jaeon to show himself now, confirming this was his end. The royal court commander was terrified and asked them what they were doing, saying he couldn't see Prince John amid the thick rising smoke. Prince Enoch kept watching Jaeon while laughing, saying this was his end, that he would die now and he would take over as crown prince in his place. Diana was amazed by what was happening and wondered to herself about the truth of what was occurring and whether Jaeon really made a contract with a demon or not. At that moment, Reagan asked his guard forces to get ready, indicating that Jaeon might get out of control if the demon or demonic contract took over him, and they must be prepared to fight him if necessary. Reagan kept laughing and asked Jaeon to show his true nature, saying the time had come to expose the royal family's shame in front of everyone, confirming that Jaeon was just a fraudulent scoundrel. Suddenly, a huge magical explosion occurred in the place, and Jaeon emerged from the explosion. Reagan asked his guards to arrest him, and the demon with him immediately, but he was astonished when he saw that Jaeon was alone, with no demon accompanying him or any trace of a demonic contract. Jaeon kept laughing and asked everyone if they had finally finished their play, while Reagan and all his guards were in shock, wondering what happened and why no demon appeared with Jaeon or any sign of a demonic contract on him, and he didn't even lose control of himself. The priests were also astonished and told Reagan they were unable to detect any demonic energy emanating from Jaeon, and that something was wrong. John continued his laughter and told Reagan that his plan was extremely stupid, that he failed in front of the entire kingdom, and he should expect the punishment for what he committed. Reagan, his assistants, and the priests began retreating in great fear from Jaeon, while Reagan kept repeating, "Impossible. This boy deceived us from the beginning. Let us execute our plan so he could destroy us in front of the entire kingdom." Jaeon kept laughing, then asked the royal guard to arrest Reagan and all his followers among the magicians and priests immediately, warning them not to move, or he would deal with them firmly. Indeed, the royal guard managed to arrest Reagan and all his followers and removed them from the hall. Then John ordered them imprisoned until he decided their fate later. All the nobles were in a state of astonishment, wondering about the reason that drove Reagan to betray the crown prince in this way. Diana kept laughing and said that Jaeon set a trap for them using their own original trap, and she was watching him admiringly, saying he was very smart and managed to easily deceive Enoch and his strongest assistant Reagan and embarrass them in front of the entire kingdom, proving his strength and popularity tremendously. But she also confirmed to herself that this wasn't the Jaeon she knew before. And she could understand Reagan's suspicion, as anyone who knew the real Jaeon would notice his radical change in both power and personality, and she kept wondering about the reason that made him change so dramatically. John then approached the royal court commander and asked him whether he would complete the crown prince ceremony, reminding him that he was busy. The court commander was surprised, but answered positively and completed the ceremony, announcing, based on the king's orders, that John was the kingdom's crown prince and its future king, if the king handed him power in their next meeting. Diana kept watching Enoch, who seemed extremely angry after what happened, but he couldn't say a single word. Diana continued laughing, and told herself he was a big fool, and his arrogance was what caused his downfall before the deadliest enemy he could meet in his life. John left the hall, leaving the nobles behind him, and didn't greet or speak with any of them, but asked them to end the celebration as quickly as possible and return to their work. Joan returned to his palace, where Ashina was waiting for him. She asked about what happened and told him she had waited all day and was extremely bored. Jeon told her she arrived at the right time, that he had a special mission for her, and handed her a map, asking her to study it carefully. Ashina asked him about the nature of the map, so he explained to her that it was a map of blood magic tower locations spread across the continent, adding that these locations were usually extremely secret, especially the main tower where the magicians gathered. But thanks to Terra's help and the Shadow organization, he managed to obtain them. Jaeon told Oshina that her new mission was to head to these magic towers. Oshina expressed her surprise and asked him about the reason for going to those towers, explaining that she didn't understand. John laughed and clarified that he needed her to control all the blood magic towers, especially the main tower, and to become the leader of blood magicians in the entire continent. The scene then shifted to the kingdom's prison where Knight Reagan was imprisoned, waiting for what the judiciary would decide about him. Reagan was talking to himself angrily, saying that Prince Jaeon had completely exposed him and proven his betrayal in front of everyone. He didn't understand how Jaeon discovered his plan and how he deceived him in front of everyone. He was sure of his relationship with demons, so how did he manage to deceive them and show no demonic trace while using holy magic on him? He said all of that no longer mattered now, as he would be punished for treason and insulting the prince in public, and his fate was death. He began wondering if the third Prince Enoch would intervene to save him, as if he really intervened. Maybe he could defend himself and escape execution. At that moment, Enoch appeared before Reagan and told him his appearance was truly pitiful. Reagan was surprised and asked if he had come for him, requesting him to help and get him out of prison. Enoch got angry and ordered him to be silent, saying he knew Reagan would insult Prince Jaeon and try to attack him, and for this reason, he was the first to disown him. Reagan was stunned and asked him what he meant, pointing out that he had informed him of the plan from the beginning and had approved it. But Enoch replied that he didn't know what Reagan was talking about, and that he hadn't approved any plan. Instead, he had done everything without his knowledge, then left him and departed the place, saying he had decided to dismiss him from his assistant position the moment he betrayed Jaeon and plotted betrayal, accusing him of those horrible charges, and that if his name came up in the investigations, he would destroy his entire family. Reagan remained stunned by Enoch's response and told him he had done everything he did only for him, but Enoch again asked him to be quiet, accused him of betrayal, and left the prison, saying he was the stupidest assistant he had ever seen in his life. Reagan couldn't believe what had happened and kept repeating that he had risked everything for Enoch, but in the end, he abandoned him and left him alone. He was extremely angry and wished he could get a chance to take revenge on him again for what he had done to him. The scene then shifts to the secret cell located beneath the third prince's palace, where Enoch was torturing his guards there and taking revenge on them for what had happened to him, asking them how Jaeon dared to treat him that way, and that he had to vent his anger on them. Enoch was extremely angry and told them he had been put in a bad position because of those bastards, and that Jaeon's popularity and power had increased tremendously while he was humiliated because of what happened. He said he had underestimated Jaeon at the beginning of his struggle for the throne, but he wouldn't do that again, confirming that Jaeon would be the first person he would crush. Then he left the place, saying he needed help to eliminate that bastard, and that he would visit someone who might be able to support him against him. At that moment, the prisoners begged him and pleaded for mercy and demanded he get them out of the cell, but he ordered them to be silent and confirmed they would continue to suffer until the end of their lives. The scene shifts to two members of the Demon Guild who were watching the royal palace belonging to Jaeon. The demon told his colleague that the synagogue group's signal had disappeared and that they had been eliminated. She replied that it was Jaeon himself who had done that, confirming he posed a great danger to them. She asked her colleague why Jaeon was able to expose them so easily, even though guild members don't know each other's identities except through secret communication channels, so how could he identify and eliminate them so easily? He answered that he didn't know how he did it, and confirmed that even the kingdom's strongest intelligence organizations were unable to determine their locations or identities, so how could Jaeon do it? Simply as if he knew all their plans. She asked if he thought Jaeon had the ability to see the future, and he replied that even if he had this ability, it would be impossible for it to be that strong. She continued asking, then how can he expose and eliminate them like this? He replied that they had a lot of information about Jaeon, but he thought most of it was wrong, and he now considered him their biggest threat at the moment. Then he asked her to contact the other leaders present, and that they needed to make a plan to deal with him as soon as possible before completing their other plans. She laughed and said they had previously gathered just to draw up a plan to deal with the hero. But now the situation was different, and they would have to divide their forces. Then, she added that she heard Jaeon would visit the educational magic tower soon, and he said he would indeed do that. But he didn't know the reason for the visit, and that he was definitely planning something. She told him that their colleague Haido would be there, and that he was very important to their plan, and asked him if he thought Jaeon was capable of exposing Haido or arresting him. He answered that he didn't think so, and that Haido was very strong, and asked her to warn him about the visit so he wouldn't do anything to arouse Jaeon's suspicions. The next day, Jaeon actually arrived to visit the educational magic tower. One of the professors named Paul was the one who received him, welcomed him, introduced himself and said he taught ice magic at the academy, and that everyone felt proud of this visit, and confirmed he would be his guide throughout his stay at the tower. Meanwhile, we moved to Bresla, who was also at the tower. She was angry and frustrated because she felt Jaeon had asked her to become stronger, but she couldn't find skills or abilities that would enable her to do so in a short time, and wondered what she could do, and that she couldn't return to Jaeon like this or else he would dismiss her again if she didn't prove her usefulness to him. Then, she heard a group of students gathering in the courtyard, talking about a prince from the royal family visiting them, and that this was rare, which aroused her curiosity, so she went to watch the coming prince to find out his identity, then was surprised that the visitor was none other than Jaeon himself. Bresla was amazed and asked herself, what was John doing here? Wasn't he very busy during this period? Paul was talking to Jaeon and told him he heard he had come to meet the academy director, but unfortunately, he was on a mission outside and hadn't returned yet, and asked him to go with him to the guest room and wait for the director until he returned from his trip. But Jaeon surprised Paul when he refused to wait, and confirmed he would like to tour the academy and discover its classrooms himself. Paul was surprised by Jaeon's insistence, but he agreed and told him he would be his guide until the director returned. During his tour, Jaeon said to himself that he remembered a dangerous incident that would happen soon at this academy and would concern one of the hero's team members, and would affect him greatly in the future. Jaeon explained to himself that this incident wouldn't be as huge as those he was used to dealing with so far, but it would still leave a big impact on the hero group's path, so he had to prevent it. He said he first had to find the student who would be the future hero team member, to help him avoid the incident and get rid of the demon present here. When he completed that, his mission here would be finished. After touring a bit, Jaeon felt the power of the student in question, so he told Paul he wanted to attend one of the classes with the students and observe what they were learning. Paul was amazed by his request and asked if he was sure, saying that Jaeon wanted to observe advanced magic lessons and didn't think he would benefit from them. Jaeon asked if he minded, and Paul was somewhat terrified and replied that of course he didn't mind, and that he could attend any class at the academy whenever he wanted. Jaeon entered the lecture hall at that moment and began observing the students there, who started wondering what was happening and looking at him with confusion. Jaeon laughed to himself and said he had found his target, then added, "That boy is Rain Valdine, and in the future he will become Henry Whisper, one of the hero team's strongest enemies, and will be the only magician in history to break traditions and boundaries and reach 9 stars in magic. Among all the hero team members, he was the only one who came close to the truth about the demon's existence and goals, and his role in the war was extremely important." Jaeon confirmed that Rain wasn't very strong at the moment, but he was stronger than all his classmates, and after this incident ended, he would increase in strength tremendously. But he was very lazy now, because he was a human who had transferred from another world to this world and carried memories of his old life. and what he knew about him was derived from the novel he had read. Jaeon explained that if he let the incident happen as it was in the novel, Rain might be able to join the hero too, but the problem was that his joining in the novel came late after the start of the war against the demons, and that was a disaster for the hero team. He also pointed out that before joining, he had caused many problems within the kingdom, and was a reason why the hero couldn't eliminate the Demon King. So Jaeon said to himself he couldn't allow this to happen, but Rain had to quickly join the hero team before the war began. He also said that if he aimed to change the novel's ending and save his kingdom, he had to completely change its beginning, and he intended to do that. The professor began the lecture and told the audience that magicians and scientists in their world hadn't been able to establish a complete theory for gravity, magic, and time control yet, and asked them for their opinions on the subject. But none of the students answered. The professor added that in the next lecture he would hold a debate with a gravity-specialized magician to try to explain the relationship between gravity, magic, and time control, so everyone would understand the idea he was talking. A student named Isam intervened and asked the professor if only students were meant to answer his question about gravity. The professor said no, and that anyone could participate in answering. Isam asked if he knew anyone who could explain the theory of gravity and time. Then he turned to Jaeon, saying he was interested in knowing the prince's own opinion since he was attending the lecture with them, noting that he had heard the royal family employed the best teachers and professors for the princes from a young age to make them geniuses, so a question like this should be trivial for him. He also pointed out that he had heard Jaeon use the special type of magic, and therefore he must be able to explain gravity and its relationship to time. Jaeon didn't respond to Isam, so the student continued saying they wanted to rely on his experience and intelligence, and that he should solve the equation written on the board easily by virtue of being a distinguished prince. He told Jaeon not to worry or be afraid of making mistakes, as the theory hadn't been proven yet and was still just an experimental theory. And even if he was wrong, no one could prove his error, and this was his chance to prove his intelligence and strength. Isam added to himself that he intended to take revenge on this bastard, who came to the academy with such audacity after his engagement to Bresla, and he was sure he would either run away now or try to solve it and make mistakes in front of everyone, becoming a laughingstock to them. The professor intervened and explained to Isam that no one had been able to solve the theory or equation so far, and they wouldn't waste the prince's time on a matter they themselves had failed to solve, and that they would continue the lecture. But John interrupted him and laughed, saying that as long as Isam wanted to see him solve the theory, he would do it, because he liked to please all the people around him. Jaeon stepped forward to the board and began solving the equation using both his magic and his hand, telling everyone it was a simple equation. All those present froze in amazement and wondered how he was doing that, while Isam said to himself, how can he solve this theory when he's never seen it before? Jaeon continued solving the equation and said that the relationship between gravity, magic, and time had always been a great mystery and no scientist or magician had been able to understand it. But according to what was mentioned in the novel, before the war against demons broke out, they had managed to reach the final equation for gravity and time, and used it against the demons in the war. He also commented that any other person who read the novel wouldn't have been able to understand the equation or even memorize it, but he was different from all of them. Jaeon said he wouldn't have cared about Asam's words at all, but now he needed to prove his theory in front of Rain, because he was interested in the power of people like him, and because it could kill the boredom he felt, and encourage him to develop before the war broke out. He also explained that the person who created the original equation was Rain himself, and that his future magical knowledge was unmatched. He had temporarily borrowed this theory from him, but he wouldn't change much in the theories or their methods to give Rain the chance to discover it himself, as he didn't want to drastically change his future. John continued writing the rest of the theory and said to himself that a powerful equation like this would surely save Rain from his boring life and force him to complete it after him, so he would develop early before joining the hero team. The professor kept watching John with great amazement, saying he had never seen such a theory in his life and had a great desire to write it down, but he was hesitant about his student. However, he finally overcame his hesitation and asked them to take out their notebooks and start writing down the theory immediately because they needed it. So all the students started writing the theory from behind Jaeon. As for Presla, she was watching Jaeon in amazement, thinking to herself that she was sure. Presla was watching Jaeon in wonder, thinking to herself that Jaeon wasn't just strong, but also had unlimited potential, which made her feel sad as she realized the gap between them was extremely large. She began wondering how she could stand beside him now in her current state. As for Jaeon, after finishing solving the theory, he went to Asum and asked his opinion about the theory. Asum was completely shocked and said he had always heard that Jaeon was a failed prince who knew nothing about magic, so how could he solve the most complex equation so easily? Jaeon smiled and told Asum that he hated anyone in this world testing him, and that only he had the right to test others, asking him to be more careful in dealing with him, or he might eliminate him next time. Asum was terrified and obediently said, "Yes, sir." Jaeon then left them and exited the hall, asking them to continue their work, while Paul asked him to wait and that he would join him immediately. Rain kept watching him in amazement, saying to himself that he never imagined the rumors about him were this wrong, as it became clear to him that he was an extremely distinguished person. Jaeon then headed to the director's office and felt frustrated by what he saw of the academy's condition and the huge gap between their power and knowledge compared to previous eras, wondering when the director would arrive, as his main goal after meeting Rain was to talk with the director. At that moment, the director arrived, whose name was Ozlema, and he welcomed Jaeon and apologized for being late. Jaeon said to himself that this was the academy director and leader of the magical tower in the kingdom, and Ozlema was always searching for truth, and was also a close friend to the current emperor, known by the title White Fire Emperor. He also added that he was considered one of the strongest people on the continent, and that the novel he had read mentioned him often. Ozlema explained that he was reading the magical theory that Jaeon had written for the students, and was very amazed by it, which is why he was late for their meeting. He praised his great talent and admitted that he himself wouldn't have been able to solve this theory. Jaeon asked about where he had been, and Ozlema answered that he had a small family problem and had finished solving it. Jaeon said to himself that Ozlema came from a powerful noble family, considered one of the 5 strongest families in the kingdom, but his family's loyalty was completely to the third Prince Yeonok. He also pointed out that in the novel, Ozlema was usually in constant conflict with his family because he refused to exploit his power, serving their goals or the third prince's interests. Instead, he hated anyone who exploited his power, which is why he cut ties with his family 20 years ago and joined the academy as an ordinary person, until he became its director through his efforts alone. He was sure that Ozlema's visit to his family this time was to stop their attempts to pressure him to return to them. Jaeon told Ozlema that he didn't intend to waste time, and that they could get straight to the point. Ozlema replied that he intended to do that too, but he had a question first, asking if he knew anything about a person's soul. Jaeon showed surprise and answered, no. So Ozlema told him that the soul exists in every person differently, and that during his journey, searching for the secrets of this world, he once managed to find a part of another person's soul, and that he had met him in the past when he was young. Unlike his other brothers, he remembered the shape of his soul because it was pure and completely different from the rest of the brothers. He added that everything about a person might change except one thing, the soul. If the soul changed, the person himself would change, and he asked who he was, saying, "You are not Prince Jaeon, that I know, your soul has completely changed." Jaeon replied that this question wasn't important, and what mattered now was that the person in front of him was known to everyone as Prince Jaeon, who participated in the succession ceremony and became crown prince. Ozlema seemed amazed and wondered if Jaeon's soul had changed because of his enmity with his brothers and his strong desire to survive, but he confirmed it was the first time he had seen something like this. He added that he wondered what kind of terror Jaeon had lived through in his life. Ozlema apologized to Jaeon, saying he didn't mean to ask about his identity at all. Then he asked, "Why did you come to see me? You can ask me for anything." Jaeon replied that he actually had 3 requests. Jaeon said his first request was to know the location of the strange doctor and a way to contact him. His second request was his desire to help Ozlema develop a magic circle, and the third was for him to help with something important in the future. Jaeon explained that the strange doctor was considered one of the 3 best doctors in the world, but because of his strange behavior and free spirit, he was called by this name. Unfortunately, he was always hiding in an isolated place, and the only way to reach him was through his friends like Ozlema. Ozlema told Jaeon that he could connect him to the strange doctor, but first he wanted to know what he needed from him. As for the other 2 requests, he couldn't help him, as he had devoted his life to the academy and sworn not to help anyone from the royal family and to remain neutral, and he couldn't break this promise. Jaeon explained that his request wasn't related to the royal family or the kingdom, but he needed his help within the academy itself. Ozlema seemed surprised and asked what he meant and what it had to do with the academy. Jaeon answered that he intended to help him save the academy, and afterwards he would also help him develop the magic he had always struggled to develop. Meanwhile, Rain was on his way to meet Professor Paul, wondering why he had been summoned, saying to himself, Since when does Paul care about me this much? He confirmed that he didn't want to waste time and wanted to study Jaeon's theory and develop it. He said that when he first met Jaeon, he thought he knew nothing about magic, but he discovered he was wrong and that he was truly talented. But as soon as Rain entered the room he was summoned to, he was shocked by a large number of students' bodies. He began examining them quickly while in shock, wondering what was happening and why there was strong demonic energy in this place. Paul entered at that moment and asked Rain what he had done and how he could commit this horrible crime. He seemed shocked, and everyone was confused when the rest of the teachers and instructors entered the room. They were amazed and asked Rain what happened, but he explained that he knew nothing and had arrived just minutes ago, so he didn't understand what was going on. One of the teachers was sensing the demonic energy that Rain had just started examining, and was shocked and asked Rain if he was the demon who killed the students. Rain was surprised when he saw that the demonic energy had stuck to his body and said, "This was a trap from the beginning. Someone is trying to frame me. What do I do now? I'm in real trouble. Even if I try to explain, no one will believe me and they'll immediately accuse me of being the perpetrator. I have to find the real culprit quickly." He began examining everyone's energy in the place and said to himself, "I'm sure Paul is the culprit and is trying to frame me, but I have no evidence against him now. Should I escape and prove my innocence later? Maybe this is the only way out." The teachers surrounded him at that moment and demanded he surrender immediately, and if he didn't, they would have to hurt him, while Paul kept laughing and saying, "This fool fell into the trap so easily. How stupid he is. This is how my plan to get rid of him finally succeeded." Going back in time a little, Paul gathered some of his students in the room and thanked them for coming at the scheduled time. Asim was puzzled and asked the reason for the summons, especially since they were all busy with their lessons. Paul answered that not everything here was related to grades and studying, but he gathered them for a much greater purpose. Asim asked about that purpose, so Paul suddenly surprised him with an attack using a demonic sword and fatally wounded him, declaring that he had chosen them to fulfill their destined role, and that they would die today for his goal. Asim was shocked and asked what he was doing, but Paul ordered him to be quiet and die, adding that there were others who needed to be eliminated. The rest of the students tried to flee, but Paul attacked them quickly and killed them all, saying, "No one will escape their fate. You are the perfect trap for Rain. The Oracle told us that Rain is a candidate to be on the hero team, so it's better we get rid of him and others like him from the beginning before they become a threat." Back to the present, the teachers kept surrounding Rain, demanding he surrender or they would attack him by force. Paul kept laughing, thankful that his trap took time and great effort, pointing out that the original plan was for him to eliminate Rain himself. But the higher demon leadership refused, and this didn't matter because his plan succeeded in the end. Suddenly, Jane arrived and said to everyone, "It seems there's something impressive happening in this place, and you should have called me from the beginning." Paul was amazed and asked himself, what is he doing here? He remembered his colleague's advice to be careful of Jaeon because he hunted demons mercilessly. But he muttered that maybe he could use Jaeon and convince him that Rain was a demon and would help him eliminate him for their benefit. Paul stepped forward to stop Rain, saying he didn't know the demon here and that they should take care of the culprit themselves. Jaeon said, "Really, I came to deal with the culprit my way." Paul began laughing, thinking his plan had succeeded, and that Prince Jaeon would now eliminate Rain without needing a trial or even an investigation. But without warning, Jaeon directly attacked Paul and cut his neck. Everyone in the room was shocked and began wondering what Jaeon had done and why he attacked Paul. Jaeon summoned his sword, Eleceed, at that moment and asked everyone to step back. Everyone began wondering what was happening and why the prince attacked Paul, while Jaeon started using dark energy with Eleceed, approaching Paul's body, trying to absorb it with the sword, asking him in a calm voice how long he would keep pretending, and that he would die if the sword continued in his body. The teachers kept asking Jaeon what he was doing. While he was a prince,